The hallways of St. Jude's High School always smelled of floor wax and over-perfumed teenagers. But today, near the senior lockers, there was a different scent in the air, the sweet, metallic tang of an impending disaster. Macy Rivers crouched behind a corner, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She adjusted her grip on her phone, her thumb hovering over the camera button. Beside her, Sophie was practically vibrating with anxiety, her eyes darting toward the end of the corridor. "Macy, seriously, we shouldn't be doing this," as Sophie whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant drone of a history teacher's lecture coming from a nearby classroom. "He's a senior. He's like, actually smart. What if he catches us?" "Shush," Macy hissed, tossing her ponytail over her shoulder. "Sophie, he deserves it. You be quiet or he'll hear us before the trap even springs. This is justice." "Justice for what? A spilled beaker?" "It was my brand new, limited edition Barbie bag, Sophie." Macy's whisper took on a tragic edge. "The strap is permanently stained." He looked me right in the eye and didn't he even apologize. He just pushed his glasses up his nose and mumbled something about chemical reactions. Well, I'm about to show him a chemical reaction. At that moment, the heavy double doors at the end of the hall swung open. A tall, lanky figure trudged toward the lockers. To the rest of the school, he was the quiet kid who won every math competition. To Macy, he was a Rowie, the boy with the round, wire-rimmed glasses and the silver teeth clips that seemed to catch every ray of light. He looked like a complete nerd, the kind of person who would definitely accidentally ruin a girl's favorite bag and not realize the social crime he had committed. He stopped at locker 402. He looked tired, his shoulders slumped under a backpack that was clearly too heavy. Macy held her breath. "Do it. Open it," she willed him. He turned the dial. Click. 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 The locker door swung open. For a split second, there was a soft, mechanical hiss. Roman leaned forward, squinting to see why a small box was taped to the top shelf. Puff. A cloud of vibrant, neon green powder exploded directly into his face. It wasn't just powder, it was infused with a concentrated stink bomb liquid that Macy had bought from a joke shop downtown. The smell of rotten eggs and wet dog instantly filled the corridor. Roman froze. He didn't scream. He didn't fall. He just stood there, his glasses completely obscured by green soot, looking like a very confused, very skinny goblin. "Now!" Macy chirped, jumping out from behind the wall. Click! 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 She snapped 3 photos in rapid succession, her laughter echoing through the empty hall. "Oh, Rowie, you look like a cute, thin Hulk. Or maybe a very moldy piece of cheese." Just then, the bell rang. The silence of the hallway was shattered as hundreds of students poured out of their classrooms. Within seconds, a crowd had gathered. The laughter was instantaneous. A group of varsity players walked by, pointing and howling, while the girls whispered and giggled behind their hands. He didn't move. He took off his glasses, wiping a smear of green off the lens with a finger, revealing eyes that looked surprisingly calm despite the humiliation. He looked directly at Macy. He didn't look angry, he looked like he was making a mental note. "Come on, Sophie." Macy laughed, grabbing her friend's arm and dragging her away. "My work here is done." Later that afternoon, sitting in the back of their final period class, Sophie looked pale. "I think you should give that guy a break, Macy. That was a lot. The smell is still in the carpet." "No way," Macy said, doodling a little crown on her notebook. I'll make his life hell for that bag. It's the principle of the thing. Macy, that was an accident. He tripped. But you? This is like the 5th prank this month. The salt in his coffee, the kick me sign, the glitter in his textbook. I don't even know how many times you've done this. It's only the 5th time, Macy corrected, leaning back. Sophie sighed, Ian besides, thank God it's his last year. He graduates in 2 months. He'll go off to some nerd college and never have to see a devil like you again. Macy flashed a devilish smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Since it's only 2 months, I should really step it up. I want to do something he will never forget for the rest of his life. Sophie sighed, shaking her head. You're going to regret this, Macy. One day, the universe is going to catch up to you. This kind of behavior isn't acceptable. Macy just laughed, a winning, confident sound. Well, for my behavior, I'll live like a queen. Just watch me. 10 years later. Welcome to the Queen's Cafe. What would you like to order today? We have a lovely seasonal muffin. Macy Rivers beamed at the customer, though her feet felt like they were being crushed by lead weights. Her a lifestyle hadn't exactly panned out. At 28, she wasn't wearing a crown, she was wearing a stained green apron and a name tag that was currently lopsided. The customer, a woman in a suit that cost more than Macy's monthly rent, sighed impatiently. I'll have a latte. But listen closely, I want a hint of cinnamon. Just a hint. Do not overwhelm the beans. Of course, Maram. One hinted latte coming right up. Macy chirped. She was still talkative, perhaps too much so. As she steamed the milk, she chatted away. You know, cinnamon is actually great for the metabolism. I read this article once that said if you smell it, you actually become 10% more productive, which is probably why you're in such a rush to get to work. The coffee, please, the woman snapped. Macy flinched and handed it over. A few minutes later, the woman marched back to the counter, slamming the cup down. Lady, I asked for a hint of cinnamon, not a cinnamon latte itself. This is disgusting. It's like drinking a candle. Macy's face went scarlet. Oh. I am so sorry, Maram. I must have gotten carried away while I was talking. Let me change that for you immediately. She scrambled to remake the drink, her hands shaking slightly. To smooth things over, she slid a complimentary chocolate chip cookie across the counter. On the house. See you again soon, Maram. The woman grabbed the coffee and the cookie, huffing, I doubt that, before storming out. Macy let out a long, shaky breath and sank into a chair behind the counter. She felt defeated. The Rhea Queen was currently a servant to the caffeine-addicted masses of the city. Next time you mess up an order, I'll definitely fire you, Macy. Macy jumped to her feet, nearly knocking over a display of biscotti. Mr. Moore. Hello. I am so sorry. I'm trying my best, really. Mr. Moore, the owner of the cafe, looked at her with a mixture of pity and frustration. He wasn't a mean man, but he ran a tight ship. Macy, look at me. You're a people person. You talk more than any 3 employees combined. But you're a terrible barista. He leaned against the counter. I think you should look for a real job that suits you. You have experience as a personal assistant, don't you? Why don't you look for something like that again? Macy's shoulders slumped. I know. But my last company shut down because the CEO was a crook who left us with high debts. I need to take care of my mother, Mr. Moore. Her medical bills aren't getting any smaller. I have to work something in the meantime. She pulled her phone out of her apron pocket. I've applied for dozens of jobs. No response. I even asked my college friend, Claire, to look for openings at the big tech firm she works for. But so far, nothing. Another customer walked in, the bell chiming above the door. Mr. Moore leaned in and whispered, "Do not mess this one up, Macy. One more complaint and the apron stays off." Got it. No talking. Just pouring, Macy whispered back. She turned to the new customer with a practiced, fake smile. "Welcome to Queen-S Cafe. What can I get started for you?" The walk home felt longer than usual. The neon lights of the city blurred into streaks of tired yellow and red as Macy dragged her feet toward the outskirts of the district. Her apartment was tucked into a weathered brick building that had seen better decades. It was a space so small that it was a generous term, 2 cramped bedrooms, a kitchen that barely fit a toaster, and a living room where the floorboards groaned in protest at every step. This apartment had been their sanctuary ever since her father passed away in a tragic accident 4 years ago. His absence was a hole in the house that no amount of Macy's chatter could ever truly fill. Now, it was just her and her mother, Beatrice. Macy took a deep breath, smoothing out her apron-wrinkled shirt and forcing a bright smile onto her face. She pushed the door open. The air inside smelled of lavender and stale medicine. "Mom? I'm home." She walked into her mother's bedroom. Beatrice was propped up against a mountain of pillows, her skin pale, her breathing shallow. The heart condition was a silent thief, stealing her energy day by day while they waited for a transplant that felt like a distant, expensive dream. "Hey, butterfly," Beatrice said, her voice raspy. "How was your day?" Macy sat on the edge of the bed, gripping her mother's hand. "Oh, it was fantastic, Mom. We were swamped. I think half the city decided they needed a latte today. I was a machine behind that counter." Beatrice smiled, though she saw the exhaustion in her daughter's eyes. "That's my girl. Always moving." Macy leaned over to the nightstand, her eyes scanning the orange plastic pill bottles. She did a quick mental count. "Did you take your tablets today?" Beatrice nodded. Macy's heart sank. There was only a week's worth of medicine left. She surreptitiously pulled her phone from her pocket and opened her banking app. Balance, $2.43. The number felt like a physical blow. "The landlord, Mr. Mason, stopped by today," Beatrice said softly, looking at her lap. "He said the utility bills and the rent are overdue. He asked for the payment in 2 days, Macy." Macy didn't let her smile flicker, though her stomach did a somersault. "Don't you worry about Mr. Mason. He's just a grumpy old man who likes to hear himself talk. I've got it handled. Look, I brought some light sandwiches and fruit from the cafe. Let us eat together." That night, the silence of the apartment was deafening. Macy lay in her small bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw spreadsheets of debt. She checked her email on her cracked phone screen for the 100th time. Inbox, empty. No job offers. No interviews. "Maybe I can take a night shift cleaning offices," she thought, her eyes burning. "Or walk dogs in the morning before the cafe opens." She prayed then, a silent, desperate plea. Please, just one break. One miracle. The next morning at the cafe started with the usual chaotic rush, but the weight in Macy's chest hadn't lifted. As the crowd thinned, she leaned against the espresso machine, her head thumping. "You're doing better today, Macy," Mr. Moore said, wiping down a table nearby. "Fewer spills. More focus." "I have to, Mr. Moore," Macy sighed, her voice cracking slightly. "I have rent due, my mom's meds are running out, and the transplant fund is, or well, it's non-existent. I need to save every penny." Mr. Moore softened. "Hang in there. Sometimes, a miracle happens when you least expect it." At that moment, her phone buzzed. It was Sophie. Macy's face lit up as she stepped into the back room to answer. "Sophie." "Hey." "Macy, I'm at your house." Sophie's voice was urgent. "I came to check on your mom, and your landlord was there." He was literally shouting at her, "Macy." It was awful. The blood drained from Macy's face. "Is she okay? Is he still there?" "He's gone. And Macy, don't kill me, but I paid him. I covered the back rent and the utilities for this month. You don't owe that man a cent right now." Macy felt a wave of relief so intense she had to lean against the wall to keep from collapsing. "Sophie. I can't. I'll pay you back, I swear. As soon as I get my paycheck." "Stop. Just get your life together first," Sophie said kindly. "But try not to let it get that bad next month, okay? We'll talk this weekend." As Macy hung up, she felt a surge of renewed hope. She looked up at the ceiling of the dingy break room. "Okay, God. Thank you for Sophie. But I still need a real job. Either create a new position or fire someone so I can take their place." Across the city, in the glass and steel monolith known as Blackwood Industries, Roman Blackwood was doing exactly that. The CEO's office was a masterpiece of cold, modern minimalism. Roman sat behind a desk made of dark obsidian, his white dress shirt crisp, his eyes like flint, jawline that could cut glass and a gaze that made senior VPs tremble. A man named Jacob stood across from him, sweating through his expensive suit. "You're fired, Jacob," a Roman said, his deep voice dangerously low. "Sir, please. I was just..." "You were attempting to sell our encrypted server protocols to Magnus Tech," a Roman interrupted, sliding a folder across the desk. "I've known for 3 weeks. I was simply waiting for you to actually transfer the file so I could catch you in a federal crime." "Mr. Blackwood, I have a family. I'll never do it again." Roman leaned forward, the shadows of the skyscraper's eaves falling across his face. "I am being generous by letting you walk out of here instead of leaving in handcuffs. If I hear your name in this industry again, I will ruin you. Get out." As Jacob stumbled out of the office, Roman pressed his intercom. "Claire. Jacob is gone. I need an immediate replacement. Someone who isn't a snake." "I'll start the search, sir," Claire's voice crackled back. "But your schedule is packed. I'll handle the temporary logistics." "Make it fast," a Roman muttered, rubbing his temples. He hated incompetence. Back at the cafe, Macy was refilling the coffee bin hopper when her phone chimed again. It was a call from Claire. "Macy. Are you sitting down?" Claire sounded breathless. A spot just opened up. The CEO's personal assistant was fired 10 minutes ago. "I already put your name in. He's in a hurry to fill the role, so if you come in tomorrow at 10 a.m., you've basically got the job." Macy nearly dropped the bag of beans. "Tomorrow? 10 a.m.? Claire, Are you serious? Dead serious. Wear your best formals. If you get this, Macy, all your money problems are over. The salary is insane. Macy let out a squeal of pure joy, jumping up and down in the tiny kitchen. I'll be there. I'll be early. Oh my God, Claire, thank you. She hung up and looked at the sky through the small cafe window. Thank you. You heard me. A miracle. She felt like the luckiest girl in the world. She imagined a kind, elderly CEO who would appreciate her hard work and her gift for gab. She imagined paying for her mother's surgery and finally living a debt-free life. But as she danced around the coffee shop, she had no idea that the miracle she was celebrating is going to change her life completely. Let us see whether it leads her to heaven or to hell. The morning sun felt like a spotlight on Macy's insecurities. She stood before her cracked bedroom mirror, smoothing out the wrinkles in a navy blazer she hadn't worn since her final college internship. It was slightly tight in the shoulders and smelled faintly of mothballs, but it was the most corporate thing she owned. You look like a professional, Macy. A high-earning, debt-paying professional, as she whispered to her reflection. Her phone chimed. It was a message from Mr. Moore. Good luck today. Don't talk their ears off. You've got this. Macy smiled, tucked a stray curl behind her ear, and kissed her mother's forehead before heading out. The bus ride to the financial district felt like a journey to another planet. As she approached the Blackwood Industries headquarters, she had to crane her neck back so far it hurt just to see the top of the building. It was a monolith of glass that seemed to reflect the entire city's wealth. If I get this job, Mom gets her heart, she thought, her determination hardening. I'll be the best PA in history. I'll be so efficient, they'll wonder how they ever lived without me. The lobby was a cathedral of white marble. A sleek receptionist directed her to the 11th floor with a practiced, robotic smile. When the elevator doors slid open, Macy felt the air get thinner and more expensive. Claire was waiting for her near a row of designer chairs. Macy, you look great. A little vintage, but great. Is it that obvious? Macy hissed, tugging at her blazer. Claire, tell me the truth. Will I get it? I need this more than I need oxygen. It's in your hands, Macy, Claire said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But I'm warning you, the CEO is a perfectionist. He is brilliant, but he doesn't do small talk. So, please, for the love of everything holy, don't speak too much. Just answer the questions. The company is desperate for someone with your experience, so you're already halfway there. Is he very strict? Macy asked, her palms beginning to sweat. And how old is he? Is he like 50 or 60? Does he have a favorite type of tea? Should I look him in the eye, or is he a stare at the floor kind of boss? Before Claire could answer, a woman in a sharp suit stepped out. Ms. Rivers? Mr. Blackwood will see you now. Claire gave her a thumbs up. Go girl. You can do it. Macy walked toward the massive mahogany doors at the end of the hall. She didn't look at the nameplate. She didn't check the gold lettering. She just knocked, her heart thumping a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Come in, a deep, melodic voice commanded. The office was vast. A plush sofa area sat to the left, but her eyes were drawn to the far end of the room. Behind a desk that looked like it cost more than her apartment sat a man. He didn't look up. His face was obscured by a thick manila folder he was reviewing. Sit, he gestured with a fountain pen. Macy sat, perched on the edge of the leather chair, clutching her bag to her chest like a shield. Your work experience is adequate, the man said, his voice smooth but cold. The previous firm you worked for spoke highly of your logistics management. Tell me, Ms. Rivers, what exactly did you do for your previous CEO? Macy took a breath, trying to channel her professional persona. Well, sir, I handled all client relations, accompanied the CEO on international travel, and managed a complex 3-tier scheduling system. I pride myself on being 3 steps ahead of my superior's needs. As she spoke, the man shifted the file. He had reached the bottom of her resume, the education section. St. Jude's High School. The pen in his hand stopped moving. Slowly, agonizingly, he lowered the folder. Roman spoke, but his tone had changed. It was no longer professional, it was mocking. You forgot to include some of your more creative experiences on this resume, Ms. Rivers. Macy blinked, her brain short-circuiting. I beg your pardon? For instance, a Roman leaned back, crossing his arms over his expensive suit jacket. You didn't list your proficiency in salt-to-coffee ratios, or your expertise in the chemical composition of green powder stink bombs. And I see no mention of your high-speed application of kick-me signs to senior uniforms. Macy's jaw dropped. The talkative girl inside her, the one she had tried to suppress, came roaring out. Oh my God! How did you know those things? Wait, as she looked down at the nameplate on the desk. Roman Blackwood. Before she could process the shock, Macy's voice died in her throat. The man sitting across from her wasn't T50. He wasn't T60. He was young, impossibly handsome, and possessed a pair of dark eyes that were currently burning holes through her soul. Gone were the round glasses. Gone were the silver braces. In their place was a sharp, sculpted face and a smirking mouth that she recognized from 100 teenage nightmares. She looked back at him, her eyes wide with horror. Roman pulled the file down completely, glaring at her with a look that was half fury and half amusement. So, Ms. Macy Rivers, a Roman said, his voice dripping with irony. Nice to meet you again. Or is it not nice to meet me? After all, I'm just a moldy piece of cheese, right? The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush her. Macy felt the blood drain from her limbs. This wasn't a job interview, it was a trial. Without thinking, she slowly stood up, her face turning a bright, frantic red. She didn't even try to apologize. She just turned to flee. Bam! Roman's hand slammed onto the desk, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the quiet room. Macy jerked to a halt, frozen mid-step. Take your bag, a Roman said, his voice like ice. And leave. Macy grabbed her bag so hard the strap nearly snapped and bolted out the door. She practically ran back to the waiting area, where Claire was still standing. Macy! That was fast. Did you get it? I'm not getting this job, Claire, and Macy gasped, her voice defeated. Never in a million years. What? Why? Your experience is a perfect match. It's not about the experience, a Macy whispered, leaning against the wall as the world spun. It's about your CEO. I'll never match with him. He-S the Hulk, Claire. The Hulk has a memory like an elephant. Before Claire could ask what on earth she was talking about, the office door opened. The staffer called Claire inside. Claire asked Macy to wait and went inside. Macy stood there, her mind racing. I have to leave. I have to find another job. I have to tell Mom no, I can't tell Mom I lost the miracle because I put green powder on a billionaire 10 years ago. 5 minutes later, Claire came running out of the office. She didn't look upset, she looked ecstatic. She threw her arms around Macy, hugging her tightly. You got it. I don't know what you said in there, but he told me to hire you immediately. I'll bring you the paperwork. You start tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Macy stood like a statue, her heart sinking into her shoes. Wait, oh, he hired me? After he told me to leave? He said you were the only candidate with the specific history he was looking for, Claire chirped, already heading back to grab the forms. Macy stood in the middle of the expensive hallway, caught between a scream of relief and a sob of panic. She needed the money. She needed the insurance. But she knew Roman Blackwood. He wasn't hiring a PA, he was hiring a victim. Just then, the elevator pinged. Roman walked out, flanked by 2 assistants. As he passed Macy, he slowed down. He didn't look at the others. He looked directly at her, his lips curling into a slow, devilish smile that promised a very long, very difficult year. He didn't say a word as he stepped into the elevator and the doors slid shut. Macy gripped her bag, her knuckles white. Okay, Macy, as she whispered to herself. It's very clear. It is officially time to panic. The afternoon sun was streaming through the windows of the coffee shop where Macy was finishing her final shift, but it felt like a cold spotlight. Macy sat at a small corner table, her chin resting in her hands, staring blankly at her empty latte mug. Claire sat across from her, looking confused, while Sophie, having just received an urgent 911 text from Macy, she burst through the door. Claire waved Sophie over. Sophie hurried to the table, her brow furrowed with concern. Macy? What happened? Your text sounded like you'd witnessed a crime. Macy didn't look up. She just muttered, I got the job, Sophie. I'm the new PA of CEO at Blackwood Industries. Sophie's face split into a wide grin. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Macy, that has incredible news. Why do you look like you're waiting for a funeral? This is what we prayed for. No more grumpy landlords, no more $2 bank balances. You should be screaming with joy. Macy didn't scream. She groaned. Sophie looked at Claire for help. What is wrong with her? Did they tell her she has to work 20 hours a day? Is the coffee there bad? Claire leaned forward, her voice hushed. The problem isn't the hours, Sophie. It's the CEO. Mr. Roman Blackwood. What is the big deal about the CEO? Sophie asked, confused by Macy's pale face. Macy looked at her with wide, panicked eyes. Sophie, think. Roman. St. Jude's High. Does the name Roman Blackwood really not ring a bell? Sophie froze. Her eyes went wide as the name processed. Roman. Blackwood? She looked back at Macy, her mouth falling open. Wait a minute. The Roman? Round glasses, teeth clips, neon green Hulk powder Roman? Macy nodded weakly. The very one. Except now he is 6'2", looks like a supermodel, and owns half the city. And yes, Sophie, he definitely knows who I am. Sophie leaned back, a look of pure, horrified realization dawning on her face. Oh, you poor, poor girl. I told you, Macy. 10 years ago, in that hallway, I told you that one day the universe would catch up to you. I believe my exact words were, you'll regret this. Well, look at that karma, didn't he just bite you? She hired you. It's not making me feel any better. Macy hissed, finally looking up. He looked at me like I was a bug he wanted to squash with a very expensive Italian leather shoe. He told me to leave. He literally kicked me out of his office, and then 5 minutes later, he told Claire to hire me anyway. Why would he do that unless he is planning something terrible? Claire tapped her chin thoughtfully. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. You guys actually bullied Roman Blackwood? Do you have any idea who his father was? The founder of this entire empire? In high school, Blackwood Industries wasn't a household name, and Macy defended herself, her talkativeness starting to bubble up. He was just the quiet nerd who sat in the front of chemistry. I thought his dad worked in, I don't know, insurance? How was I supposed to know he was a billionaire in waiting? His family kept a very low profile until about 5 years ago when Roman took over and turned the tech world upside down, Claire explained. He is a genius, Macy. But he is also my friend. I've known him professionally and personally for 3 years. He is strict, yes. He demands perfection. But personally, he is actually a softie. I honestly think he hired you because he wants to be professional. Maybe he wants to show you he is the bigger person. Sophie snorted. Or maybe he wants to show her exactly how much salt he can put in her coffee. Macy, if I were you, I'd check my chair for glue every single morning. Macy buried her face in her arms. I'm doomed. I'm going to be fired on my first day, aren't I? Actually, Claire interrupted, trying to pivot to a brighter subject, as since we're talking about the office. Sophie, I was looking at your resume last night. We have an opening in the finance department. Given that you're much more sane than Macy, would you be interested in joining the company too? You'd be on a different floor, but you'd be in the same building. Sophie's eyes lit up. Are you serious? I've been looking for a way out of my current firm. And since Roman probably doesn't even remember me, I was always the one hiding in the background trying to stop Macy. I want to have a target on my back. Perfect, Claire smiled. I'll mail you the details tonight. It'll be great to have us together, even if one of us is currently a marked woman. Macy looked between her two friends. A small spark of hope returned. Wait. Claire, if I start tomorrow, when do I get paid? I told my landlord I'd have the money soon, and I owe Sophie for the rent. You're actually in luck, Claire said, checking her watch. The payroll cycle closes this Friday. Since you're starting at the beginning of the week, you'll get your first prorated check and your signing bonus by next Friday. Macy felt a massive weight lift off her shoulders. Next week? I can actually pay you back next week, Sophie. And I can buy Mom's heart medication without shaking when I hand over my debit card. See? Sophie said, reaching over to squeeze Macy's hand. It's not all bad. And hey, I'll be joining the office soon. I'll be your backup. If he tries to lock you in a supply closet, I'll come find you. Claire stood up, smoothing her skirt. Okay, my coffee break is officially over. Macy, 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Do not be late. Roman hates tardiness even more than he hates, well, green powder. Sophie, check your email. I'll see you both soon. After Claire left, Macy and Sophie shared a long hug outside the cafe. You can do this, Macy, as Sophie whispered. Just keep your head down and your mouth shut. I'll try, Macy promised. When Macy got home, the small apartment felt different. She went straight to her mother's room and shared the news, the edited version. She told Beatrice about the beautiful building, the high salary, and the old school friend who was the CEO. She watched the colour return to her mother's face as they talked about a future where they didn't have to worry about the lights being turned off. But later that night, as Macy lay in bed, the silence felt heavy. Her stomach was tied in a knot that no amount of positive thinking could undo. She thought about the way Roman had looked at her, that slow, devilish smile that said he hadn't forgotten a single second of high school. Is this the end of my problems? She wondered, staring at the shadows on her ceiling. Or am I just walking into a much more expensive version of hell? She set her alarm for 6:30 a.m., closed her eyes, and prayed that for the first time in her life, she wouldn't have anything to say when she saw Roman Blackwood. Macy arrived at the Blackwood Industries lobby at 7:45 a.m., 15 minutes early. She had spent the morning practicing her professional face in the bathroom mirror, repeating the mantra, "Do not talk. Do not prank. Just survive." Claire met her by the elevators, looking sharp in a grey suit. "All the best, girl. You've got this," Claire whispered, giving her a supportive squeeze on the arm. "Just remember, he's a shark, but you're a survivor." Macy took a deep breath and stepped into the CEO's sanctuary. The office felt even larger today, filled with the scent of expensive cologne and cold air conditioning. Roman was already behind his desk, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, looking devastatingly focused. "Good morning, sir," Macy said, her voice steady despite the flutter in her stomach. Roman looked up. A slow, teasing smile played on his lips, the kind of smile that made Macy wonder if he had spent all night thinking of ways to make her run. "Very good morning, Ms. Rivers. I'm glad to see you value punctuality. It's a trait your high school self lacked." Macy bit her tongue. "Rule number 1, don't snap back. You have 2 workstations," Roman continued, gesturing toward a sleek, modern desk tucked into the corner of his vast office. "This is your primary spot. You will work here so you are available the second I need you. However, when I have private meetings, you will relocate to the station outside. Claire will brief you on benefits, but for now, we have work." As if on cue, there was a knock. Claire entered, but she wasn't alone. She was pushing a heavy trolley stacked with massive, overflowing binders. She unloaded them onto Macy's new desk in a mountain of paper that nearly obscured Macy's view of the room. "Your first task," Roman said, leaning back. "These files are from our secondary record rooms. Each one has a checklist. If a document is missing, you must find the digital copy, print it, and file it. We have an audit next month, so I'm sure you'll agree this is vital." Macy looked at the mountain and felt a small sense of relief. "Organizing? I can do that. It's boring, but it's not impossible." "However," Roman added, his voice dropping an octave, "these are just the files from one corner of the room. We have 2 entire record rooms, and I want everything digitized and filed within 2 weeks. I'm sure you can handle a little paper, right?" The panic returned, cold and sharp. 2 weeks? That's thousands of pages. But she forced a nod. "I'll start immediately, sir." "Not so fast," Roman said as she turned to her desk. "Priority first. I've emailed you a list of overseas clients. I need virtual meetings scheduled with all of them. If any of them insist on in-person visits, schedule them for next month, but cross-reference my calendar first. I don't tolerate double booking." "Yes, sir." "And Macy?" She paused, her hand on the back of her chair. "Do you see the coffee machine over there?" He pointed to a high-end espresso maker across the room. I like my coffee hot, fresh, and frequent. Whenever I ask, you bring it. Of course, sir. Good. Now. I'll have one now. 1 teaspoon of sugar. And Macy? He looked her dead in the eye. Make sure it's sugar. Not salt. Macy's face burned. He was never going to let it go. She prepared the coffee, her hands trembling slightly, and set it on his desk. He took a sip, his eyes never leaving hers, and gave a satisfied hum. Proceed. Macy sat at her computer and opened her email. Her heart nearly stopped. The real list wasn't a few clients, it was 140 contacts spanning 3 different time zones. For the next 3 hours, Macy was a whirlwind of activity. She was a talker by nature, and she used that to her advantage on the phone, charm-bombing clients into accepting the time slots she needed. By 12 p.m., against all odds, the schedules were set. Roman watched her from the corner of his eye. He saw the way she handled a difficult client from London, her voice staying sweet even when the man was being rude. He was impressed, though his face remained a mask of cool indifference. He didn't offer a single well done. Instead, he just checked his watch. At 12:05 p.m., a message popped up from Claire, cafeteria. Now. Lunch is on me. Macy practically fell into the chair opposite Claire in the cafeteria. I'm dying, Claire. I haven't even touched the files yet. I've spent 3 hours on the phone with people who have very thick accents and very bad tempers. Claire winced. 140 clients? Usually, we give a new PA 3 days to handle that list. Roman is definitely seeking his revenge. New joiners normally spend their first day reading the handbook and drinking tea. I knew it, Macy groaned, shoving a forkful of salad into her mouth. He's trying to break me. But I need that paycheck. My mom's meds depend on me not throwing a stapler at his handsome head. Wait, did you say handsome? Claire teased. I said head. Just head. Macy corrected, her cheeks flushing. Look at the time, it's 12:30. I have to go. The afternoon was a blur of physical labor. Roman had forbidden her from using the small printer in his office for a bulk filing, claiming the noise distracted his deep thinking. This meant that every time Macy found a missing document, she had to sprint to the printing room at the far end of the long corridor, wait for the machine, and sprint back. In between her sprints, the intercom would buzz. Macy, coffee. Macy, another coffee. Macy, this one is too cold. Redo it. By 5 p.m., the office had grown quiet. The hum of the printers and the chatter of the staff faded as people headed home. Macy was still at her desk, her hair a mess, a smudge of ink on her cheek, surrounded by piles of paper. Claire messaged her, everyone's leaving. You coming? Macy replied, I can't. I've only finished half the binders for today. I'm staying back. 10 minutes later, the shadow of a tall figure fell over her desk. Macy looked up to see Roman standing there, his blazer off, his tie loosened. He looked effortless, while she looked like she'd been through a car wash. How much have you finished? He asked, his voice devoid of the teasing tone from earlier. Only half of this pile, sir. I'll stay until it's done. Roman really looked at her. He saw the exhaustion in her eyes and the way her shoulders slumped. For a split second, the cold CEO mask slipped, replaced by something unreadable. Enough, he said. The cleaning crew needs access to the desk. Put the current files in the drawer and leave. You can resume tomorrow. Macy blinked. But you said. I said leave, Ms. Rivers. That's an order from your boss. He turned on his heel and headed for the private elevator. And Macy? Tomorrow, try to be faster. I don't pay for almost finished. Macy waited until the elevator doors closed before she let out a long, ragged sigh. She packed her bag, her muscles aching. She called Claire as she walked to the exit. I'm coming down. And Claire? Tell Sophie she was right. Karma isn't he just a bitch, it's a CEO who drinks way too much coffee. As she walked out into the cool evening air, Macy felt a strange mix of emotions. She was exhausted, yes. She was being punished, definitely. But as she thought of Roman's face when he told her to go home, she realized something. The war had just begun, but Macy wasn't ready to abdicate just yet. Macy returned home that evening with a spring in her step that hadn't been there in years. The exhaustion was still there, buzzing in her legs, but the weight of the world felt lighter. Mom! You won't believe it, Macy chirped as she set a bag of fresh groceries on the tiny kitchen table. The CEO was practically speechless by the end of the day. I finished a week's worth of scheduling in 3 hours. I think I'm actually good at this. Beatrice smiled from her armchair, looking more vibrant just from seeing Macy's excitement. I never doubted you, Butterfly. You always did have a way of getting people to do what you wanted just by talking to them. And the best part? Macy sat on the floor by her mother's feet. I checked the employee handbook Claire gave me. Your routine checkups and heart monitoring? Covered. 0 co-pay. We can go to the specialist uptown now. As Macy tucked herself into bed that night, she felt a rare sense of peace. She stared at the ceiling, not with anxiety, but with a plan. Okay, Macy. Roman might be a bit of a jerk, but he's a professional jerk. He saw how hard I worked today. The pranks are probably beneath him now. He's a billionaire, he doesn't have time for school-youth games. I can survive this. I might even thrive. The next morning, Macy arrived at the office with her head held high. She was ready to conquer the record room files. However, the moment she stepped into the CEO's suite, Roman greeted her with a look that was more a mischievous than a managerial. Ms. Rivers, he said, tapping a pen against his chin. I have a few private guests coming in this morning. High-level consultants. I need you to relocate to the outer workstation for the next hour. I'll intercom you when we need refreshments. Of course, sir, Macy said, gathering her laptop. She felt a bit relieved to be out of his direct line of sight for a while. About 10 minutes later, 2 men walked past her desk. They were dressed in sharp, casual luxury blazers and were laughing loudly. One was tall and athletic, the other had a sharp, scholarly look. As they opened Roman's door, she caught a snippet of their greeting. Hey man! Look at this place! You really are the king of the castle now, aren't you? The door clicked shut, muffling their laughter. Macy shrugged and dove into her spreadsheets. Half an hour later, the intercom buzzed. Macy, 3 coffees. Black for Julian, cream for Sebastian, and my usual. Macy prepared the tray with precision. She balanced the cups and nudged the door open with her shoulder. As she moved around the coffee table to serve the guests, she felt their eyes on her. It wasn't the usual CEO to PAE look. It was a look of deep, confused recognition. Julian, the athletic one, tilted his head, his coffee cup halfway to his mouth. Sebastian, the one with glasses, squinted at her as she handed him his cream. Macy gave them a polite, tight smile and scurried back out to her desk. Inside the office, the silence was broken the second the door latched. "No way," Julian whispered, leaning forward. "Roman, tell me that wasn't he who I think it was." Sebastian set his coffee down with a clink. "Macy Rivers? The girl who turned you into a neon green goblin in front of the entire school?" Roman leaned back in his leather chair, a small, unreadable smile playing on his lips. "The one and only. She's my new PA." "Does she know who you are?" Julian asked, his eyes wide. "She does now," Roman said. "And she's just as talkative as she was back then. Some things never change." Julian burst out laughing, hitting the arm of the sofa. "I can't believe it. You actually hired her. I remember back in school, we all used to wonder why you never fought back. She'd put salt in your locker or glue your shoes to the floor, and you just sit there. We thought you were a saint." Sebastian smirked, looking at Roman knowingly. "We knew the truth, though. You liked her. You've liked her since 10th grade geometry. Is that why you hired her, Rome? Are the old feelings still there?" Roman shifted in his chair, his expression cooling slightly, though the spark in his eyes remained. "That was a lifetime ago, Seb. I was a nerd with braces and she was, well, she was Macy. I don't know if feelings is the right word. Let us just say I have a very long memory." "You're glowing, man," Julian teased. "Since she started yesterday, you look less like a robot and more like a human being. It's good for you." "Enough about my hiring choices," Roman deflected, leaning forward to look at a file Julian had brought. "Tell me about the commerce project." The conversation shifted to business. Julian, who worked closely with the Department of Commerce, revealed that he had secured a high-level meeting for Roman with the Secretary of Commerce. It was a massive government contract, the kind that would cement Blackwood Industries as a national titan. "There is one thing, though," Sebastian added as they prepared to leave. "Have you heard from Christy?" The atmosphere in the room turned icy. Roman's jaw tightened. "We broke up years ago. I'm not interested in hearing her name." "She has been calling us, Roman," Julian said gently. "Trying to get to you. She is not taking the silence well." "Don't give her my details," Roman said firmly. "I'm done with the drama." After his friends left, Roman called Macy back into the office. She looked refreshed, her notebook ready. "Next Thursday, we are meeting the Secretary of Commerce," Roman said, his voice back to its professional, CEO clip. "This is the most important meeting of the year. I've emailed you the briefing. I want a full presentation prepared, along with 3 pages of talking points. Can you handle that?" Macy's heart soared. The Secretary of Commerce? This was real, high-level work. "Absolutely, sir. I won't let you down. I'll have a draft for you by Monday." "Good," Roman said. "You can work from your desk in here for the rest of the afternoon." Macy went to her corner, her mind racing with ideas for the presentation. She felt a surge of pride. She was finally being treated like a professional. She reached down to open her top drawer to grab her favorite pen, the one she used for important notes. As her fingers curled under the handle and pulled, she felt something wrong. It was soft, cold, and incredibly sticky. "You! Oh, gross." Macy yelped, pulling her hand back. A long, pink, translucent string of chewed-up bubblegum stretched from her fingertips to the underside of the drawer handle. It was stuck in the crevices of her skin, smelling faintly of artificial strawberry. She looked up, horrified. Roman was sitting at his desk, perfectly calm. He wasn't looking at his computer. He was looking directly at her. As she watched, he blew a large, pink bubble with the gum in his mouth. Pop! He winked at her, a quick, devastatingly handsome, and incredibly annoying wink. Macy looked at her sticky hand, then back at her boss, who was now hidden behind his monitor again, pretending to work. The professionally peace treaty had lasted exactly 4 hours. Oh no, it is on, Macy whispered to herself, grabbing a tissue to scrub at the pink slime. The corporate cafeteria was a sea of sleek suits and low-calorie salads, but Macy's table was the only one vibrating with suppressed laughter. Claire was currently clutching her stomach, a piece of lettuce halfway to her mouth, as she wheezed at the story of the chewing gum incident. I can't. I literally cannot breathe. Claire choked out. The most powerful tech CEO in the tri-state area actually put chewed gum under a drawer handle? It's so petty. It's so high school. Macy didn't share the enthusiasm. She was vigorously scrubbing her right palm with a wet napkin for the 10th time. It's not hilarious, Claire. It's disgusting. I had to use half a bottle of rubbing alcohol to get the stickiness off. I looked like a crazy person at my desk. Claire wiped a tear from her eye. Macy, I've known Roman for years. He is the most serious, stoic man I've ever met. I've never seen him smile at a meeting, let alone play a prank. You've unlocked something in him. It's like his inner teenager is finally getting his revenge. I just don't get it, Claire continued, leaning in. You told me you weren't a habitual prankster in college. So why only Roman? Why was he your only target at St. Judas? Macy paused, her scrubbing hand slowing down. Her mind drifted back to the dusty hallways of high school. She saw Roman skinny, quiet, always with his nose in a book. He was like a ghost that everyone ignored. But when she pranked him, he became real. He looked at her. Even if it was with a look of confusion or frustration, his eyes were on her. I don't know, Macy muttered, her voice uncharacteristically soft. I think I just wanted him to see me. It was a stupid way of seeking attention, I guess. Claire's eyebrows shot up. Macy Rivers, or did you have a crush on the nerd? No. Absolutely not. Macy's talkativeness flared up as a defense mechanism. I was a teenager. My brain wasn't fully developed. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm a professional now. I'm not going to prank him back. I'm going to kill him with kindness and impress him with my brilliance on that presentation. Good, Claire said, regaining her composure. Because I have 3 pieces of news that will make your professional life much better. First, the payroll cycle is complete. You'll see your first salary and your signing bonus in your account by Tuesday morning. Macy felt like she could fly. Tuesday? Oh, thank God. My landlord was starting to give me the side eye again. Second, Claire held up 2 fingers. We have hired a person to help you with the record room audit. And third, the hired person is none other than... Claire grinned. It's Sophie. She starts in 2 weeks. Macy let out a squeal so loud the table of accountants nearby jumped. Sophie. In the same building, and she's going to help me with an audit? We're going to be unstoppable. Energized by the good news, Macy spent the rest of the day acting like a model employee. On Monday, she worked on the Secretary of Commerce presentation with the focus of a diamond cutter. She researched the Secretary's previous policies, Roman's projected tech growth, and even added a section on a sustainable innovation that she knew Roman would love. When she finally handed the tablet to Roman that afternoon, he reviewed it in silence. Macy stood by his desk, her chin tilted up in a proud pose. "The transitions are smooth," Roman remarked, scrolling through the slides. "The data points are accurate. And the talking points, they actually sound like something I would say. It's good work, Macy. Truly." Macy beamed. "Thank you, sir. I aim to exceed expectations." "I can see that," Roman said, his voice suspiciously silky. "In fact, I think I need a celebration coffee. Could you be a dear and grab me a cup? The machine is right behind you." Macy felt so victorious she didn't even mind the request. She walked to the high-end machine, humming a little tune. She hit the start button, expecting the rich aroma of roasted beans. Instead, there was a violent gurgle. Splutter! A high-pressure jet of ice-cold water, mixed with what looked like a month's worth of old, black coffee sludge, exploded from the nozzle. Because the machine had been tampered with, the liquid didn't go into the cup, it sprayed directly outward, dousing Macy from her neck to her waist. Macy stood frozen. The cold liquid seeped through her white blouse, turning it a muddy, translucent brown. The smell of stale caffeine and cold dregs filled the air. Roman turned in his chair, a look of mock horror on his face. "Oh dear. It seems you've pushed the wrong button, Ms. Rivers." Macy looked down at her ruined outfit, then back at Roman. He was fighting back a grin so large it was practically glowing. "Well," Roman said, standing up and grabbing his blazer. "I forgot to mention that the machine has been acting up. It's under repair. You should probably call the service person and, of course, clean up this mess. I'm going to go get my coffee from the cafe downstairs. I'll see you tomorrow." He walked past her, the scent of his expensive, dry cologne trailing behind him. Macy stood in the middle of the office, dripping. If this had been 10 years ago, she would have chased him down with a bucket of glue. But the thought of her Tuesday salary held her back. "One more day, Macy. Get the money first." Claire found her 5 minutes later, helping her mop up with a roll of paper towels. "Macy, you smell like a trash can in a Starbucks." "I know, Claire. I know," Macy sighed, wringing out the hem of her shirt. "You need to keep a spare dress in your locker hereafter," Claire advised. "I think Roman is just getting started. Think of all the things you did to him, Macy. He has probably got a checklist." Tuesday morning arrived. Macy woke up early, her heart racing. She didn't even care about the coffee incident anymore. Today was payday. She took the bus to work, her thumb hovering over her banking app. As the bus pulled up to the Blackwood Industries Tower, she saw a group of junior analysts laughing by the fountain, talking about their early morning credit and notifications. Macy opened her app. Current balance, $1.27. She refreshed the page. Current balance, $1.27. Her heart dropped into her stomach. She checked the transaction history. Nothing. No deposit from Blackwood Industries. No signing bonus. She felt a hot, prickling anger rising from her chest to her throat. He could mess with her clothes. He could mess with her desk. But he was messing with her mother's medicine. He was messing with her survival. Macy didn't stop at the reception. She didn't wait for Claire. She marched straight to the 11th floor, her heels clicking like a countdown on the marble floor. She threw open the double doors of the CEO's office without knocking. Roman was sitting there, calmly reading the morning news, a fresh cup of coffee in his hand. He looked up, his expression innocent. "Good morning, Macy. You're looking, dry today. That's an improvement." Macy slammed her hands onto his obsidian desk, leaning forward until she was inches from his face. "I know what you did, Roman," she hissed, her voice trembling with fury. "You can play your stupid games and you can prank me all you want. But you do not touch my paycheck. My mother needs that money." The air in the CEO's office was so thin it felt like it might snap. Macy stood there, her palms still pressed against the cold obsidian of Roman's desk, her chest heaving with a mix of leftover fury and a sudden, sickening realization. She had just screamed at the man who held her entire future in his hands, and she had done it based on an assumption. Roman sat perfectly still. He didn't look angry, he looked disappointed, which was somehow 1,000 times worse. "Is that so, Ms. Rivers?" Roman asked, his voice a calm contrast to her fire. "Now, tell me exactly what Claire said about your paycheck." "She said it was processed," Macy snapped, though her voice wavered slightly. "She said it would be in my account by Tuesday morning. Everyone else has been paid. Except me." Roman leaned back, his eyes searching hers. "Then if it was processed, it should be in your account." Roman asked, "Did you check with the payroll department?" Macy thought and said no. He sighed, a slow, weary sound, and reached for his desk phone. He dialed an internal extension and hit the speakerphone button, turning the device toward her. The ringing was loud in the quiet room. Click. "Good morning, Mr. Blackwood. This is the payroll department. How can I help you, sir?" Roman gestured for Macy to speak. She cleared her throat, her face heating up. "Hi, this is Macy Rivers, Mr. Blackwood SPA. I'm calling because I didn't receive my salary today. Could you check the status?" "Just a moment, Ms. Rivers." The sound of typing filled the air. Macy felt Roman's gaze on her, heavy and unreadable. "Yes, here it is. Your salary was processed last night, Maram." Macy looked at Roman, her eyes flashing a C. "Look." He didn't react. "But I didn't receive it," Macy said into the phone. "Let me dig a little deeper. Oh. Here it is. The payment was returned by the clearinghouse this morning. The error comment states, incorrect bank account number. Could you please verify the details you entered in the employee portal?" Macy felt the world tilt. Her hand went to her mouth. She pulled her phone out with trembling fingers and logged into the portal. Her eyes scanned the numbers she had entered during her frantic first day. There it was. A 7 where a 1 should have been. A simple, stupid, exhausted typo. I entered it wrong, Macy whispered, her voice barely audible. "What was that, Mar-M?" the payroll clerk asked. "I entered it wrong," Macy said louder, her eyes filling with tears of sheer frustration and shame. "What should I do now? I really need that money today." "I'm sorry, Ms. Rivers," the voice on the other end said sympathetically. "Our policy is that failed payments are reprocessed in the next cycle as arrears. You'll see the funds in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The landlord wouldn't wait 2 weeks. The pharmacy wouldn't wait 2 weeks." She looked at Roman, her lip trembling, her pride completely vanished. Before she could beg the clerk, Roman's hand shot out. He pulled the phone toward him, his voice suddenly sharp and authoritative, the voice of a man who moved mountains. "I want that salary processed and in her account within an hour," Roman commanded. "But sir, or the policy?" "I don't care about the policy," Roman interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This is an administrative priority. Move the funds manually if you have to. Do it immediately." "Of course, sir. Right away." Roman disconnected the call. The silence returned, but now it was suffocating. He didn't look at her with a teasing smile. He didn't mention the green powder or the coffee bath. He just looked at his laptop. "Confirm with me once you've received it," he said coldly. I am so sorry, sir," Macy stammered, her face burning with a shame so deep she wanted to sink through the floorboards. "I shouldn't have. I was just so stressed about." "I have guests arriving shortly," Roman said, cutting her off without looking up. "You'll be using the outside workstation for the remainder of the day. You may go." Macy retreated. She moved her things to the outer desk, feeling like a kicked puppy. She updated her bank details and sent a formal apology email to payroll, but her heart wasn't in it. An hour later, her phone buzzed. Deposit, $5,200. The salary and the bonus were there. She typed a quick, professional text to Roman. "Salary received. Thank you, sir. And again, my apologies for the outburst." The read receipt appeared instantly. But no reply came. Not a word. Roman spent the rest of the day in meetings with his guests. When he left the office for an external site visit, he didn't stop by her desk. He didn't even look her way. He simply informed her via a brief intercom message that he wouldn't be returning to the office that day. At lunch, Macy sat with Claire, who was absolutely fuming. "Are you insane?" Claire hissed, stabbing a cherry tomato with her fork. "You screamed at him? Over a typo you made?" "Macy, I told you he was professional, but he's still the CEO. People have been fired for less than 5% of what you did this morning." "I know." Macy groaned, burying her face in her hands. I saw the empty bank account and I thought of my mom, and then I thought of the gum and the coffee, and I just snapped. I thought he was playing a cruel joke on me." "He went to bat for you," Claire reminded her. "He broke company policy to get you paid in an hour. Do you have any idea how much paperwork that creates for the finance team? He did that for you after you insulted him." "I know," Macy whispered. "He won't even look at me now." "Good," Claire said. "Just do your work. The Secretary of Commerce meeting is tomorrow. That is the only thing that matters now. If that goes well, maybe he'll forgive you. But for heaven's sake, keep your mouth shut unless he asks you a question." The next day was the quietest day of Macy's life. She arrived early, prepared his coffee perfectly, and set it on his desk. Roman didn't say good morning. He didn't ask for a refill. He didn't even mention the presentation. He was a machine of cold efficiency, buried in his work for the big meeting. Macy sat at her desk, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she did the final checks on the government briefing. She should have been happy. She was being left alone. No pranks. No teasing. But as the hours ticked by, a strange ache formed in her chest. She actually missed the teasing. She missed the way his eyes would sparkle when he was about to say something annoying. This version of Roman the distant, silent billionaire felt like a stranger. It felt like she had finally pushed him too far and broken the only bridge they had left. She looked through the glass partition at him. He looked tired, his brow furrowed as he studied a map of the city's tech infrastructure. She wanted to walk in and ask him if he wanted a sandwich, or tell him a joke about the landlord, or just say something. But she didn't. She just turned back to her screen, her heart heavy. Big day tomorrow, Macy, as she whispered to herself, trying to find her old confidence. Focus on the work. That's the only way back. As she packed her bag that evening, she realized the truth. The pranks weren't just revenge, they were their language. And now, Roman had stopped speaking to her entirely. The morning air was crisp and smelled of rain, the kind of day that felt like it belonged to a high-stakes success story. Macy arrived at the Blackwood Tower at exactly 7 a.m., her heart pounding with a mixture of professional nerves and a desperate hope to fix the tension with Roman. She was dressed in her best charcoal suit, her hair pulled back into a sleek, efficient bun. She looked every bit the high-level executive assistant. Near the elevators, she spotted Claire. Macy looked surprised to see her so early. "Claire, you're early," Macy said, clutching a lukewarm cup of coffee. Claire said Roman asked me to be here by 7:15. He said he had some extra work for me to handle before he leaves for the meeting. Macy tilted her head. That's strange. I have the entire briefing ready. I even double-checked the government protocols. I wonder what he needs you for? I don't know. Claire shrugged. Maybe he just wants a second pair of eyes. He's been a bit unpredictable lately. Anyway, all the best, Macy. This is your big moment. Go get M. Macy gave Claire a quick hug and headed for the CEO's suite. Inside, Roman was already standing by the window, adjusting his cufflinks. He looked regal, a man built for boardrooms and power plays. When he saw her, his expression was neutral, the cold mask he'd worn since the payroll incident. Are the documents ready, Ms. Rivers? Good morning, sir. Yes, everything is packed, Macy said, her voice professional but soft. She held out the leather-bound presentation bag. The hard copies, the tablet, and the backup drive are all inside. Roman glanced at the bag. We need one more notepad and the fountain pen from the inner desk. Get them quickly, the car is downstairs. Macy nodded and hurried to her workstation inside his office. She reached for the handle of the top drawer, the same one that had been plagued by gum only days before. She pulled it open, expecting to find her supplies. Puff! A mechanical hiss was followed by a small, contained explosion of air. A cloud of vibrant, neon green powder erupted from the drawer, hitting Macy square in the face. It wasn't just powder, it was the exact same foul-smelling, stain-heavy soot from 10 years ago. Macy froze. She stood there, her mouth slightly open, coughing as the fine dust filled her lungs. It covered her eyes, her nose, and her pristine charcoal suit. The acrid smell of rotten eggs, her own signature recipe from high school, clung to her skin. Roman didn't laugh. He didn't even look amused. He simply picked up his intercom. Claire, come to my office. Now. When Claire walked in, she gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Macy. Oh my God. Macy wiped a smear of green from her eyelid, her eyes red and watering from the irritant. She looked at Roman. He was standing by the door, his face a mask of cold satisfaction. I think we have a small problem here, Roman said, his voice flat. It appears Ms. Rivers has had a bit of a domestic accident. Clearly, she cannot accompany us to meet the Secretary of Commerce looking like a cartoon character. He took the presentation bag from Macy's trembling hand and handed it to Claire. "We're late. Claire, you're stepping in. Let us go." Macy didn't say a word. She couldn't. The dust was in her throat, and the humiliation was in her heart. "Go, Claire," Macy whispered, her voice cracking as she saw her friend's worried expression. "You'll be late. Just or go." The meeting with the Secretary of Commerce was a resounding success. Thanks to Macy's meticulous notes and Claire's quick thinking, Blackwood Industries secured the government contract before the breakfast pastries had even gone cold. As they sat in the back of the luxury sedan on the ride back to the office, Roman was practically radiating energy. "That went perfectly," he remarked, looking out at the city skyline. "The growth we'll see from this project is unprecedented. You did a good job, Claire." But Claire wasn't smiling. She was staring at her lap, her hands tightly clasped. "What's wrong?" Roman asked, his brow furrowing. The meeting was a victory. "Why do you look like we lost?" "I didn't expect this from you, Roman," Claire said, her voice low and sharp. "I'm glad we got the project. But I'm disgusted by what happened in your cabin. Do you have any idea how much Macy prepared for today? She stayed up until 2 a.m. perfecting those talking points. Why did you do that to her? Why did you hurt her like that?" Roman's smile vanished. "Hurt her? Claire, that prank was her own invention. It was the exact thing she did to me at St. Jude's. I just gave it back. It was justice." "Justice?" Claire turned to him, her eyes flashing with anger. "Roman, you're a CEO. You're a leader. Do you think ruining a professional's biggest career moment over a high school grudge is justice? You're ruining your own reputation. You're acting like a bully." "You don't understand," Roman snapped, his voice rising. "You weren't there when my family was hiding from my father's creditors. You didn't see me sitting in that hallway, covered in that green filth while the whole school laughed at the nerd. I couldn't fight back then. I was hiding. I was hurt. She was an immature kid, Roman." Claire argued. "I'm not saying what she did was right, but look at her now. She's struggling. She's desperate to save her mother. And do you want to know why she picked on you back then?" Roman paused, his jaw tight. "Because I was an easy target." "No," Claire said, her voice softening but remaining firm. "Because she wanted you to look at her. Macy was always the loud, talkative girl that everyone ignored. But when she pranked you, you actually saw her. Her methods were wrong, Roman, but her goal was your attention. She had a crush on you, you idiot." The car fell into a deafening silence. Roman felt a sudden, sharp pang in his chest. Attention? A crush? He remembered the way Macy's eyes used to sparkle after a prank, not with malice, but with a strange, frantic energy. He remembered the way she had looked today, shattered, green, and silent. "She wanted my attention?" Roman whispered, his pride suddenly feeling like a heavy, leaden weight. "Enough with these games," Claire said. "Life is already giving her a hard time. Her mom is sick, Roman. She doesn't need a billionaire ghost from her past adding to the burden. Please. Stop." Roman stared out the window for a long time. The victory of the morning felt hollow now. "Fine," he said quietly. "No more pranks. No more revenge. I'm done." "Good," Claire sighed. At that moment, Roman's phone chimed. He pulled it out, expecting a congratulatory email from the board. Instead, his face went pale. "What is it?" Claire asked, her heart sinking. "It's a message from Macy," Roman said, his voice strained. "She's taking an emergency leave today. No explanation. No talkative excuses. Just, she want to be in." The evening sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long, bruised shadows over the city as Claire climbed the creaking stairs to Macy's apartment. When the door opened, she found herself face to face with a sight that was both heartbreaking and unintentionally hilarious. Macy's skin was still a vibrant, mossy shade of neon green. Her hair, though washed, had a strange, stiff texture, and the faint, sulphurous smell of the stink bomb lingered in the air like a ghost. "Oh, Macy," Claire whispered, stepping inside. "I think you missed a spot. Or several hundred spots." "I tried," Macy said, her voice sounding tired. She led Claire toward her bedroom, stepping softly past the closed door where her mother, Bethany, was resting. "I scrubbed until my skin felt like it was going to peel off. It's like Roman used some advanced, military-grade formula. He just want me green, he wanted me green for a week." They sat on the edge of Macy's bed. Claire looked at her friend with eyes full of guilt. "I am so incredibly sorry, Macy. I had no idea he was planning to replace you. If I had known, I would have warned you. I wouldn't have just stood there." Macy managed a small, weary smile. "It's okay, Claire. It wasn't your fault. Tell me, how did the meeting go? Did he get it?" "He got it," Claire said, her voice brightening slightly. The Secretary of Commerce was incredibly impressed. "And Macy? Your talking points were the star of the show. Roman used almost every single one of your references. Even if you weren't there in person, your brain won us that project." "Good," Macy whispered. "At least the work didn't go to waste." Claire studied her friend's face. "I'll be honest. I thought you'd be gone by now. I thought once the car pulled away this morning, you would have packed your desk and sent a resignation letter that would set the building on fire. I'm amazed you're taking it so calmly." Macy looked down at her stained hands. "I did have that idea. The second the door closed behind you both, I started typing. I was going to quit. I was going to walk out and never look back. I didn't care about the money, I just wanted my dignity back." "So what changed?" "Life changed," Amasa said, a hollow laugh escaping her. Right as I was about to hit send on the email, my phone rang. It was the landlord. He had come to the apartment to collect the rent early, and while he was here, my mom had a respiratory episode. She couldn't breathe, Claire. He had to call the ambulance and admit her to the hospital. Claire gasped, grabbing Macy's hand. "Is she okay?" "She's stable now. She's in the other room sleeping." But that hour in the hospital was a wake-up call. When I went to the billing desk, I realized that because of the insurance benefits from Blackwood Industries, the entire emergency visit and the new nebulizer were covered. Not a single penny out of pocket. And I was able to pay the landlord with the salary Roman forced through yesterday. Macy looked up, her green-tinged eyes shining with a fierce, quiet resolve. I realized then that I can live with a green face. I can live with the humiliation and the pranks. My mother's life is worth more than my pride. I don't care what Roman does to me hereafter. I'm staying. Claire felt a surge of pride for her friend. This wasn't the flighty, talkative girl from high school, this was a woman who was fighting for her family. You're a warrior, Macy Rivers. But you don't need to worry about the pranks anymore. I spoke to him in the car. I told him he was being a bully, and I think I actually managed to knock some sense into him. He realized he went too far. Macy's eyebrows shot up, looking strange against the green tint. Really? The great Roman Blackwood actually felt bad? He did, Claire said. But Macy, I have to ask. Now that you've been on the receiving end of one of his pranks, how does it feel? Honestly? Macy sighed, the smell of the sulfur wrinkling her nose. It feels terrible. It's sticky, it's gross, and the smell makes me want to barf. He's a monster for doing it. A monster? Claire tilted her head. Macy, remember that you were a monster once, too. And a much more public one. Roman did this to you in his private office with only me as a witness. You did it to him in the middle of the hallway, in front of the entire senior class, and then you took photos to make sure the humiliation lasted forever. Do you have any idea what he was going through back then? Macy's defensive posture slumped. I didn't know the details. Claire said, his dad was in debt. They were hiding from people. School was the only place he felt safe, and you turned it into a circus. You did that to your crush, Macy. It's a bit twisted, don't you think? He wasn't my crush. Macy protested, her cheeks flushing a dark pink that looked purple through the green dye. I was just taking revenge for my Barbie bag. He was a nerd, and I was just seeking attention, Claire finished for her. You're glowing, Macy. And it's not just the neon powder. Your cheeks are turning red because you know I'm right. You liked him then, and you're starting to like the man he has become now, even if he is a pain in the butt. Macy groaned, falling back onto her pillows. It doesn't matter. How am I supposed to go to the office tomorrow looking like Shrek's sister? Every staff member in that building saw me leave today. They're going to have questions. They already asked me, Claire laughed. And Macy, your talkative nature saved you again. Apparently, you told some people it was a special skin treatment. I had to say something. Macy defended. They were staring. I told them it was an organic, deep pore oxygenation mask. Well, stick with that, Claire advised. Tell them it's a homemade herbal treatment. It's the new trend in natural beauty. By noon, you'll have the marketing department asking for the recipe. A soft cough came from the other room. Macy? Is that you? The two girls stood up and went into the living room. Bethany was awake, looking frail but peaceful. She looked at Claire and smiled. Hi, Claire. It's so good to see you. Thank you for helping my Macy get that job. It's been a godsend. Macy did it all herself, Bethany, Claire said, sitting by her side. She is a star at the office. She even helped the CEO land a massive government project today. Everyone is very proud of her. Bethany beamed, then looked at her daughter. Macy, dear, why is your face still that color? I thought you were going to wash it off before dinner. Claire didn't skip a beat. It's a herbal treatment, Mom. Very exclusive. It's supposed to stay on for 24 hours to really get the glow started. Bethany squinted at Macy. Well, I can see that it's working. You look very vibrant, dear. You're practically glowing. Macy and Claire caught each other's eyes. The absurdity of the situation, the green face, the fake beauty treatment, and the secret war with a billionaire finally broke the tension. They both burst into a fit of giggles, laughing until their sides ached. Macy realized then that as long as she had her mother, her friends, and a job that kept them safe, she could handle any color the world or Roman Blackwood threw at her. The morning sun filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Blackwood suite, but the atmosphere inside wasn't too cold for once. Macy stood at the threshold of Roman's office, her heart light despite the faint, persistent olive tint clinging to her jawline. She had spent an hour with concealer and color corrector, but the herbal treatment to Story was still her best defense. "Good morning, sir," she said, her voice clear and without its usual defensive edge. Roman didn't keep his head down today. He looked up immediately, his dark eyes softening as they landed on her. "Good morning, Macy," he replied. Macy blinked. His tone wasn't teasing, sharp, or icy. It was friendly, almost warm. It caught her off guard, making her feel more flustered than any of his pranks ever had. "Sit down, please," a Roman gestured to the chair across from him. Macy sat, smoothing her skirt. For a moment, they just looked at each other, two people who had spent a decade defined by a rivalry that had finally run out of steam. "Claire told me your mother was taken to the hospital yesterday," a Roman began, his voice dropping to a concerned register. "How is she doing now? Is she stable?" "She's much better, thank you," Macy said, touched by the genuine concern in his expression. It was a respiratory flare-up, but the doctors were able to manage it. "She's home resting now." Roman leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "And who stays with her while you're here at the office? Have you arranged for a nurse or a professional caretaker?" Macy looked down at her lap, her fingers twisting together. "No. Not yet. I still have a few debts I'm clearing, and the rent. I can't quite afford a private caretaker right now. I just check in on her during my breaks." Roman's jaw tightened, not in anger, but in what looked like guilt. He looked at the vast, expensive office around them, a world away from the struggle Macy was facing. "And your commute? I saw your address in the HR files. You're living on the far outskirts of the city. That essay-long journey every morning." "I'm planning to move closer," Macy said quickly, trying to sound optimistic. "In a few months, once I've saved enough for a deposit. It's all part of the plan." Roman stayed silent for a beat, his gaze intense. "If you need any help, Macy, financially, logistically, or otherwise, you can tell me. I mean that." Macy found herself momentarily speechless. She looked at the man she had called a monster only 24 hours ago and saw someone entirely different. "Thank you, sir. That means a lot." The air between them shifted. The tension that had been a coiled spring for weeks finally began to unwind. Macy took a deep breath, deciding it was time to clear the air for good. "Roman," as she started, using his name for the first time without a sarcastic bite. "I want to say I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pranked you back in high school. I was young and stupid, and I didn't take the time to know what you were going through with your family. I humiliated you when you were already struggling, and for that, I am truly sorry." Roman's expression went through a series of emotions: surprise, relief, and then a deep, quiet somberness. "I also owe you an apology, Macy. Yesterday it was too much. I let my past dictate my actions, and I ignored the incredible effort you put into that presentation. Claire was right, your work was the reason we got that contract. I shouldn't have taken that moment away from you." Macy felt a weight lift off her chest. She gave him a small, genuine smile. So, are we good now? Is the war over? Roman gave her one of his rare, sharp stares, the kind that usually meant a task was coming, but then his lips curved into a real smile. We are good, Macy. No more pranks. I promise. Oh, thank the heavens, Macy exhaled, her natural talkativeness finally bubbling to the surface. That's a massive relief. Because honestly, Roman, whatever you put in that stink bomb is a masterpiece of evil. It won't come off. I've been telling the entire staff it's an organic herbal treatment. I even had to tell my mom that. She thinks I'm vibrant and glowing because of some expensive mud mask. Roman let out a genuine, booming laugh, the first one Macy had heard since they were kids. It was a rich, melodic sound that made her heart do a strange little skip. Well, Roman said, leaning back and looking quite proud of himself. You know, I was always top of the class in chemistry. I actually formulated that mixture the day after you got me with the green powder in high school. I spent hours in my garage lab perfecting the stain adhesion and the scent longevity. Macy's eyes widened. Wait, oh, you made this 10 years ago? I did. But back then, I was too afraid to use it. I couldn't risk getting in trouble or being expelled. My family needed me to stay invisible. But when you walked into my office for that interview, well, I saw an opportunity to finally test the Blackwood formula. You held onto that grudge for a decade. Macy cried, half appalled and half impressed. It was a very impactful grudge, Roman teased. Macy shook her head, laughing along with him. Okay, fine. You win. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should probably go to my workstation and actually earn my keep by finishing those audit files. She stood up to leave, but Roman called out, Macy? She turned back. Yes, sir? It's Roman, he corrected softly. When we're in this office, you can call me Roman. The name felt heavy and significant in the air. Macy felt her cheeks flush a color that definitely wasn't tea green. Okay. Roman. And one more thing, he added, turning back to his laptop but keeping a slight smile on his face. Because of the success of the government project, the board approved an incentive bonus for everyone involved. Since you did 80% of the legwork, you'll be receiving a significant project incentive in your next paycheck. It should help with that apartment deposit. Macy felt like the world had just turned from black and white to technicolor. The debt, the hospital bills, the fear it was all going to be okay. Thank you, Roman. Really? For everything. She walked back to her desk, her mind spinning. She had walked in expecting a boss and walked out with, what? A friend? Something more? As she dove into the record room files, she realized that the silence in the office was no longer cold. It was comfortable. It was a partnership. But as the morning progressed and Macy felt herself sneaking glances at the handsome man behind the obsidian desk, she realized a new problem was forming. The war was over, but a new, much more dangerous feeling was beginning to take its place. Macy sat at her desk inside the CEO's cabin, surrounded by a fortress of manila folders and digital spreadsheets. The audit felt like a giant mountain she was trying to move with a teaspoon. Even with her newfound motivation, the sheer volume of data from the 2 record rooms was staggering. If I work through lunch every day and stay until 8 p.m., I might finish the first room by Tuesday, she calculated, biting the end of her pen. She was so deeply immersed in a last 2 years' tax filing that she didn't hear the soft click of Roman's dress shoes on the floor. Tap! Tap! Macy jumped, nearly knocking over her pen holder. She stood up immediately, her heart racing. Roman was standing there, looking down at her with an expression that was halfway between a smirk and an apology. He held out a small glass bottle filled with a clear, odorless liquid. "Use this," a Roman said, his voice quiet. "Apply it to a cotton pad and wipe the areas where the dye is most stubborn. It breaks down the pigment immediately." Macy took the bottle, looking at it like it was liquid gold. You made an antidote?" "I told you I was good at chemistry, Macy," he said, the teasing glint returning to his eyes. "I wouldn't let you walk around looking like Shrek's daughter forever. It would be bad for the company's aesthetic." Macy laughed, a genuine, light-hearted sound. "Thank you. Truly." My skin was starting to feel like it belonged to a lizard. She looked back at the mountain of files, her smile faltering slightly. "Roman, can I ask you something? And please, don't take it the wrong way. This audit work, did you give it to me as part of the revenge? Because looking at these dates, it feels like a lifetime of work for one person." Roman's expression turned serious. He leaned against the edge of her desk, crossing his arms. "No, Macy. The audit is very real, and the timeline is very tight. Blackwood Industries is expanding, and the federal regulators need everything in order." However, he paused, watching her reaction, ere I realized the workload was skewed. "Claire mentioned that Sophie is joining us next week from the finance department to assist you. Also, the audit date has been pushed back by an extra day, which should give you some breathing room." Macy felt a wave of relief. That's good news. If Sophie is there, we'll be twice as fast. She's a machine with numbers. "If you still feel overwhelmed by Wednesday, tell me," a Roman added. "I'll pull a temporary clerk from the pool to handle the scanning. I want it done right, but I don't want you to collapse under a pile of paper." Macy beamed at him. "I should be able to finish. I'll keep you updated." "Good," a Roman said, straightening his suit jacket. "I'm heading out for a site visit at the new tech hub. I want to be back for the rest of the day, so you're in charge of the cabin. I'll see you on Monday." He turned to leave, but stopped at the door, glancing back one last time. "Don't work too late, Macy. That's an order." As soon as the elevator pings echoed through the hall, Macy grabbed her phone and sprinted to the executive washroom, messaging Claire to meet her there. 5 minutes later, Claire was standing by the sinks, watching in awe as Macy wiped through a solution across her forehead. The green pigment didn't just fade, it vanished instantly, leaving Macy's pale, clear skin behind. "Wow," Claire whispered. "He really is a genius. It's like magic." "It's not magic, it's a grudge-fueled science experiment," Macy joked, scrubbing her chin. "He told me he's had this formula ready since high school. Remember when he dropped that cleaning solution in my Barbie bag and it turned from pink to grey?" Claire burst out laughing. "I remember. You cried for 3 days because that bag was limited edition. I'm so glad you both finally listened to me and called a truce. I can see a change in him, Macy. He's lighter. He definitely has a soft spot for you." Macy looked at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks pink and not from dye. "I don't know about that. But I'm just glad the pranks are over. I can finally breathe." I can't imagine how much relief he must have felt the day he graduated, and didn't he have to look over his shoulder for me anymore? "Past is past," Claire said, waving her hand dismissively. "Now, let us talk about the best part of the week. It's Friday. The government contract is signed, the green is gone, and the paycheck is in the bank. We need to party." Macy shook her head, her expression softening. I can't, Claire. My mom had a rough day yesterday. I need to be home with her. I don't want her being alone for too long. I knew you'd say that, Claire smiled knowingly. Which is why I already called Sophie. We aren't going to a club. We're coming to your place. We're going to buy a mountain of Chinese takeout, some fancy drinks, and we're going to have a simple reunion right in your living room. Macy's eyes widened. Really? You guys would come all the way out to my neighborhood? In a heartbeat, Claire said. Now, finish cleaning your face. We've got a lot of gossiping to do and only 2 days of weekend to do it in. That evening, the small apartment was filled with a rare, beautiful noise, the sound of 3 women laughing. The tiny kitchen table was covered in red cardboard boxes and half-empty glasses of sparkling cider. Sophie sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa where Bethany was resting comfortably, wrapped in a warm blanket. So let me get this straight, as Sophie said, her mouth full of noodles. You walked into his office, screamed at him about your money, and instead of firing you, he manually overrode the entire banking system to pay you? Macy, that's not a boss. That a knight in a very expensive suit. He was just being professional. Macy argued, though she was smiling. Professional? Please, Claire chimed in from the kitchen where she was pouring more drinks. He's been watching her like a hawk. And the incentive bonus? He didn't have to give her that much. He's trying to take care of her. Bethany smiled from the sofa, her voice soft but clear. I like the sound of this Mr. Blackwood. He seems like a good man, Macy. Even if he did turn you green for a day. He's okay, Mom, Macy said, tucking the blanket around her mother's feet. As the night went on, the conversation turned to their time at school and college days. They talked about the old teachers, the failed dances, and the way they had all changed. Macy looked at her 2 best friends and then at her mother, who looked happier than she had in months. For the first time since her father died, Macy felt like the queen as she always pretended to be. Not because of a prank or a crown, but because she was surrounded by people who truly cared about her. As she stood on the small balcony later that night, looking out at the distant lights of the city, she thought about Monday. She thought about the obsidian desk, the smell of expensive coffee, and the man who had spent 10 years waiting to see her again. The war was over, but as she looked at the little glass bottle of antidote in her hand, she realized that Roman Blackwood had done more than just clean her face. He had cleared the way for something she never expected, a future she actually wanted to stay for. The atmosphere at Blackwood Industries had shifted from a battlefield to a well-oiled machine. With Sophie officially joining the team in the record room, the daunting mountain of paperwork had become a bustling base of operations. To Macy's shock, Roman hadn't stopped at just hiring Sophie. He had authorized a temporary clerk specifically for scanning, allowing Macy to focus on the high-level reconciliation. Despite the lighter workload, a strange hollow feeling settled in Macy's chest. The office felt too quiet. Roman was deep in the trenches of a site visit for their new overseas branch, leaving Macy to manage a suite that felt far too large without his presence. He had checked in only via brief, professional emails, stating he would return specifically for the final audit. During lunch, the 3 friends reclaimed their corner table in the cafeteria. Macy, now completely free of any green tint, looked radiant in a soft lavender blouse. Look at that skin, Sophie teased, poking Macy's cheek. The Roman remedy really worked. You're glowing, Macy. Or is that just the glow of someone who misses her boss? I am being purely professional, Macy insisted, though her eyes brightened at the mention of him. And for your information, Sophie, Roman actually remembers you. He convinced you were my secret accomplice in high school. Sophie laughed, nearly choking on her water. Maybe I should come clean. I did hold the ladder once when we were taping that sign to the gym ceiling. Stop it, Macy groaned. Let us talk about someone else. Sophie, what about Blake? You haven't mentioned him in weeks. Is he still the perfect boyfriend? Sophie's smile faltered, replaced by a cold, sharp bitterness. No. We broke up. He's bad news, Macy. It turns out he wasn't looking for a partner, he was looking for a bank account to fund his drug habit. And he was cheating on me the entire time. Macy reached across the table to squeeze Sophie's hand. Oh, Sophie. I'm so sorry. When I met him, I thought he was so charming. That's how they get you, is Sophie sighed. He actually asked for your number several times. He had an eye on you, but I knew better than to let him near you. He followed me for a while after the breakup, trying to get money, but I think he found a new target. I haven't seen him lately, and I hope it stays that way. I'm done with toxic people. The table went quiet for a moment, the weight of Sophie's experience hanging in the air. To break the tension, Sophie turned to Claire. And what about our resident Cupid? Who is the lucky guy in Claire's life? Claire's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson. She toyed with a salad, looking everywhere but at her friends. I like someone. But I have no idea if he is even single, let alone interested. Who? Macy and Sophie asked in unison, leaning in like hungry hawks. Promise you won't say a word? Claire warned. Especially not to Roman. Double promise, Macy said, crossing her heart. It's Sebastian, Claire whispered. Roman's friend. Macy gasped. Seb? He is great. He is a bit of a nerd, but in a very handsome, scholarly way. He was here last week, Claire. I saw the way he looked at you when you handed him his coffee. He wasn't just saying thank you, he was admiring the view. Do you really think so? Claire asked, a spark of hope in her eyes. He has only visited a few times, and we usually just exchange pleasantries. He is so brilliant, I always feel like I'm going to say something silly. He is Roman's best friend, Macy encouraged. If he is anything like Roman, he probably likes the sweet and steady type. Don't worry, we'll help you find out. The following day, the relaxed atmosphere evaporated. The office was a hive of activity as the engineering department welcomed a new manager, Owen Brooks. Claire was swept away in onboarding him, leaving Macy and Sophie to handle the final surge of the audit preparation alone. By 3 p.m., disaster struck. The temporary clerk Roman had hired simply didn't show up. He had ghosted the assignment, leaving a massive backlog of UN-scanned documents that were vital for the morning's inspection. We were supposed to be done by now, Macy said, her voice tensed as she stared at the 3 remaining crates. The auditors arrive at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If these aren't digitized, Roman is going to look like he is hiding something. Sophie tied her hair back into a determined bun. Then we stay late. We'll finish this tonight if we have to. It's just us against the paper, Macy. We've survived high school, we can survive a few crates. You're right, Macy said, though a strange, prickling sensation crawled up her neck. The building was beginning to empty out, the usual hum of voices replaced by the heavy silence of the evening. We'll work until it's done. Macy looked out the window at the setting sun. She felt a sudden, sharp pang of longing for Roman. She wished he was in the other room, even if it was just to ask for coffee or tease her about her herbal treatment. She didn't he know that as the moon rose over the city, she wouldn't he just be fighting a deadline but a danger. The fluorescent lights of the record room hummed, the only sound in the cavernous office suite as Macy and Sophie tackled the final bundle of the audit. Claire had left hours ago for a family gathering, leaving the two best friends to finish the mountain they had been climbing all week. Almost there, Macy, as Sophie said, her voice strained with exhaustion. 15 minutes and we are officially audit ready. Just as Macy reached for the stapler, Sophie's phone vibrated violently against the desk. Sophie picked it up, and in an instant, the color drained from her face. What? When? I'm coming right now. Sophie? What's wrong? Macy asked, her heart hammering against her ribs. There's a fire in my apartment complex, Macy. The neighbor just called it started 2 floors below me. I have to go. Sophie was already grabbing her bag, her hands shaking. Go. Go right now. Macy urged, her own panic rising. Don't worry about the files. I'll finish the last 10 pages. Just update me as soon as you know you're safe. I was supposed to drive you home, as Sophie said, pausing at the door. Take my keys, take my car. No, you'll get there faster if you drive yourself. I'll call a cab, Macy promised. Just go, Sophie. Don't take the bus, Macy. Promise me you'll take a cab directly to your door. Sophie shouted as she ran toward the elevators. By 9 p.m., Macy clicked the final file shut. She was exhausted, her eyes burning, but the work was done. She walked out of the Blackwood Tower and checked her phone. The rideshare apps were showing a 40-minute wait due to a massive concert delay downtown, and the streets were gridlocked with cars. The bus will be faster, she thought, ignoring Sophie's warning. I just want to get home to Mom. The bus was packed at first, but as it groaned toward the outskirts of the city, it emptied out. 2 stops away from her house, in a desolate industrial stretch where the streetlights were flickering and sparse, the bus let out a loud, mechanical metallic bang and shuddered to a halt. Engine S dead, the driver grunted. Everyone off. Next bus is 30 minutes out. The other 2 passengers, a pair of construction workers, disappeared down a side street. Macy was left alone on the cracked sidewalk. The area was a wasteland of abandoned warehouses and half-demolished brick buildings. She began to walk, her heels clicking rhythmically, her hand tight on her purse. Hey, babe. The voice was like a cold needle against her neck. She spun around. Standing there, shrouded in a black hoodie that smelled of stale chemicals and something far worse, was a man with frantic, hollowed-out eyes. Blake, Macy whispered, her blood turning to ice. Sophie's little princess, Blake sneered, stepping into the dim light. He swayed slightly, his pupils dilated to the edges of his irises. I know she told you all about me. She broke up with you, Blake. Leave me alone or I'm calling the police, Macy said, her voice trembling as she backed away. The police aren't here, Macy. It's just us. He lunged, grabbing her wrist with a grip that felt like iron. Macy screamed, a roar, piercing sound that was swallowed by the empty buildings. She twisted her arm, her adrenaline surging, and managed to rip her hand away. She didn't look back, she simply ran. She ducked into a narrow alleyway between 2 looming structures, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But as she reached the end of the alley, her heart stopped. A tall, rusted chain link fence topped with barbed wire blocked her path. A dead end. She turned around, her back against the cold, damp brick. Blake was walking toward her, laughing a wet, jagged sound that made her stomach churn. "No one else gonna save you, baby," he crooned, pulling his hoodie back. "From the day I saw you, I was thinking about how you'd look under those fancy office clothes. Just give me 30 minutes. I'll make it quick." Macy screamed again as he threw himself at her. He was deceptively strong, fueled by whatever was in his system. He pinned her against the wall, his hands fumbling at her clothes. With a violent tug, he ripped her blouse open, the buttons scattering like hail on the concrete. Macy fought, clawing at his face, sobbing as she felt the cold air hit her skin. "Please," she shrieked. "Stop." Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. A sharp, sickening thud echoed through the alley as a heavy object, a discarded wooden beam, connected with the side of Blake's head. Blake let out a guttural groan and stumbled back, clutching his skull. Before he could recover, a fist connected with his jaw, followed by a brutal kick to his midsection that sent him sprawling into the trash heaps. "Get up," a voice growled, a voice that was low, dangerous, and filled with a terrifying rage. "Get up so I can kill you." Blake, realizing he was outmatched, scrambled to his feet and sprinted out of the alley, disappearing into the darkness of the main road. Macy stood frozen against the wall, her arms wrapped around herself, shaking so violently she could barely stand. The figure turned toward her. The moonlight caught the sharp line of his jaw and the frantic, worried expression in his eyes. "Roman," she breathed, her voice a broken whisper. Without a word, Roman stripped off his own suit jacket. He stepped forward and gently draped it over her shivering shoulders, covering her torn shirt. Macy didn't think. She didn't remember the pranks, the green powder, or the office hierarchies. She lunged forward, throwing her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. She sobbed, her entire body racking with the trauma of the last 10 minutes. Roman's arms wrapped around her instantly, pulling her so tight it felt like he was trying to shield her from the very air. He buried his face in her hair, his own chest heaving. "I've got you," he muttered, his voice thick and strained. "I've got you, Macy. You're safe. I'm here." He held her for a long time, letting her cry until the shivering began to subside. He could feel her heart racing against his own, a frantic rhythm that he vowed to never let happen again. After a few minutes, he pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands cupping her face, his thumbs wiping away her tears. "Come on," he said softly, his gaze filled with a protective fire. "Let us get you out of here." As he led her toward his car, Macy looked at the man she once thought was her enemy. She realized that their chemistry between them had shifted once again, this time into something deep, primal, and undeniably real. The interior of Roman's car was quiet, the only sound the low hum of the heater fighting the night chill. Macy sat in the passenger seat, still wrapped in Roman's oversized suit jacket. The scent of him cedarwood and something uniquely sharp and clean seemed to act as a physical anchor, keeping her from drifting back into the panic of the alleyway. Roman glanced at her, his hands tight on the steering wheel. He could see her fingers trembling as she clutched the lapels of his coat. "You're still shaking, Macy," he said softly. "If you go home like this, your mother will know something is wrong. She'll see it in your eyes before you even say a word." Macy took a ragged breath. He was right. Her mother's health was fragile, and the shock of seeing Macy in this state might send her back to the hospital. "You're right. I need a moment to settle. Let us get some coffee and something light to eat," a Roman suggested. "We'll sit for a bit. Call your mother first, just to make sure she's okay." With trembling hands, Macy pulled out her phone. She took several deep breaths, trying to steady her voice before hitting the dial. "Hi, Mom." "It's me," Macy said, forced cheerfulness masking the cracks in her voice. "Listen, I'm going to be a little late. The audit prep took longer than expected, and a few of us are grabbing a quick bite. Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine, honey," a Bethany's weary but warm voice came through the speaker. "I managed to do a few small things around the house and had some porridge. I'm actually headed to bed now. Just use your spare key when you get in. Don't work too hard, butterfly." "I won tea, Mom. Sleep well. I love you." Macy hung up and let out a long, shaky sigh. She's going to sleep. I have time. Roman drove to a small, 24-hour coffee shop tucked away from the main road. It was quiet, the air smelling of toasted bread and roasted beans. They sat in a corner booth, the dim amber lighting making the world outside feel far away. "Stay here," Roman said. He returned a few minutes later with a tray. Sandwiches, a lemon tart, and a hot coffee. "And don't worry," he added with a small, cautious smile, "or I personally watched them put in the sugar. Not a grain of salt in sight." Macy let out a weak laugh. The callback to their earlier war felt like a lifetime ago. As the warmth of the coffee cup seeped into her hands, she realized she was ravenous. She took a large bite of the sandwich, the simple flavors grounding her. Roman ate quietly across from her, his presence providing a silent, steady protection that she found herself leaning into. "How did you know, Roman?" she asked after a few minutes, her voice finally steady. "How did you find me on that specific street?" Roman set his cup down. "I came back early from the site visit because I wanted to check on the audit files. The security guard mentioned you'd left for the bus. I tried to call you to see if you'd made it home. It was late, and I know that route isn't the best, but your phone was unreachable." He leaned forward, his eyes locked onto hers. "I decided to drive toward your house just to be sure. I saw the broken down bus and the mechanics, and since it was the last one for the night, I figured you were working. I was looking for you when I heard the scream. I didn't think. I just ran." Macy closed her eyes for a second, a shiver passing through her. "I'm so glad you did. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't." "The man," Roman said, his voice hardening. "Who was he? Did you know him?" "He's Sophie's ex-boyfriend, Blake," Macy explained, her voice dropping. "He's bad news drugs, tempers. Sophie warned me that he'd been asking about me, but I didn't think he'd be desperate enough to follow me." Roman's jaw tightened. "He won't bother you again. I'll make sure of it." They finished their meal in a comfortable silence. The frantic energy of the night had slowed into something deeper, a mutual understanding. The drive to Macy's apartment was short. When Roman pulled up to the curb, he turned off the engine. "Take tomorrow off, Macy," he said. "The audit is important, but your mental state is more important. I can handle the auditors with Claire and Sophie." Macy shook her head immediately. "No. We worked too hard on those files. I want to be there, Roman. I need to be." Roman studied her for a moment, seeing the old fire flickering back to life in her eyes. "If you're sure. But the second you feel overwhelmed, you tell me." "I will." Macy began to shrug out of his suit jacket to give it back, but Roman reached out and stopped her, his hand resting gently on her arm. "Keep it," he said. "But, if my mom sees me in a man's blazer, she's going to have questions," Macy pointed out. And if she sees your torn blouse, she'll have even more, a Roman countered with a faint smile. Tell her a story, Macy. You're good at that. Tell her it's a new fashion trend, or you borrowed it from Claire. Just get inside safely. Good night, Roman said. Macy looked at the jacket, then back at him. Thank you. For everything. Good night, Roman, Macy said, pausing at the car door. You'll be in the office tomorrow, right? I will, Roman replied. He leaned back, a familiar, sarcastic glint returning to his eyes. Why? Did you actually miss me today, Rivers? Macy felt a flush creep up her neck, a real one this time. She didn't. He snapped back with a sarcastic comment. She just gave him a small, knowing smile, stepped out of the car, and walked toward her door. Roman waited. He sat in the idling car until he saw the light in her hallway flick on and heard the distinct click of the deadbolt sliding into place. Only then did he shift the car into gear and drive away. Inside, Macy stood in the dark hallway, listening to her mother's rhythmic breathing from the other room. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, disheveled, wearing a billionaire's coat, her heart a confusing mess of trauma and a new, terrifyingly sweet affection. She carefully hid the torn shirt in the bottom of her hamper and hung Roman's jacket in the back of her closet, pressing her face into the fabric for just a second before going to bed. Tomorrow was the audit. Tomorrow, they would face the world together. But tonight, for the first time in years, Macy Rivers felt like someone was finally looking out for her. The atmosphere in Blackwood Industries was electric. For 6 hours, the office was a whirlwind of clicking keyboards, rushing in turns, and the low, serious hum of the audit representatives. Macy, Sophie, and Claire barely had time to share a glance, let alone a conversation. Macy caught glimpses of Roman through the glass walls of the conference room. He looked every bit the powerful titan, calm and authoritative, though his eyes seemed to find Macy every time she walked past the door. By 4 p.m., the storm had passed. The lead auditor shook Roman's hand, signed the final clearance forms, and exited the building. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the 11th floor. In the cafeteria, the three friends collapsed into their usual booth, the steam from their coffees the only thing keeping them awake. We did it, as Sophie exhaled, leaning her head back. My eyes are literally vibrating from looking at spreadsheets, but we did it. A perfect audit. Our first big project, Macy added, her skin glowing despite the fatigue. And not a single error. I think I might actually be cut out for this corporate life. It's true, Claire added with a grin. The auditors couldn't find a single loophole. I've never seen Roman look so proud. He was practically glowing. Macy turned to Sophie, her expression shifting to concern. Hey, speaking of home, how is your apartment? Claire, who was still in the dark about the previous night's chaos, looked confused. Wait, what happened to your apartment, Sophie? Sophie's expression darkened. It wasn't just a scare, Claire. I've officially vacated. The structural damage is bad due to fire. I'm living out of a suitcase in a temporary hotel for the next week until I find a permanent spot. Wait, Macy said, her brain clicking into gear. Sophie, if you're looking too, why don't we find a place together? I can't afford a nice place on my own, but together, we could get something great for my mom and us. Sophie's eyes brightened instantly. Are you serious? Macy, that would be a lifesaver. Actually, Claire chimed in enthusiastically, there's a vacant 3-bedroom unit in my building. The neighborhood is incredibly safe. It's a 10-minute walk to work, and I can talk to my landlord about a friends and family discount. We could be neighbors. That would be perfect. Macy said, feeling a surge of hope. Sophie nodded, then paused, looking at Macy curiously. Wait, speaking of yesterday, did you get home okay? You took the cab like I told you, right? Macy opened her mouth to answer, but before she could utter a word, her phone buzzed. Incoming call. Roman. Macy answered quickly, her tone shifting into work mode. Sophie and I will be at your office in just a minute. He wants to see us, Macy said, standing up. Sophie, come on. Claire, wait for us. We'll check out that apartment right after this. Inside Roman's cabin, the air was different. The teasing a Roman was gone, replaced by the CEO Roman. He sat behind his obsidian desk, his hands steepled, his expression unreadable. Sit, he commanded. Macy and Sophie Saturday. I am completely disappointed in both of you, Roman began, his voice low and stern. Sophie's jaw dropped. Sir, actually, as Sophie started, but Roman held up a hand to stop her. Call me Roman, he corrected gently. Sophie blinked, then nodded. Roman, actually, the work was perfect. The auditors said. I am not talking about the work, Roman cut her off, leaning forward. I am talking about the fact that you both worked until 9 p.m. in an empty building. Why wasn't I notified that the temporary staff ghosted you? Why didn't you call Claire? Or me? We didn't want to mess up our first big task, Sophie said quietly. I value dedication, Roman said, his voice softening into concern, but I value my employees' safety more. I have never asked anyone in this company to stay past 5 p.m. without security clearance. Hard work is one thing, but smart work is knowing when to ask for backup. He looked at Sophie. You left early because of the fire. You thought Macy was taking a cab. She was supposed to. Sophie said, looking at Macy. She didn't, Roman said, his eyes narrowing. Your ex-boyfriend, Blake, attacked her near the industrial district. He escaped, but the police have his description. Sophie's coffee cup nearly slipped from her hand. What? Macy. Why didn't you tell me? Is he gone? He's gone for now, Roman said firmly. It would be much safer if she moved closer to the office immediately. We actually just talked about that, as Sophie chimed in. I'm looking for a place too, so we've decided to find an apartment together and split the costs. Roman nodded, looking genuinely relieved. That's a smart move. Do it quickly. If you need a relocation bonus to make it happen faster, tell Claire. Thanks, Roman, as Sophie said, appreciative of the rare offer. Sophie was shaking her head in guilt. I'm so sorry, Macy. I should have stayed. It's okay, Sophie, Macy whispered. The work was crystal clear, Roman added, a small, proud smile finally breaking his stern mask. The auditors were stunned. But from now on, 5 p.m. means the lights go out. Is that understood? Yes, Roman, they said in unison. As they stood to leave, Roman called out, Macy. Stay back. I need a coffee. Sophie gave Macy a knowing, wide-eyed look and whispered, I'll wait at my desk. You owe me the full story. Macy walked over to the coffee machine, her heart doing that strange, rhythmic thumping again. As she handed the cup to Roman, his hand reached out and gently caught her wrist. He turned her arm over, exposing a thin, red scratch mark near her thumb. Is this from yesterday? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. His thumb brushed against her skin, and Macy felt a literal jolt of electricity shoot up her arm. "It's nothing," as she stammered, her face heating up. "Just a scratch from the fence." "Take care of yourself, Macy," he said, his gaze lingering on her face. "I mean it." Macy pulled her hand back, her pulse racing. Are you coming to the office tomorrow? Or is it more site visits?" Roman leaned back, a familiar, sarcastic smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Why? You seem awfully desperate to have me around, Ms. Rivers. Missing your favorite target?" No. I just meant, or if I have questions about the new project filings, it's easier if you're here," and Macy lied, her talkativeness failing her for once. "Really?" Roman teased, his eyes dancing. "Just for the filings?" "I'm leaving," Macy announced, her face a bright shade of crimson as she speed-walked toward the door. She burst out of the office to find Sophie and Claire standing there like a two-woman jury, their arms crossed. "Okay," Claire said, pointing a finger at Macy. "No more made-up stories. You owe us every single detail about last night. Talk. Now." Macy looked at her two best friends and realized there was no escape. "Fine," she sighed, a small smile playing on her lips. "But we're doing this over the biggest pizza in the city." Macy sat in the middle of the floor, the last of the pizza crusts long forgotten. Sophie and Claire were staring at her with such intensity that they had completely stopped chewing. Macy had just finished the harrowing account of the bus breaking down, the dark alley, Blake's terrifying attack, and Roman's sudden, violent intervention. "I'll make sure that Blake gets his jail time," as Sophie said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fury and guilt. "I won't let him get away with touching you, Macy. I will make sure Blake spends every second of his miserable life behind bars for touching you, Macy. I swear it." "He's gone for now, Sophie," Macy said softly. Claire, however, was looking at the bigger picture, her eyes wide with realization. She leaned forward, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "Macy, Roman definitely likes you. There is no other explanation." Macy looked at her friend. Though her heart did a familiar skip, she shook her head quickly. "I think that's completely out of the question, Claire. He was just being a responsible boss." "Nope," as Sophie chimed in, pointing a finger at Macy. "Claire is right. Think about it. The security guard mentioned both of our names for leaving the office late. Why did Roman follow your route and not mine? Why was he looking for you specifically?" Macy's voice wavered as she tried to find a logical explanation. That's just because he knows my address. He knows I live in the outskirts and that it's a dangerous commute." Sophie leaned in with a teasing smile. "Macy, there are more than 5,000 employees working in Blackwood Industries. Do you really think he has everyone's home address memorized? Does he know where every janitor and clerk lives? I wonder if Roman knows my address. I've worked for him for years, and I'm pretty sure he can tell you if I lived in a penthouse or a cardboard box. He was looking for you, Macy." Claire added playfully, tapping her chin. Macy blinked, her mind racing. She opened her mouth to argue, but no words came out. She didn't know what excuse to give them that would sound even remotely believable. Luckily, Claire's phone chimed at that exact second. "That's the landlord," Claire announced, checking the message. "He'll be at the building in 15 minutes. Come on, girls, let us go." The apartment was stunning. It was everything Macy had dreamed of. It was far more spacious and decent than Macy had imagined. Located in a stately brick building only 10 minutes away from the office, bright and airy. As they walked through, Macy felt a pang of worry. She wondered if she could afford even half of the rent. The place looked like it cost a fortune. "Don't worry," Eclair whispered, sensing her friend's hesitation. "The landlord is a very sweet person. He won't charge us an arm and a leg. The landlord is an old family friend. I told him your situation." They toured the 3-bedroom unit, taking in the vast living room, the sprawling kitchen, and a large balcony that let in a beautiful breeze. The ventilation was perfect, and the whole place felt lively and full of potential. After a short talk with the landlord, and thanks to Claire's enthusiastic recommendation, they managed to secure the apartment at a surprisingly good price. When Macy returned home and told her mother about the shift, Beatrice was overjoyed. The move happened that very weekend. It was a blur of heavy lifting and packing, but Macy felt a massive weight lift off her shoulders. Sophie moved in her 3 suitcases, and Beatrice, Macy's mother, was overjoyed. As she sat in her new sun-drenched bedroom, Beatrice looked at Macy with tears in her eyes. "You've done so well, my butterfly. We're finally home." Everything was finally moving in a positive direction. Her mom was safe, she had her friends nearby, and the office was no longer a place of war. Monday morning arrived with a crisp, hopeful energy. Macy dressed in a sharp navy suit, her hair perfectly styled. She felt invincible. Macy walked into the Blackwood Tower with a new spring in her step. She was buzzing with enthusiasm. She couldn't wait to see Roman and tell him the news that she had moved to an apartment just 10 minutes away and that she was finally settled. She, Sophie, and Claire were now officially neighbours. She walked into the CEO's cabin, a smile already forming on her lips. But as she stepped inside, the smile froze. The greeting died in her throat. Roman was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a strikingly beautiful blonde girl was sitting comfortably in Roman's high-backed leather chair, her manicured nails tapping rhythmically on the obsidian surface as if she belonged there. Macy stopped in her tracks, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Who are you?" The blonde girl looked up, her blue eyes sharp and cold. She didn't stand up. "Who are you to be asking me these things?" She countered arrogantly. "I am the CEO's personal assistant," she said, trying to keep her voice professional. "Can I help you?" Macy asked, her professional mask slipping into confusion. "Mr. Blackwood isn't in yet." "I'm aware," the blonde girl said, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. She just leaned back, looking around the room as if she already owned the air inside it. "I am the future owner of this place," the blonde girl said. Macy felt a chill run down her spine. The blonde girl let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Oh, so you're my future husband's PA? How lovely. I am Roman's fiancé." Macy stood there, the air leaving her lungs in a sudden, painful rush. She stared at the girl in total shock, the words echoing in her head like a death knell. "Fiancé?" Macy stood frozen, the oxygen in the room feeling thinner with every passing second. The word fiancé clanged in her ears like a heavy iron bell. She looked at the blonde woman, who was still lounging in the chair with an air of effortless superiority. Macy's mind raced through the last few weeks, the way Roman had protected her, the way he had looked at her in the alleyway. Had it all been a game? Or was she just a temporary distraction for a man who already had his life planned out with a woman who looked like she stepped off a runway? The blonde woman let out a long, bored sigh, tapping her perfectly manicured nails against the obsidian desk. "Why are you still standing there like a statue?" she asked, her voice sharp and cold. "Go and bring me a coffee. And make sure you don't add any sugar. I have a figure to maintain, and I'm sure you have work to do." Just as Macy was about to find her voice, the heavy oak door swung open. Roman stepped inside, his eyes fixed on a file in his hand. "Macy, I forgot to mention." He stopped mid-sentence. His eyes drifted from Macy's pale, hurt face to the woman sitting in his chair. For a heartbeat, the room was deathly silent. Roman's expression shifted from professional focus to utter confusion, and then, finally, to a visible, jarring shock. "Christy?" Roman's voice was low, laced with a disbelief that bordered on anger. "Why are you here?" Christy stood up instantly, her cold demeanor vanishing behind a mask of sugary sweetness. She moved toward him with a practiced grace. "Honey, I just wanted to give you a surprise. It's been so long, and I couldn't wait another day to see you." Roman didn't move toward her. His jaw was tight, his gaze flicking back to Macy, who was watching the scene with eyes that felt like they were stinging with unshed tears. "What you are doing is not right," Roman said to Christy, his voice stern. He turned to Macy, his tone softening but remaining authoritative. "Macy, wait outside for a while. And don't let anyone in until I've finished this conversation." Macy felt a hollow ache in her chest. She felt like a stranger in a room where, only minutes ago, she thought she belonged. "Sir," she said, her voice sounding defeated and small. She asked for a coffee. "Shall I bring it now?" Roman looked at her, a visible question mark in his eyes as if he couldn't believe she was worrying about coffee at a time like this. "It's okay," he said quietly. "I'll take care of it." Christy let out a tinkling, artificial laugh. "Oh, it's quite all right, Macy. Roman knows exactly how I like my coffee. He's had plenty of practice. You can leave now. And do make sure no one disturbs our privacy." Macy didn't wait for a second invitation. She turned and walked out, closing the door behind her. As the latch clicked, she heard the distinct sound of the lock turning. Then, the electronic hum of the motorized curtains echoed through the wall as they slid shut, sealing the office off from the rest of the world. The sound of the lock was like a physical blow. Macy walked to her desk and sat down, her hands shaking as she stared at her computer screen. The bright enthusiasm she had felt this morning was gone, replaced by a cold, numbing reality. "I shouldn't have let him in," she thought bitterly. "I let my guard down. I'm at fault. I should have remembered that he is a powerful CEO and I am no one. A ghost from high school that he felt sorry for." She stared at the monitor, the spreadsheets blurring into a mess of grey lines. She felt like a fool for believing that a man like Roman Blackwood could truly care for someone like her when women like Christy existed in his world. "Are you Macy?" The voice was deep and professional, pulling her out of the dark spiral of her thoughts. Macy blinked and looked up. Standing in front of her desk was a tall, handsome man. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored grey suit, and he carried himself with an air of calm confidence that was far less intimidating than Roman's brooding intensity. "Yes," Macy said, quickly smoothing her hair and trying to find her professional mask. "Yes, I'm Macy. May I help you, sir?" The man smiled, and it was a warm, genuine expression. "I'm Owen Brooks. I joined recently as a project manager in the engineering department. I was looking for some specific data reports for the new hub, and when I checked with Claire, she told me you were the person to talk to." Macy forced a smile, her natural hospitality kicking in despite the weight on her heart. "Please tell me, sir, what kind of reports are you looking for?" "I've just mailed the specifics to you," Owen said, leaning slightly against the edge of her desk. He noticed the "sir" she had used. And please, don't call me sir. Call me Owen." The words hit Macy like a lightning bolt. It was the exact same thing Roman had said to her when they had first started to mend their relationship. The memory caused a sharp pang in her chest, but she pushed it down, focusing on the screen. "I've got the mail, Owen. Let me check the access for those files." Suddenly, the silence of the suite was shattered. The heavy door to Roman's cabin was thrown open with such force that it slammed against the interior wall. Macy and Owen both jumped, turning toward the sound in shock. Inside the cabin, moments before, the atmosphere had been poisonous. Roman sat behind his desk, his eyes like flint as he stared at Christie. She was standing by the window, her arms crossed, her face flushed with a mixture of anger and desperation. "Roman, please," Christie said. "What happened in college? It was a huge mistake. I was young, I was confused. I am so sorry." "The mistake wasn't yours, Christie," Roman said, his voice dangerously calm. "The mistake was mine. I loved you dearly. I trusted you with everything I was. I thought you loved me for who I was, not for what I had." He stood up, walking slowly toward her. "But I'm glad it happened. I'm glad I found out the truth before you realized that I was the heir to Blackwood Industries. You thought I was a nobody with a scholarship. You thought the McPhee Industries heir was the real prize, didn't you? You slept with a man I called my friend because you thought he was the future, and you backstabbed me without a second thought. Roman, and now?" Roman cut her off, his voice rising in cold derision. "Now that McPhee Industries has collapsed and I am the CEO of the largest firm in the city, you come crawling back with a surprise? I don't want to see your face again. Just get out." Christie opened her mouth to argue, her eyes flashing with spite. "You'll regret this, Roman. I'll prove my worth to you. One day, you'll come to me begging, saying I'm the only life you ever wanted." Roman didn't even blink. "Maybe in your dreams, Christie. Now, leave, before I have security drag you out." Christie let out a frustrated growl, snatched her designer handbag, and marched to the door, throwing it open with a violent shove. Macy and Owen watched as Christie stormed out of the cabin. She paused for a second, noticing them staring. She instantly adjusted her expression, donning a fake, practiced smile and a haughty attitude as she straightened her hair and walked past them toward the elevators without a word. Macy watched her go, her heart feeling like lead. She turned back to her computer, her eyes dimming. "Everything okay?" Owen asked softly, sensing the heavy tension in the air. "Fine," Macy lied, her voice tight. "Let us get back to those files. You mentioned you needed support because your team access won't be ready for a week?" Owen nodded, choosing not to press her. "Exactly. This is my first big task and I don't want to mess it up. I'd really appreciate your help until the IT department clears my permissions." Macy managed a small, tired smile. "Sure, Owen. I'll help you. I've just mailed you the first set of files you requested. Let me know if you need anything else." "Thanks, Macy. I owe you one," Owen said, offering her a final, supportive look before heading toward his own department. Macy sank back into her chair, feeling utterly drained. A moment later, the door to the cabin opened again. Roman stepped out. He looked different. His face was pale, his eyes tensed, and he was already gripping his phone as if he were mid-conversation. He looked like a man who was suddenly drowning in a sea of problems. He walked straight to Macy's desk. He didn't look at her with the warmth he had used on Friday. He looked hurried, stressed, and distant. "Macy, I have an urgent situation," a Roman said, his voice clipped. "I have to travel immediately. I'll be gone until next week. Take care of the office while I'm away." Before Macy could even ask where he was going, or who he was going with, he turned on his heel and strode toward the private exit. Macy watched his retreating back until the doors closed behind him. "Take care of the office," she repeated mentally. A bitter thought crossed her mind, fueled by the image of Christy sitting in his chair. Maybe he's not going on a business trip at all. Maybe he's going on a vacation to fix things with his fiancée. She sat in the silence of the empty suite, the keys to her new apartment heavy in her pocket. The positive path she thought she was on had suddenly hit a wall, and for the first time since she started this job, Macy Rivers had absolutely nothing to say. After the storm Christy had brought into the office, Macy made a silent vow. It was time to rebuild the walls around her heart. She decided to keep everything strictly professional. If Roman wanted to be the CEO of Blackwood Industries and keep a blonde fiancée in his private office, that was his business. She was just the PA. The universe seemed to agree with her decision. Roman had left the city almost immediately after that tense morning, and his contact with her had dwindled to cold, brief emails regarding file locations and audit follow-ups. He didn't call. He didn't tease. He didn't check in on her mother. Macy wasn't the same. The spark that usually made her the talkative person had dimmed. By Thursday afternoon, as she sat in the cafeteria with Sophie and Claire, she was picking at her salad in a heavy, brooding silence that hadn't gone unnoticed. "Macy, what is going on with you?" Claire asked, setting her fork down. "You look incredibly dull. I haven't heard you make a joke in 3 days. Do you miss Roman that much?" Sophie asked with a teasing wink. "Is the office too quiet without your big, brooding boss around?" Macy didn't blush. She didn't bite back with a witty retort. She simply gave Sophie a flat, hollow stare. Claire's smile faded instantly. She realized this wasn't their usual playful banter. Something was genuinely wrong. "You usually turn bright red when we talk about him," Claire noted softly. "Now you're not reacting at all." "I thought it was just the workload," as Sophie added, her voice turning serious. "But I feel like you're hiding something from us." Macy opened her mouth to speak, but a warm, friendly voice interrupted from behind them. "Hello, girls." It was Owen Brooks. He looked as professional as ever, but he had a bright, appreciative smile on his face. "I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch. I just wanted to say a proper thank you for helping me out this week. Claire, Macy, I finally got my system access this morning, so I won't be bothering you for documents anymore." Macy managed a small, forced smile. "We were glad to help, Owen." "As a token of my thanks," Owen continued, "I'd like to invite you all to a party this Friday." He gestured toward Sophie. "You too, Sophie. I know you three are a package deal." "But I didn't even do anything," as Sophie laughed. "Doesn't matter. You're part of the team," Owen insisted. "Where is the party?" Claire asked, her curiosity piqued. "There's a pub called Hype in the Heaveness Hotel," Owen explained. Sophie gasped. "That's a 5-star hotel." "Owen, you don't have to do that. A lunch in the cafeteria would have been fine." Owen chuckled. "No problem at all. My husband, Ezra, works there as a head chef. I told him about how much you guys helped me, and he managed to get me a set of free VIP passes. So, don't worry about the cost. Just be there by 7 p.m. A 5-star hotel pub? We are in, Claire said enthusiastically. As Owen walked away, Sophie's jaw dropped. OMG, that man is already married? There goes the love of my life. Even if he wasn't married, Sophie, he'd be way out of your league, Claire teased. Macy remained silent through the entire exchange. Before the girls could press her further, their phones chimed simultaneously. Claire had a project meeting, and Sophie had a call from the finance director. They hurried off, leaving Macy to walk back to the executive suite alone, feeling more adult than ever. Friday evening arrived, but the mood in the new apartment was tense. Claire had arrived early, looking stunning in a cocktail dress, only to find Sophie pacing in the living room. Claire, thank God you're here. We have a problem, Sophie whispered, pointing toward Macy's bedroom door. They walked inside to find Macy sitting on her bed, still in her loungewear, staring blankly at the wall. Macy, I thought you had a wardrobe crisis, Claire said, crossing her arms. But this looks like a mood crisis. What is it? Talk to us. I'm not coming, Macy said, her voice small. I just don't feel like going anywhere. Sweetheart, you are hiding something, Sophie said, sitting beside her. What happened? The dam finally broke. Macy couldn't hold it in any longer. The tears began to spill over as she choked out the story of Christy, the blonde fiancé, the locked door, and the closed curtains. Claire looked stunned. Engaged? I've worked at Blackwood for years, and I've never heard a word about a fiancé. I don't trust that Christy lady as far as I can throw her. Then why did Roman lock the door? Macy sobbed. Why did he ask me to wait outside like I was just a stranger? Macy, as Sophie said gently, you two aren't officially in a relationship. You can't expect him to be completely open with you yet. Especially if it's family business. Do you want me to talk to him? Claire offered. I can find out the truth. No. Macy said, wiping her eyes. If he actually has feelings for me, he'll come to me and explain. I'm not going to go looking for answers he hasn't offered. Sophie stood up and pulled Macy to her feet. Look, it's Friday night. Forget about Roman. Forget about Christy. When was the last time the three of us really partied? Graduation day? I want us to recreate that energy tonight. She's right, Claire added. We have VIP passes to a 5-star pub. We are young, we are successful, and we are not letting a man ruin our weekend. Now, get ready. A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Beatrice, Macy's mother, stood there with a gentle smile. Why are you so sad, my butterfly? Aren't you going to the party? She was worried about leaving you alone, Beatrice, Claire lied smoothly. Beatrice walked over and tucked a strand of hair behind Macy's ear. I am perfectly fine, Macy. This is the age you need to be happy. I don't want you losing your joy because of me. I'll give you 10 minutes, get ready and leave this house immediately. That's an order from your mother. Macy looked at the three women in her life and finally felt a genuine smile break through. Okay, Mom. 10 minutes. The night at Hype was exactly what Macy needed. The music was loud, the lights were dim, and the cocktails were perfect. They danced until their feet ached, letting the stress of the office wash away. Owen was the perfect host. He introduced them to his husband, Ezra, and made sure the girls were safe and enjoying themselves all night. As Owen walked them to their car at the end of the night, Macy felt a sense of peace. I really like Owen, as she told the girls. He's so professional and kind. And did you see the way he and Ezra look at each other? Sophie sighed happily. That's the kind of love I want. Maybe we can even be a 4-member squad at the office now, Claire suggested. As they drove home, Macy looked out at the city lights. She still didn't have the answers about Roman, but for the first time in a week, she didn't feel like her nobody. She felt like Macy Rivers, and that was more than enough. The heavy, suffocating cloud that had followed Macy since Christie's arrival finally began to break after the night at Hype. The loud music, the laughter with her friends, and Owen's genuine kindness had acted as a much-needed reset button. For the first time in days, Macy woke up on Saturday morning without the immediate, crushing weight of Roman Blackwood's fiancé on her chest. "I'm going shopping," Macy announced as she sat in the kitchen of their new apartment, sipping tea with Sophie and Claire. "I need new energy. New clothes. A new outlook." Sophie and Claire exchanged a supportive glance. "Go for it, girl," Claire said. "Sophie and I have some personal errands to run this morning, but why don't we meet you at the mall for lunch? We can celebrate the new apartment properly." Macy agreed and headed out. The mall was bustling with weekend crowds, but Macy enjoyed the anonymity of it. She wandered through the high-end boutiques, doing more window shopping than actual buying, though she did treat herself to a few elegant pieces of clothes that felt more like a Macy Rivers and less like a Roman assistant. As she was admiring a display of summer dresses, her phone buzzed. It was Claire. "Hey, Macy. I just ran into Sophie on the way, and we're headed toward the mall now," Claire said over the sound of city traffic. "But listen, there's a massive accident on the main bridge and the gridlock is insane. I think we're going to be at least an hour late. Can you wait for us?" "No problem at all," Macy replied, adjusting her shopping bags. "I'll just keep browsing. Take your time and drive safe. Bye." She tucked her phone away and realized she needed a quick break. She followed the signs to the nearest restroom, which was located in a quiet, somewhat isolated corner of the mall's 3rd floor. The hallway was long and lined with marble, the sounds of the bustling food court fading into a dull hum. When she pushed open the heavy door to the ladies' lounge, the silence was absolute until she saw a flash of fabric on the floor. Macy gasped, her shopping bag slipping from her fingers. Near the vanity mirrors, an older woman was lying motionless on the polished tile. She was dressed in an impeccably tailored cream-colored suit, with a silk scarf draped around her neck and a designer handbag spilled out beside her. Everything about her screamed wealth and refinement. Maram, can you hear me?" Macy rushed to her side, kneeling on the cold floor. She gently tapped the woman's pale cheek, her heart hammering against her ribs. The woman didn't open her eyes, but Macy let out a sob of relief when she felt a steady pulse at the woman's wrist. She was breathing, but she was out cold. Macy didn't waste a second. She grabbed her phone and dialed the mall security, then followed up by calling for an ambulance. While she waited, she remained by the woman's side, shielding her from the draft and talking to her in a soft, steady voice, hoping she could hear her. "It's okay, you're safe. Help is coming," Macy whispered, smoothing the woman's silver-streaked hair. The ambulance arrived with surprising speed. Macy, unwilling to leave the unconscious woman alone in such a vulnerable state, accompanied her to the hospital. At the emergency room, the doctors were frantic for information, but Macy could only give them the basics. "I found her in the mall," Macy explained to the head nurse. "I don't know her name or her medical history. I just couldn't leave her there." After an hour of pacing the waiting room, a doctor finally emerged, wiping his brow. He looked at Macy with a tired smile. She's awake and stable. It was a simple case of low blood pressure syncope. She fainted and, unfortunately, took a bit of a tumble. She has a hairline fracture in her left wrist, but other than that, she is perfectly fine. You can go in and see her for a moment if you like. Macy felt a wave of relief wash over her. She picked up the woman's designer bag and walked into the private recovery room. The woman was sitting up in bed, her wrist already neatly wrapped in a temporary cast. When she saw Macy, her tired eyes sparkled with a sudden, warm light. "You're the girl from the mall," the woman said, her voice soft but melodic. "I am," Macy said, walking to the bedside. She handed the bag over. "I brought your things." "I'm so sorry. I had to open the bag to look for an ID so I could tell the doctors your name, but I couldn't find anything. There was just your phone and some cash." The woman smiled, a look of genuine kindness on her face. "I leave my ID in my car's glove box more often than I should. My name is Josephine." "It's nice to meet you, Josephine. I'm Macy. Macy Rivers." "Thank you, Macy Rivers," Josephine said, her gaze lingering on Macy with a strange intensity. "The doctors told me you were the one who found me. You saved me from a very long, cold afternoon on that floor." "I'm just glad you're okay," Macy said. "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better. Just a bit of a headache and a throb in this wrist," Josephine sighed. "I've already messaged my driver to come and pick me up. He should be downstairs in 10 minutes. Josephine paused, looking at Macy's shopping bags in the corner. "Macy, if you don't mind, and if you have the time, would you accompany me home? I'm still feeling a bit lightheaded, and I would love for you to meet my son. I'd like to tell him about the guardian angel who looked after his mother today." Macy hesitated. Claire and Sophie were still stuck in traffic, and she felt a strange pull toward this woman. Josephine felt familiar in a way Macy couldn't quite place something in the way she carried herself, even in a hospital gown. "I suppose I can," Macy agreed. "I'd like to make sure you get inside safely." The drive took them away from the city centre and into one of the most exclusive gated communities Macy had ever seen. When the car finally pulled through a set of massive iron gates, Macy's jaw dropped. The mansion was breathtaking, a sprawl of stone, glass, and ivy that looked like something out of a historical film. It was the kind of home that spoke of generations of wealth and power. "You live here?" Macy asked, her voice hushed as the driver helped them out. "It's a bit much for just me and my son," Josephine joked, leaning on Macy's arm as they walked toward the grand entrance. "But it has its charms." The interior was even more spectacular. The foyer was lined with marble, and the walls were adorned with fine art and large, framed photographs. Macy walked slowly, her eyes wide as she took in the luxury. As they passed a long gallery wall, Macy's feet suddenly felt like they were made of lead. She stopped in front of a large, candid photograph of a man standing on a sailboat, the sun catching the sharp, handsome angles of his face. Wasn't he wearing a suit? He looked relaxed, happy, and unmistakably familiar. Macy's heart stopped. She pointed at the photo, her voice barely a squeak. "Josephine, who is this?" Josephine looked at the photo and beamed with motherly pride. "Oh, that's my son. He's the light of my life, though he works far too hard these days." Macy didn't need her to finish the sentence. I just remembered." Macy gasped, her heart racing so fast she felt dizzy. "I have work. Very urgent work. I forgot to tell you, I have to leave right now. She turned around, her shopping bag swinging wildly as she tried to make a break for the front door. Macy, wait! Josephine called out, sounding confused. At least stay to meet him. He'll be so happy to thank you properly. I really can't. Next time. I'll call you. Bye. Macy was practically running now, her heels clicking frantically on the marble. She reached the massive front doors and was about to throw them open when a familiar, deep baritone voice echoed from the top of the grand staircase. Mom? I heard the car. What happened to your hand? Macy froze. Her hand was on the door handle, but her feet wouldn't move. She closed her eyes tight, a silent groan escaping her lips. I am busted. She turned around slowly, her face pale as a sheet, to see Roman Blackwood standing on the stairs, his eyes wide with a shock that mirrored her own. The silence in the grand foyer of the Blackwood mansion was so heavy you could have carved it with a butter knife. Roman stood halfway down the mahogany staircase, his hand frozen on the banister, looking like he had just seen a ghost carrying 3 shopping bags from the mall. Josephine, oblivious to the tectonic plates of awkwardness shifting beneath her feet, beamed like a lighthouse. She gestured grandly to Macy with her good hand. Roman! You won't believe it. This lovely young lady rescued me today. Macy, he managed, his voice dropping an octave in sheer bewilderment. Roman finally found his legs and descended the rest of the stairs. He stopped in front of them, his gaze sweeping over Macy's flustered face. Macy helped you? Josephine's eyebrows shot up. Her eyes darted between Roman's stunned expression and Macy's, I want to evaporate into the floor look. Oh. You know each other? Roman, you didn't tell me you knew such a wonderful woman. She gasped, her face lighting up with maternal mischief. Wait, oh, is she the one? Is she your girlfriend? Or is she leaned in, her voice dropping to a loud stage whisper, is she the fiancé you've been hiding from me? At the word fiancé, Macy's guilt and fear were suddenly eclipsed by a sharp, irritated spark. She hadn't forgotten the blonde lady lounging in Roman's chair. Oh, he already has a fiancé, Maram, Macy said, her tone dripping with accidental venom. Roman's head whipped toward her, his eyes wide. What? Josephine clapped her hands, her excitement doubling. Oh. You already have a fiancé? Roman, you sly boy. Why didn't you tell me? What is her name? Do I know her? Macy didn't give him a chance to answer. Her name is Christy. Josephine's face wrinkled in thought. Christy? Oh. My friend's daughter, Christy? The one who went to school in Switzerland? No, a Roman snapped, his irritation finally bubbling to the surface. Oh, Josephine blinked, confused. Then which Christy? Is it the senator's niece? Or that girl from the charity gala? Mom! Roman groaned, rubbing his temples as if a migraine was setting in. Christy is not my fiancé. Josephine huffed, crossing her arms over her cream-colored suit. Well, then what is your fiancé's name? Don't keep me in suspense, Roman. I deserve to know. Mom, I don't have a fiancé. Roman shouted, the sound echoing off the marble walls. I am not in a relationship. With anyone. Period. Macy stood frozen. The words hit her like a bucket of cold water. Not in a relationship? Her mind flashed back to Christy sitting at his desk, calling him a honey, even talking about their future. She felt a sudden, dizzying wave of relief, followed immediately by the realization that she had spent the last 4 days sulking for absolutely no reason. Josephine looked back and forth between them, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Okay, if you aren't engaged, how on earth do you both know each other? And don't lie to your injured mother. Roman and Macy spoke at the exact same time. She's my school friend, a Roman said. I'm his personal assistant, a Macy said. They both stopped, looked at each other, and then immediately tried to correct themselves again, simultaneously. She's my personal assistant, a Roman corrected. He's my school friend, a Macy blurted out. They both stopped again, blinking in a stunned silence. Josephine threw her head back and let out a delighted laugh. First of all, you both need to go into a corner and come to a conclusion about whether you are school friends or colleagues. It's very confusing. She turned a sharp, pointed look at Roman. And you, gentlemen. You told me months ago that you were working on a relationship. And yet, here we are, and the only girl in your house is a colleague who seems to want to strangle you. I'm giving you 1 month. 1 month to decide on your future. If you don't decide, I will decide for you. And trust me, you won't like my choice. I'll pick that boring girl from the country club who only talks about her horses. With a final, dramatic flourish of her bandaged hand, Josephine turned to leave. Mom! Roman called out as she took a few steps away. You didn't explain the bandage. What happened? Josephine didn't even turn around. She just waved her hand over her shoulder. Ask Macy. She'll explain everything. And Macy, dear? You're having lunch with us. No excuses. Macy started to protest, but one look at Josephine's retreating back told her it was useless. She simply nodded, feeling like she had been swept up in a hurricane named Blackwood. Roman led Macy out to the garden. It was a sprawling, manicured paradise of white roses and stone paths, but the beauty was lost on Roman, who looked like he was vibrating with frustration. He stopped near a fountain and turned to face her. Macy. Who told you Christy was my fiancé? Macy worried her lower lip, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. Christy told me. When she came to the office on Monday. She was sitting in your chair. She told me she was the future boss. She said she was your fiancé. Roman closed his eyes and let out a long, weary breath. I seriously don't know what that woman was thinking. Or why she thinks she can just manifest a marriage into existence by lying to my staff. He looked at Macy, his gaze softening. We broke up years ago, Macy. Back in college. It was a disaster, and she has been trying to claw her way back ever since I became CEO. She is nothing to me. Macy felt a massive surge of guilt. She had spent the last week ignoring his emails, acting a professional to the point of being cold, and crying into her pizza all because she took the word of a woman who was clearly delusional. I should have asked you, Macy whispered. I'm sorry. I overreacted. You think? Roman teased, a ghost of his usual smirk returning. You were so professional in your emails this week that I thought I'd accidentally hired a robot. Macy laughed, the tension finally snapping. Well, you were acting very stressed. What was that trip about anyway? You left looking like the world was ending. There was a major labor dispute at the new overseas site, a Roman explained, leaning against a stone pillar. It was a mess of legalities and logistics. I've been up for 48 hours straight resolving it. I just got back this morning. Macy was about to ask another question when her phone began to vibrate violently in her pocket. She pulled it out. Claire. Just a minute, Macy said to Roman. She stepped a few paces away and answered. Hello. Macy. Where are you? Claire's voice was frantic. Sophie and I finally made it through the traffic. We're at the mall, but we can't find you anywhere. Oh. Claire, I'm so sorry. I'm at Roman's house. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. Then, what? Roman's house? Like, his actual house? Macy heard a scuffling sound. Sophie had clearly snatched the phone or put it on speaker. Macy. Sophie's voice came through. Why and how are you at Roman's house? Did he kidnap you? Are you in a closet? No, I'm not in a closet. Macy hissed, glancing back at Roman, who was watching her with an amused expression. Roman's mom invited me for lunch. It's a long story involving a mole bathroom and a hairline fracture. I'll tell you everything when I get home. Wait. Claire yelled. Macy, just tell me one thing. Is she there? The blonde? The fiancé? Macy looked at Roman. He winked at her. Macy let out a bright, genuine laugh. No, Claire. Christy is not his fiancée. She never was. Yes. Sophie cheered in the background. That's the best news I've heard all year. Couldn't he have handled the suspense of waiting until you got home? All right, go have your fancy lunch with the CEO, Claire said, sounding relieved. Sophie and I are going to find the biggest burger in this mall. We'll see you later. Macy hung up, a wide smile still on her face. She turned back to Roman, who was standing with his arms crossed. The sun was warm against the white roses of the garden as Roman and Macy walked slowly toward the stone fountain. The tension of the morning had evaporated, leaving behind a comfortable, electric hum between them. So, Roman started, his hands tucked into his pockets as he looked at her. Everything settled? No more thinking I'm hiding a secret wife in the basement? Macy felt a flush of heat in her cheeks. I told Sophie and Claire I was having lunch here. They're still in shock, but yeah. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. I guess I'm just not used to future bosses claiming they own the place. She paused, her curiosity getting the better of her. But Roman, your mom seems to know a lot about the Christie circle. Does she actually know her? Roman nodded thoughtfully. Likely. Her mother is a prominent member of my mom's country club. They run in the same social circles. Did you ever tell your mom about the breakup? Macy asked softly. She knows I was dating someone back then and that it ended badly, but I never told her who it was or what specifically happened. I didn't want her getting involved in the drama. Macy looked at him, her eyes searching his. Actually, what did happen? Why did you two break up? Roman stopped walking and turned to her, a mischievous, lopsided smile tugging at his lips. Someone is very interested in my romantic history today. Should I be worried, Rivers? Macy smiled back, undeterred. It's okay if you don't want to say. I was just curious because, well, she's beautiful and clearly rich. You two probably looked like the perfect power couple back then. Roman's smile faded into something more cynical. We were famous for it on campus, certainly. But Christy wanted two things, fame and wealth. At the time, I was keeping my identity as the Blackwood heir secret. I wanted to know people like me for me. She thought I was just a talented student with a scholarship. So, she secretly started dating my so-called friend, Vivian McPhee, the heir to McPhee Industries. She thought he was the real prize. His jaw tightened at the memory. I caught them red-handed when I tried to surprise her with an unannounced visit. If she had known I was a Blackwood, she would have stayed. I'm just glad I saw her real character before it was too late. Now that McPhee Industries has collapsed due to his poor management, she has realized her mistake and is trying to come back. Macy gasped, the name hitting her like a physical blow. McPhee Industries? Roman, that was the primary client at the firm where I used to work. When they went under, my company couldn't recover. They closed the doors overnight, and that is how I lost my job. Roman looked at her, a flash of genuine regret in his eyes. The world is smaller than we think, isn't it? Well, that's enough about my past disasters. What about you? Any boyfriend, lover, or fiancé I should be worried about? Macy laughed, a light, slightly sad sound. I had someone in college. But after my dad passed away and the money vanished, let us just say I found out very quickly who the real people in my life were. Only Sophie and Claire stayed. I didn't want to hurt myself anymore with fake relationships after that. Roman stepped closer, his gaze dropping to her lips. The sound of the fountain seemed to fade into the background. Don't worry, Macy, he whispered, his voice thick with an emotion he couldn't hide. You'll find your true love soon. Maybe sooner than you think. Macy looked up at him, her breath hitching. They were inches apart, the air between them charged with a sudden, heavy longing. Roman began to lean in, his hand reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. Lunch is served. You are both requested in the dining hall. The voice of the house steward cut through the moment like a siren. They both jumped back, faces turning several shades of red. Roman cleared his throat, adjusting his jacket. Shall we? He asked, offering his arm. We shall, Macy replied, her heart still hammering against her ribs. The dining room was a masterpiece of mahogany and silver. Lunch was a delicious, multi-course affair, but Macy barely tasted the food. She spent most of the time helping Josephine, who was struggling to navigate her plate with her bandaged hand. Josephine watched Macy with an increasingly fond expression, asking a barrage of questions about her family, her upbringing, and her interests. Macy told her about her mother, Beatrice, and their quiet life, all while carefully sipping her soup. Suddenly, Josephine set her spoon down and looked at them both. So, she said casually. Why don't you two just marry? Macy immediately choked on her soup, a coughing fit taking over as she scrambled for her napkin. Roman stopped chewing mid-bite, staring at his mother in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Mom! Roman managed to wheeze out. Oh, don't mom me, Josephine said, waving her good hand dismissively. I'm not desperate for a daughter-in-law, but I have eyes. I see how you two look at each other across the table. It's fine if you need time to figure out your professional relationship, but I know what I see. Thanks, Macy whispered in a low, flustered voice, finally catching her breath. Mom, please eat your lunch and take your rest, Roman said, his face a deep shade of crimson. He looked at Macy apologetically. I'm so sorry, Macy. I think it's her pain medication talking. It makes her, blunt. It's okay, Macy laughed weakly, though her heart was still racing. After lunch, Josephine insisted on a warm hug. Come and see me again, Macy. Any time. I mean it. The drive back to the city was quiet, but it was a comfortable silence. When Roman pulled up to the entrance of Macy's new apartment building, he saw two familiar figures standing by the door. Sophie and Claire were practically vibrating with curiosity, their eyes widening as they recognized Roman's sleek black car. Roman parked and stepped out, walking around to open the door for Macy. As she stepped onto the sidewalk, her two best friends converged on them, their faces a mix of excitement and "we need the details right now." Roman looked at the three friends and then back at Macy, a soft, private smile on his face. "I think I'll leave you to your interrogation," he teased. The evening air was cool, but the atmosphere outside Macy's apartment was heated with the playful energy of her friends. As Roman prepared to head back to his car, Claire and Sophie stepped forward, their eyes twinkling with mischief. "Roman, you have no idea," Claire started, ignoring Macy's frantic hand gestures. "You should have seen Macy this past week. The second she thought you had a fiancé, it was like the world had ended." Macy's face turned a deep, burning scarlet. She lunged forward, trying to clap her hands over Claire's mouth. "Don't listen to them. They're delirious from hunger." "Delirious?" Sophie laughed, dodging Macy's reach. She was looking like the lead actress in a tragic movie about love failure. "We thought we were going to have to stage an intervention with tissues and ice cream." Roman looked at Macy, a surprised but deeply humid expression crossing his face. He caught her eye, watching her struggle to keep her friends quiet. "Roman, they are just kidding," Macy pleaded, finally giving up on the physical struggle. "Your mom is alone. She needs her rest. You should really go." Roman laughed, a rich, genuine sound that made Macy's heart flutter despite her embarrassment. He turned a mock-sinister smile toward Sophie and Claire. "Well, it seems my mother is on your side. She is already convinced that Macy is going to strangle me to death if I don't get my act together." "Roman!" Macy groaned. Okay, I'm leaving," Roman said, holding up his hands in surrender. He walked to his car, waving a final goodbye to the three of them before pulling away into the night. The moment his taillights disappeared, Sophie and Claire pounced. They didn't even wait for the elevator, practically dragging Macy up the stairs and into her bedroom. They pushed her onto the bed and sat on either side of her like a two-woman jury. "Torque every detail. Now," Claire commanded. Macy sighed and gave in, recounting the entire day at the mall, the rescue of Josephine, the shock of the mansion, and finally, the awkward lunch where Josephine had casually suggested marriage. Claire's jaw dropped. "So, when is the wedding? Am I the maid of honor or the head bridesmaid?" Macy threw a pillow at her. "There is no wedding." It was a joke from his mother because she saw us looking at each other. "Macy, look," as Sophie said, her tone turning a bit more serious. Usually, a mother-in-law jumping straight to a proposal is a sign. She obviously sees what we see. Roman has already fallen for you. But I feel like you're the one dragging your feet now. It's time you take the initiative. Talk to him properly." "I will," Macy said, her voice softening. "He told me he's out with a client for the rest of the weekend and won't be taking calls until Monday morning. I'll talk to him then." "Listen to that," Claire teased, nudging Sophie. "The CEO is reporting his weekend schedule to his PA usually. It's the other way around." The room filled with laughter as Macy buried her face in her hands, her heart feeling lighter than it had in years. Monday morning, however, did not bring the romantic resolution Macy had hoped for. Inside the Blackwood Industries executive suite, Roman was pacing his office, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He had been trying to reach Macy since 8 a.m., but her phone just rang and rang until it went to voicemail. He checked the lobby records neither Claire nor Sophie had checked in yet either. He dialed Macy's number one more time, his heart thumping against his ribs. This time, the call was picked up, but the voice on the other end wasn't the one he was looking for. "Who is this?" Roman asked sharply. "Is Macy there?" "Hi, Roman. It's Sophie," the voice said, sounding rushed and out of breath. Macy left her phone at home in the chaos. "I just ran back to pick it up for her." Roman felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. Chaos? What happened? Is she okay? "I doubt any of us are coming into the office today, Roman," as Sophie said, her voice cracking slightly. Macy's mom was rushed to the hospital last night. She was admitted to the emergency ward. The doctor says she is stable for the moment, but it was a close call. Macy didn't even realize she'd forgotten her phone until an hour ago. Roman's grip on his desk tightened. He was about to ask which hospital when a sharp knock sounded at his door. A group of investors he had been scheduled to meet for months walked in, followed by his head of legal. I have a meeting starting right now," a Roman said into the phone, his voice tight with frustration. "I'll call Macy back in an hour. Please, tell her I'm thinking of her. Take care of her, Sophie." He hung up, forced to put on his professional mask, though his mind was already miles away in a sterile hospital hallway. At the hospital, the air smelled of antiseptic and grief. Macy sat in a plastic chair, her eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. Sophie arrived shortly after, handing her the phone and relaying Roman's message. Macy barely nodded. Her world had narrowed down to the swinging doors of the intensive care unit. Claire, who had been sitting with her, looked up as the cardiologist approached them with a grim expression. The news was devastating. "Macy," Claire said, putting a hand on her friend's shoulder after the doctor left. "He said she is in a critical position. Her heart is failing. She needs a transplant, Macy. Immediately." "I checked the insurance. They won't cover it. They say it's a pre-existing condition." Macy felt a sob catch in her throat. "We don't have that kind of money, Claire. Where are we going to find enough for a heart transplant?" "Can we talk to Roman?" Sophie asked quietly. "He would help in a heartbeat, Macy. He has the resources." "No," Macy said firmly, wiping a tear from her cheek. "I don't want to turn our relationship into a debt. I don't want him to feel like he has to save me. Is there anything that can be done officially? Through the company's emergency fund or employee assistance?" Claire thought for a moment, her eyes sharpening with determination. "Macy, I'm going to the office right now. I'll check the corporate bylaws and speak with the HR director. I'll find a way to make this official. But promise me," Claire gripped Macy's hand. "If there is no official way, you have to let Roman help personally. We cannot lose Beatrice because of your pride." Macy looked at the closed doors of her mother's room and slowly nodded. "I promise. Just, I'll try the office first." Claire stood up, grabbed her bag, and sprinted toward the exit, leaving Macy and Sophie in the echoing silence of the waiting room. Claire moved through the office like a whirlwind. She spent a frantic hour in the HR department, discussing every possible avenue for Macy's situation. When she finally emerged, her face was set in a grim line. She headed straight for the top floor. As she reached the executive suite, the heavy doors to Roman's cabin opened, and the investors filed out, their high-stakes meeting finally concluded. Claire stepped inside immediately. Roman looked up, his face etched with surprise and immediate concern. "Claire, I was just about to head to the hospital to meet Macy, a Roman said, already grabbing his coat. How is her mother doing? Give me the news. Claire quickly relayed the harrowing details, the sudden decline, the critical need for a transplant, and the staggering cost of the surgery. Did you find a donor? Roman asked urgently. Yes, we have one, Claire replied. But the doctors are adamant. The surgery has to happen immediately. There's no time to waste. Then go ahead, a Roman said without a second thought. I can pay for the surgery right now. Tell them to start the preparations. Claire sighed, shaking her head. But Macy won't accept your private help, Roman. I suggested it, and she rejected the idea instantly. She isn't feeling good about taking personal money from you. She looked at him pleadingly. Is there any way we can make it official? Something through the company? The rejection hit Roman hard. A shadow passed over his face, a mix of hurt and a growing, firm anger. He felt pushed away at the very moment he wanted to be closest to her. He couldn't understand why, in such a life-or-death crisis, she was still holding onto her pride and refusing his support. She won't take my help? Roman asked, his voice hardening into a firm, professional edge. He turned toward his desk, his jaw tight. Did you talk to HR about the Employee Assistance Fund? I did, Claire said. But they told me it can only cover 30% of the total cost. I don't know what else to do. Is there any other way? Roman stood silent for a long moment, staring at the polished surface of his desk. When he finally looked up, his eyes were cold and decisive. We have no choice then. We have to go with a contract. Claire blinked, confused. A contract? What kind of contract? Roman began to explain the details of the agreement he had in mind. As he spoke, the color drained from Claire's face. She looked at him, her expression shifting from confusion to a deep, unsettled realization. Will she even agree to this, Roman? Claire asked softly. She doesn't want my direct help, a Roman replied, his voice firm and unwavering. I think she'll agree to this because it involves her directly. He looked at Claire with an unyielding gaze. Call her. Ask her to come to the office right now. I'll prepare the agreement. Roman, Claire whispered, seeing the coldness in his eyes. Please, just be lenient on her while you're preparing the papers. I'll try, a Roman said, though his voice remained stern and distant. At the hospital, Macy's phone buzzed. She answered quickly, her heart in her throat. When Claire told her to come to the office immediately because the money was being arranged, Macy felt a surge of pure, dizzying joy. Will I really get the money, Claire? Is it enough to cover the surgery? Yes, Claire said, her voice sounding strangely flat. It will cover the cost. Just get here as fast as you can. I'm on my way. Macy cried, tears of relief finally falling. When she reached the office, she found Claire waiting for her. Macy, listen, Claire said, pulling her aside. 30% is coming from the Employee Assistance Program. But for the remaining 70%, I had to speak with Roman. Macy's face clouded over instantly. I told you, Claire. I don't want his personal help. If I ever start a real relationship with him, I don't want to look like a gold digger. I want to stand on my own feet. Claire looked at her with sad, knowing eyes. You know what? Just do what I say. Go into the cabin, sign the papers, and leave. The money will be credited, and the surgery can start. That's all that matters right now. What papers? Macy asked, her brow furrowed. What am I signing? They are official papers, Eclair said, gently pushing her toward the door. Just go in and do it. For your mom. Macy took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy oak doors. The room felt different, colder, more formal. Roman was sitting behind his desk, a stack of documents already waiting. He didn't greet her with a smile or a kind word. He looked stern, his gaze fixed on the files in front of him. Macy walked toward the desk. She looked down at the agreement, the words swimming before her tired eyes. She didn't read a single sentence, she didn't have the strength to process the legalese. But as she hovered the pen over the signature line, she could somehow guess what this was. She wasn't just signing for the money. She was signing her life away. Macy stood in the center of Roman's office, the air thick with a tension that felt entirely different from the warmth of their lunch just a day ago. The thick stack of papers on the mahogany desk seemed to pulse with a life of its own. She didn't look down at the fine print instead. Her eyes were locked on Roman's face. Roman was a master of the corporate mask. Though his chest tightened with concern every time he saw the dark circles under her eyes and her trembling hands, he maintained a perfectly straight, professional face. He was still reeling from the sting of her rejection, the fact that she would rather sign a cold legal document than accept his hand in support. Did you see your mother? Roman asked, his voice steady and low. How is she doing now? Macy took a shallow breath, her voice barely a whisper. I saw her through the glass, from the outside. She's on a ventilator. The doctors say she's stable for the moment, but it's a fragile stability. She needs the transplant immediately, Roman. There's no more time to wait. Roman nodded slowly. Why didn't you inform me about her health earlier? Why did I have to find out through Sophie? I was completely confused, Macy admitted, her fingers twisting the hem of her jacket. Everything happened so fast. Claire and Sophie were incredibly helpful, but my mind was a blur. Only this morning, when the doctor said her vitals were manageable, was I finally able to breathe properly. That's when I realized I'd left my phone at home in the rush. Roman leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. It's okay. I understand the pressure you're under. But I'll ask you one more time, do you need any personal help from me? The offer hung in the air, a golden bridge he was extending to her. But Macy, fueled by a stubborn need to protect the purity of whatever was growing between them, shook her head. It's okay, Roman. Really? It will be better for everyone if this is handled officially. I don't want any shadows hanging over us. Roman's jaw tightened. Fine. If you want official, we will do official. Read and sign this, he said, sliding the agreement across the table. The moment your signature is on that page, the money will be credited. You'll have the confirmation before you even reach the hospital parking lot. Macy looked at the document, her heart pounding. She looked up at him, a sudden, wild thought crossing her mind. What is this agreement really about, Roman? Is it one of those contract marriages? Are you going to pay for the surgery and then force me to marry you just to please your mother and fulfill her 1-month ultimatum? Roman stared at her, his expression completely blank. A long silence stretched between them before he spoke. Are you a fan of those web novels, Macy? The ones with the contract marriage tags and the brooding CEOs? Macy blinked, her face flushing. I might read a few. Why are you asking? Because I can sense the fictional drama dripping off your words, Roman said, his voice dry. No, Macy. This isn't a novel. First, read the agreement properly. It is a loan agreement. Claire made it very clear that you refused any private help from me, so this is a strictly corporate arrangement. Macy looked down, feeling a wave of embarrassment. I should have thought before I spoke, she scolded herself. The middle pages detail the payment structure, Roman continued, his tone turning clinical. It outlines the monthly salary deduction and the duration of the term. Until the full amount is repaid, you are under a binding service contract. You cannot resign from your position at Blackwood Industries for any reason. Sign it. Macy began to flip through the pages. As her eyes landed on the figures in the repayment section, her blood ran cold. Her face paled, and she looked at Roman in total shock. What is this? She gasped. The deduction. Roman, after the loan payment, I will only receive $10 a month as my salary. $10? How am I supposed to pay for my mother's post-op medicines? Roman remained perfectly cool. Use the company's executive medical benefit plan. It covers dependents. That was in your orientation packet. And what about my food? Macy's voice rose in desperation. You can get free meals at the corporate cafeteria during the work week, Roman replied smoothly. And on the weekends, I suppose you'll have to make that $10 stretch. Macy felt like the room was spinning. But my rent? My other expenses? How can I live on $10? You asked for this, Macy, Roman reminded her, his voice firm. You insisted that this be official. You refused private help. An official loan of this size requires an aggressive repayment schedule to be approved by the board. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into hers. I am asking you for the very last time. It's not too late. I can tear this paper up right now and pay your mother's bill out of my personal account. No debt, no $10 salary, no contract. Just say yes. Macy looked at the pen in her hand. She thought of the way Christy had looked at her, and the way she wanted to be able to stand in front of Josephine as an equal, not a charity case. She gritted her teeth. No, Macy said firmly. She put the pen to the paper and signed her name with a defiant flourish. She gave the folder back to him. Roman didn't say a word. He picked up his desk phone. Claire, come in here. When Claire entered, Roman handed her the signed agreement. Process the payment for Ms. Rivers immediately. Contact the hospital and confirm the wire transfer. Claire took the folder, her eyes scanning the terms. She looked at the salary line and gasped. Oh, Roman. I thought you were being heartless when you told me you were drawing up a loan agreement. I honestly thought the take-home pay would be $0. But you're actually giving her $10 a month? You're so generous. Macy looked at Claire, stunned. It was going to be $0? Yes, Claire said, looking at Roman with a strange expression. Macy's phone chimed with a message from Sophie. The surgeons are scrubbing in. They need the confirmation now. I have to go, Macy said, her voice thick with emotion. She looked at Roman, but he was already looking back at his computer screen. She turned and ran out of the office. As soon as the door clicked shut, Roman's composure broke. He stood up and kicked his desk chair, a sound of pure frustration escaping him. What kind of pride is this, Claire? Why is she rejecting me? I thought we were getting closer, but she treats my help like it's poison. Claire walked over, her voice calm and steady. Roman, you need to control your anger. She isn't rejecting you. She really likes you. She wants a relationship with you more than anything. Then why is she pushing me away when she needs me most? Because, Eclair explained softly, she doesn't want that relationship to start with a debt she can never pay back. She has seen how people look at you, Roman. She wants to be your partner, not your project. She feels it's her responsibility to take care of her mother, and she is terrified that if you pay for it, she'll always be the girl you bought in your eyes. Roman's eyes softened, the anger draining out of him to be replaced by a lingering ache. He sank back into his chair. Whatever. Let her get through this surgery first. I'll deal with her pride later. Claire looked back down at the contract. But Roman, seriously, are $10? How is she going to survive? She has to commute. She has to live. Read clause 15. Claire, a Roman said quietly. Claire flipped to the back of the document. Her eyes widened as she read the fine print. The employee shall be eligible for special project incentives and performance bonuses at the CEO's discretion. These incentives are exempt from loan deduction and shall be paid directly to the employee. Claire's face brightened. Bonuses? You're going to give her extra work just so you can pay her a real income under the table? It's in the agreement, a Roman said, a tiny, almost invisible smirk touching his lips. She just didn't bother to read it. Now, take that document to HR, then get to the hospital. Stay with her. Give me updates every hour. I'll have someone else handle your workload for the week. Thanks, Roman, Eclair said, heading for the door. You're not as heartless as you pretend to be. The flickering fluorescent lights of the hospital hallway seemed to pulse in time with Macy's racing heart. Hours had bled into one another, marked only by the muffled sounds of stretchers and the hushed whispers of nurses. When the double doors of the surgical wing finally swung open, the three women stood up in unison, their breath held in a collective silence. The lead surgeon, still in his blue scrubs, pulled down his mask and walked toward Macy. He offered a weary but reassuring smile. The surgery was a success, he said, and the words felt like they had physical weight, lifting the crushing pressure from Macy's chest. Beatrice's heart is beating on its own. We need to keep her under close observation for at least 5 days. Depending on her recovery speed, we'll decide on a discharge date. Macy didn't even have the strength to reply. She simply collapsed into Sophie and Claire's arms, tears of pure, unfiltered relief streaming down her face. Thank you, she sobbed. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you two. You are my angels in disguise. It's okay, Macy. It's over now, Eclair whispered, stroking her hair. Don't worry, girl, as Sophie added, her own eyes misty. No matter what, we will always be here. It's time to relax. You've been running on adrenaline for 48 hours. Claire, always the practical one, took charge. We need to sleep. We can take turns looking after Beatrice. We shouldn't all be here at once. Plus, Roman told me to tell you that you should take a week of leave. At the mention of Roman's name, the reality of the previous day came crashing back to Macy. She thought of the cold, formal office and the thick stack of papers she had signed without a second glance. A week of leave, Macy murmured. That's good. I need to start preparing my budget for $10 a month. I forgot that part in the chaos. Sophie froze. What $10? Macy explained the terms of the loan agreement, the aggressive repayment schedule that left her with almost nothing. Sophie's jaw dropped in shock. Are you nuts? You could have just accepted Roman's help directly. Why would you sign something so heartless? Because that wouldn't create a healthy relationship, Macy defended, her voice tired but firm. I don't want to be a charity case. Claire reached into her bag and pulled out a duplicate copy of the agreement. Macy, you didn't read this properly. You were too stressed. Look at clause 15. Your incentives and bonuses are completely unaffected by the loan. Roman is already planning to give you high-priority projects that include massive incentives. He is not going to let you starve. Macy blinked, staring at the paper. Really? He did that? Yes, Claire said, handing over the folder. Go home, read it properly, and for heaven's sake, do not push him away again. He felt incredibly hurt when you rejected his help. He thought you didn't trust him. Macy looked at the contract, a small, guilty smile touching her lips. It might not look good to him now, but he will understand later why I had to do it this way. While Macy was finding hope in a hospital room, a very different kind of maneuvering was taking place across town. The Country Club's annual charity gala was a sea of sparkling chandeliers, silk gowns, and the delicate clinking of crystal. Josephine Blackwood moved through the crowd with the grace of a woman who had spent her life in these halls. She had mostly recovered from her fall, though she wore her elegant wrap carefully to hide the brace on her wrist. As she was chatting with a group of old acquaintances, a hand touched her shoulder. Josephine turned to find a woman standing there who looked like a polished portrait of old-world wealth and even older-world ambition. Sarah? Josephine gasped, her eyes widening. Sarah Williams? It's been more than 10 years. It has, as Sarah said, offering a practiced, bright smile. Peter couldn't make it today business trip. You know how it is, but I couldn't miss this. Josephine introduced Sarah to her circle as one of the founding members of the club. They reminisced for a few moments before Sarah turned and beckoned to someone behind her. Come here, darling. I want you to meet someone. A tall, strikingly beautiful blonde woman stepped forward. It was Christy. She wore a look of studied humility, though her eyes were sharp as diamonds. This is my only daughter, Christy, Sarah announced. The pleasantries were exchanged, and the conversation naturally turned to family. Thomas passed away 5 years ago, Josephine said softly. My only son, Roman, is the CEO of Blackwood Industries now. Sarah's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of calculation passing through them. Blackwood Industries? I remember Roman when he was just a little boy. I had no idea he had grown into such a successful man. He is a handsome young man, if I do say so myself, Josephine said proudly. And is he married? Sarah asked, leaning in. Not yet, Josephine sighed. I keep asking, but he says he isn't in a relationship. Sarah glanced at Christy, who gave a subtle, practiced sigh of relief. What a coincidence, as Sarah said smoothly. My Christy is also single. She is so focused on her charity work and her studies that she hasn't found the right person. Why don't we play matchmaker? Christy played her part perfectly. Mom, no. Please. I'm not interested in being set up. Josephine laughed gently. My son is the same. He isn't interested in being forced into anything. We shouldn't pressure them. Christy realized she might have played the reluctant card a bit too well. She needed an opening. But Mrs. Blackwood, Christy said with a sweet, admiring tone. You seem like such a lovely person. Perhaps I could at least meet him? For my mother's sake, and yours? Sarah seized the moment. Is it okay if Christy drops by to see him? Just a friendly meeting? Josephine thought of Macy. She liked the girl, but since neither Roman nor Macy had given her a straight answer about their status, she figured a little competition wouldn't hurt, or perhaps it would push Roman to finally admit his feelings for the assistant. Yes, a Josephine said. He's a workaholic, just like his father. It's better if you meet him at the office. Christie's heart hammered. She knew Roman would never let her pass the lobby again after their last encounter. He might not know me, Christie lied smoothly. How will I get through security? I'll give you a letter and my personal card, a Josephine said. That should get you right up to the executive suite. Christie's smile was genuine this time, a victory smile. Later, after Josephine had moved on to other guests, Sarah pulled Christie into a quiet corner, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Do not mess this up again, Christie. I was stunned to find out Josephine was the Blackwood matriarch. Our business is struggling, and your father and I are relying on you to secure this connection. Do you understand? Don't worry, Mom, Christie said, her eyes cold. I'll make him accept me this time. I have the mother's blessing now. Good, Sarah hissed. I didn't realize Blackwood was theirs. They were in such debt years ago, running under different names. I didn't know they had become this powerful. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Christie nodded, her mind already spinning. She had the card. She had the letter. And this time, she wouldn't let anyone stand in her way. The 15 days following Beatrice's surgery had been a blur of antiseptic smells, hushed hospital conversations, and the slow, steady rhythm of recovery. Finally, the day came when the doctors signed the discharge papers. Macy, Claire, and Sophie had brought Beatrice home to their new apartment, transforming the sunniest room into a sanctuary of comfort and healing. Claire and Sophie had been rocks of support. Even though they had returned to the Blackwood Tower a week after the surgery, they used every lunch break and every evening to check in. Roman, however, had been a phantom. He had messaged Macy exactly once a brief, clinical text approving her extended leave. There were no flowers, no check-ins, no how are you? Yet, Macy knew he was hovering in the background. Claire had let it slip that Roman was calling her daily for updates on Beatrice's recovery. He was like a silent satellite, orbiting her life but refusing to touch down. On their final night of domestic peace before Macy's returned to work, the three friends sat in the living room with steaming mugs of coffee. I finally feel like I can breathe again, Macy sighed, leaning back against the sofa. The nightmare is over. Mom is safe, the money is settled, and the medication is stocked. I feel 10 pounds lighter. We're just glad she is okay, Macy, as Sophie said, squeezing her hand. Did Roman ask about me today? Macy asked, trying to sound casual. Claire shook her head. I didn't actually see him today. He's been buried in the new overseas government project. That massive building has to be ready in 2 months for the grand opening, so he's been flying back and forth. He's quite busy, but I'm sure he knows you're coming back tomorrow. I'll be there, Macy said determinedly. But Sophie, about the caretaker. Grace seems wonderful, but I don't have the money for her salary yet. My $10 paycheck isn't going to cover a retired nurse. Sophie waved her hand dismissively. Don't be silly. I've already handled it. You can pay me back once those incentives start rolling in. Grace is a cousin's referral and she's a saint. Just focus on getting back into the swing of things. The next morning, Macy felt a flutter of nervous excitement as she stepped into the Blackwood Industries lobby. She half expected Roman to be away at the site, but to her surprise, when she entered the executive suite, He was sitting right there behind his mahogany desk. Macy felt a grin break across her face. "Good morning, Roman," she chirped, walking toward him with a spring in her step. Roman didn't he look up immediately. He continued signing a document, his pen scratching rhythmically against the paper. When he finally lifted his head, his eyes were cool and professional. There was no twinkle, no smirk. "Good morning, Ms. Rivers," he said. Macy blinked. The Ms. Rivers hit her like a splash of ice water. "Ms. Rivers?" she whispered to herself. Then, louder, "How have you been?" "I'm back." "So I see," a Roman said, his voice flat. "Has your mother recovered?" "Yes. She's doing great. Sophie has arranged a caretaker named Grace, so everything is under control," Amasa said, her voice dropping an octave as she sensed his distance. "Good," a Roman said, finally looking at her, but only to hand her a thick folder. "Well, you have a significant amount of work pending. I suggest you start immediately." As Macy turned to head to her desk, his voice stopped her. "Ms. Rivers? The machine in here is acting up. Could you please get me an espresso from the pantry machine? The one near the elevators." "Yes, sir," Macy said, her voice tight. In the pantry, Macy stood before the industrial coffee machine. It was early, and the break room was deserted. She watched the dark liquid drip into the cup, her irritation simmering. "Oh, so we're being Sir and Ms. Rivers now, are we?" she muttered. "Fine. You want an espresso? I'll give you a professional experience you'll never forget." She looked around the pantry tray. Her eyes landed on the condiment station. Today, it was stocked with random packets for the office lunch prep. "Time to bring out my inner barista," Macy whispered with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She grabbed a salt packet. Salt is a flavor enhancer, as she reasoned, dumping the entire thing into the cup. Then she saw a small container of chili vinegar. Acidity. Every gourmet dish needs acidity. She poured it in, stirring the concoction vigorously. It looked like coffee. It smelled remarkably like coffee. "Roman, I know why you're angry," as she giggled to herself. "But I know you have feelings for me. This coffee will bring those feelings right to the surface." She walked back into the office with a mask of perfect, somber professionalism. She placed the cup on his desk. "Your espresso, sir." She turned to leave, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "Ms. Rivers." Macy stopped. "Yes, sir?" "Please, sit down for a moment," a Roman said, gesturing to the chair opposite him. Macy sat, a question mark forming in her mind. Roman slowly pushed the steaming cup toward her side of the desk. His expression was a perfect, unreadable slate. "Drink it," he said softly. "You look so tired. You've had a long 2 weeks." Macy's heart did a backflip. "Oh. No. It's okay. I'm not tired at all. I don't want any coffee." Roman leaned forward. "Macy, you only rejected my money. Now you are rejecting my coffee also? This coffee is on the office, don't worry. This is not something private. It's official, just like you wanted." Macy stared at the cup. The salt and chili vinegar seemed to swirl mockingly. I have a coffee allergy," as she blurted out, her voice stammering. Roman raised an eyebrow. "An allergy? Just for the last half hour, I assume?" he asked with a teasing smile. "Yes, sir." Macy squeaked. Then, realizing her mistake, "No, sir." She blinked rapidly, her heart racing as Roman watched her, his gaze intense. He seemed to be waiting for her to take the first sip of her own perfecta brew. The office was so quiet you could hear the soft whir of the server in the corner. Macy stared at the specially espresso sitting on the mahogany desk, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm. Roman's gaze was unyielding, a small, knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Drink, Macy," he gestured again, his voice smooth as velvet but firm as steel. "Have it. You said it was the best cup in the building, didn't you?" Macy took a deep breath, her bravado finally faltering. She looked him dead in the eye, trying to regain her professional footing. "Sir, I just remembered I have a mountain of filing to do. I really should get to it. Enjoy your, gourmet beverage." She stood up abruptly and turned to make a run for the door, but she wasn't fast enough. Roman was out of his chair in a flash. He reached out and caught her wrist, pulling her back toward him. The momentum sent her stumbling until her back hit the cool, solid wall. Roman didn't let go. He stepped into her space, his hands coming up to rest on the wall on either side of her head, effectively pinning her in a cage of expensive cologne and warmth. Macy's breath hitched. She wasn't afraid, not even a little. Instead, her eyes danced with the same mischief that had fueled her pantry prank. Roman leaned in, his face inches from hers. "Do you really think I don't know what you did in the pantry, Macy?" he whispered, his voice low and dangerous in a way that made her toes curl. "Did you forget there is a high-definition camera positioned directly over the condiment tray?" Macy couldn't hold it back anymore. A tiny, bubbly giggle escaped her. "You saw?" "I saw the salt. I saw the chili vinegar. I saw the evil little dance you did after you started," a Roman said, his eyes filled with a naughty light. "Why, Macy? Why do you keep trying to ruin my morning?" Macy tilted her head, her gaze softening. "Do you know why I pranked you so much in school, Roman? Because it was the only way to get the golden boy's attention. I'm doing it again for the same reason. You've been Ms. Rivers and professional CEO for a week. If you don't give me your attention properly, I'll have to salt your coffee until you do." Roman's gaze dropped to her lips. The air between them turned electric, the playful energy shifting into something deep and undeniable. "Is that so?" he murmured. "Well, you certainly have my attention now." He began to lean in, his eyes fluttering shut as he prepared to bridge the final inch between them. Macy followed suit, her eyes closing, her lips parted and ready for a moment 10 years in the making. Roaring. The sharp, jarring blast of the intercom made them both jump back as if they'd been struck by lightning. Macy gasped, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat, while Roman let out a frustrated groan that sounded like a wounded bear. Disappointed and visibly annoyed, Roman stomped back to his desk and stabbed the button on the intercom. "What is it?" he snapped. Macy watched his face. In an instant, the frustration turned into a cold, hard mask of anger. "Who?" Roman asked, his voice dropping into a growl. He listened for a moment before answering through gritted teeth. "Fine. Let her in." He slammed the phone down. Macy stepped forward, her romantic haze replaced by concern. "What happened? Who is coming up?" "Christy," a Roman said, his eyes darkening. Macy felt like she'd been punched in the gut. The romantic atmosphere shattered into 1,000 pieces. "But you told security she wasn't allowed in. How did she get past the lobby?" "She met my mother yesterday," a Roman sighed, running a hand through his hair. Mom gave her a personal letter and her card. Security couldn't turn her away without insulting the Blackwood matriarch. Macy bit her lip. Should I go to my desk outside? No, a Roman said firmly. Stay here. Sit at your station. Before they could say another word, the doors swung open without a knock. Christy sauntered in, looking like $1 million in a white designer suit, her hair perfectly coiffed. Hey, Roman. It is so good to see you again, as she chirped, ignoring the tension in the room. She glanced over at Macy, her lip curling in a sneer. Oh, it's you. I forgot your name. Look, you better wait outside. I have something very private and very important to discuss with Roman. Macy looked at Roman, expecting him to dismiss her, but he didn't even look up from his screen. Macy has an incredibly important project she's working on, Christy. She isn't going anywhere until I tell her to. Macy hid a smile and sat down, opening a random spreadsheet to look busy. Christy's face twisted in annoyance, but she quickly smoothed it over as she sat in the chair opposite Roman. But Roman, this is private. Nothing is private here, Christy, a Roman said, his voice cold. Our entire office is already talking about your intrusion. If you have something to say it quickly. I have a company to run. Christy leaned forward, her voice dropping into a fake, sultry tone. I know how much you still care, Roman. You're just being possessive because you couldn't stand seeing me with another guy. It's okay. I've realized we're meant to be happy together. She paused, her eyes landing on the cup of espresso Macy had placed there moments ago. A triumphant smile spread across her face. Look. You even remembered how much I love espresso. You kept it ready because you knew I was coming. Oh, Roman, you're so sweet. Macy and Roman both stopped what they were doing. They exchanged a lightning-fast look of pure, comedic horror. You're right, Christy, a Roman said, his voice suddenly shifting into a terrifyingly nice tone. I'm glad you noticed. I brewed this especially for you. I remembered exactly how I used to make it for you in our college days. Full of our intensity. Macy buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. A weird, high-pitched wheezing sound escaped her as she tried to stifle her laughter. Christy turned toward Macy, suspicious. What was that noise? Roman quickly reached across the desk and gently tilted Christy's chin back toward him. Don't mind her, she has a chronic cough. Why don't you drink the coffee, Christy? I want to see those lovely eyes enjoying my handiwork. Tell me if it tastes like old times. Or, Roman. Christy cooed, her vanity completely blinding her. I'm so glad you're finally admitting your feelings. I'll tell your mother tonight she'll be thrilled to know her son is finally marrying the right person. With an air of triumph, Christy picked up the cup. She didn't just sip it, she took a large, confident gulp. The reaction was instantaneous. Because she had taken such a large mouthful, she accidentally swallowed most of it before her brain could register the salt and vinegar assault. OMG! Christy shrieked, her face contorting into a mask of pure agony. What the heck is that? This isn't tea coffee, it's poison. She began fanning her mouth with both hands, her designer heels clicking frantically as she jumped up. Macy, unable to hold it in for even a second longer, literally fell off her office chair, rolling on the carpet as she clutched her stomach, laughing so hard no sound was coming out. Roman sat back, his face a masterpiece of suppressed hilarity, though he managed to keep his voice somewhat professional. Is something wrong, Christy? Not enough intensity for you? Christie's eyes landed on Macy, who was still gasping for air on the floor. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. She marched over to Macy, her finger pointing accusingly. How dare you? You did this to me. Macy scrambled to her feet, still wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Actually, that coffee wasn't even meant for you. But I have to say, it definitely went to the right hands. Christie's face turned a violent shade of red. She raised her hand to slap Macy, her eyes wild with rage. That's enough, Christie. Roman's voice boomed through the office, vibrating with a command that stopped her hand mid-air. Christie spun around, her voice shrill. You can't talk to me like that. You have no right to protect this employee over me. Roman stood up and walked around his desk, his expression stone cold. He stepped between Macy and Christie, his presence looming over the blonde woman. I know exactly why you're here, Christie. I told you once, and I will tell you for the final time, you are not part of my life. You never will be again. Why? Christie spat. Are you actually in a relationship? Roman looked back at Macy. He caught her eye and gave her a small, almost imperceptible wink. Then, he looked back at Christie. Yes. I'm already seeing someone. And she is worth 10,000 of you. Macy felt a warm glow spread through her chest as she gave him a small, supportive smile. Who is she? Christie demanded, her voice trembling with fury. That, a Roman said, pointing toward the door, is none of your business. You can leave now. And if you ever use my mother's kindness to bypass my security again, I will have you blacklisted from every club in this city. Christie let out a frustrated scream, grabbed her designer bag, and stormed out, the door slamming so hard the glass rattled. The silence that followed lasted exactly 3 seconds before Roman and Macy erupted into simultaneous fits of laughter. I am so sorry, a Roman wheezed, leaning against the wall. She should never have behaved like that to you. Are you kidding? Macy gasped, leaning on his desk for support. Watching her swallow that vinegar was the highlight of my career. I don't care about delusional people, Roman. That was gold. Roman looked at her, his eyes twinkling with warmth. God, I'm glad I didn't drink that. But you know what? You still attempted to prank your boss. You need a punishment for that. Macy laughed, her eyes bright. Oh really? And what kind of punishment does the CEO have in mind? Roman said, what do you suggest? Macy looked at him, her eyes twinkling. How about a real coffee date this weekend? No salt, no vinegar. Roman stepped closer, the humor in his eyes turning into something more tender. How about a very expensive dinner date where I have your undivided attention? Macy grinned, her heart full. Oh, a dinner date? That is a very big punishment, Mr. Blackwood. I think I can handle it. The cafeteria at Blackwood Industries was a chorus of clinking silverware and low chatter, but the corner table occupied by Macy, Sophie, and Claire was a localized earthquake of laughter. Tears were streaming down Macy's face as she replayed the scene for her best friends, her hands animatedly mimicking Christie's dramatic gagging. So she literally drank it without thinking? Claire asked, clutching her stomach. A whole gulp? Yes. A massive gulp. Macy wheezed. I honestly think her brain short-circuited the moment she saw Roman's face. She didn't even pause to sniff it. Sophie leaned back, wiped her eyes. Did she at least spit it out? Tell me there was a fountain of salt espresso. No, Macy cried, her voice rising in amusement. That's the best part. Her brain didn't work. She was so shocked by the taste that she swallowed it instead. I thought her eyes were going to pop out of her head. Claire sighed, shaking her head. If she had any brain at all, she wouldn't have touched a cup of coffee that had been sitting on his desk for 20 minutes. But honestly, Macy, you haven't changed. You still have that pranking streak from school. Sophie tapped Macy's cheek affectionately. I thought you'd grown out of it, butterfly. Don't blame me, Macy defended, though her eyes were twinkling. Roman asked for this. He spent a whole week acting like a robot, calling me Ms. Rivers after everything we've been through. I just had to remind him who he was dealing with. You have to poke the bear to get a reaction. Well, you definitely got one, Claire said, leaning in. So, what was the fallout? Is he firing you or finally kissing you? Neither, Macy said, her cheeks flushing. We're going on a dinner date this weekend. What? Claire and Sophie shouted in unison. Several people at nearby tables turned to stare, but they didn't care. You should have led with that, Sophie exclaimed. A real date? Not a work meeting or a hospital visit? A real dinner date, Macy confirmed. Claire immediately shifted into mission mode. OMG, we need to find you a dress. This is the Blackwood heir we're talking about. He'll probably take you somewhere where the napkins cost more than my rent. Shopping trip tonight? No shopping, Macy said firmly, cutting her off. I'm on a strict $10 a month budget, remember? And I'm still paying back my debt to you guys. No shopping for at least 2 months. We're going to find something in my closet. But Macy, Sophie started. No buts, Macy insisted. I want to repay you both first. I'm going to make whatever I have work. Roman isn't going to care what I'm wearing anyway. Sophie's eyes sparked with mischief. Oh, he might care quite a lot if you don't wear anything at all, she teased. Claire burst out laughing, and Macy felt her entire face turn a violent shade of red. Sophie! Stop it! At least I'm glad you've finally taken a tiny step in your relationship, Sophie said, her tone softening with genuine happiness. Before Macy could retort, her phone buzzed on the table. She looked at the screen and immediately straightened up. It's Roman. He's calling all of us to the conference room. Did he hear what we just said? Sophie asked, suddenly looking around at the ceiling. Is there a camera on this table like the one over the condiment tray? Let us hope not, Claire muttered as they quickly gathered their things and headed for the elevators. Inside the high-tech conference room, the playful energy evaporated. Owen Brooks, the manager Macy had met previously, was already there, leaning over a digital blueprint with Roman. Roman looked up as the 3 women entered, his face back in a chief executive mode, but he gave Macy a look that was just a fraction warmer than usual. Please, sit, Roman said, gesturing to the sleek leather chairs. Once everyone was settled, he lowered the lights, and a holographic projection of a complex mechanical device appeared above the table. We are officially tying up with the government on a high-security defense project, Roman began, his voice grave. They've requested a specialized hardware-software integration for a new defense system. This is a special request, and it's incredibly sensitive. Macy felt a thrill of excitement. This wasn't just filing papers, this was real, high-stakes work. Owen will be leading the project, Roman continued. I want you 3 involved. Claire and Macy, you will assist Owen on a report basis. Sophie, you'll be handling the financial estimations and budget tracking. Owen, you'll need to select 2 developers for the back-end coding. Macy and Claire will handle their background checks. The developers are to be kept in the dark about the true nature of the project, they're just building components. I'll be the one to finalize the integration. He paused, his gaze sweeping over them. For the hardware side, I've appointed 2 specialists. Sebastian Thorne from the Government S Defense Wing and Julian Reed from the Government RD team. They are old friends of mine, and they have their own team that you'll be coordinating with. I am personally overseeing this because it's our first defense contract. And, he added with a small, knowing smile directed at Macy, every one of you will receive a significant special incentive for this project. When do we start? Macy asked, already feeling her brain switch into gear. Tomorrow morning, Roman replied. What is the timeline? Claire added. How long do we have for a project this size? 6 months for the first prototype, Roman said. Sophie raised her hand tentatively. Roman, this looks super important. Why are you picking me for the finance side? We have an entire department of senior accountants with 20 years of experience. Roman's expression turned solemn. Good question, Sophie. This project is highly confidential. No one can know we are working on this until the government makes a public announcement. I chose you 3 because I know you personally. I trust you. Information is the most valuable currency in this business, and I know it won't leak from this room. Beyond that, you've all proven your potential several times over. As the meeting adjourned and the lights came back up, the group filed out into the hallway. Macy walked beside Owen, her curiosity piqued. So, Owen, she asked, how do you know Roman? You guys seemed pretty comfortable in there. Owen laughed, adjusted his glasses. I'm a close friend of Julian Reed. Julian and I worked together at our D department earlier. We've all hung out with Roman more times than I can count usually at Julian's place. Roman's a different guy when he's not wearing the suit. Macy smiled, thinking about the Roman she knew, the one who hid cameras over condiments and promised dinner dates as a punishment. As they headed back to their desks to prepare for the 6-month grind ahead, she felt a sense of purpose she hadn't felt in a long time. The weight of her mother's medical debt was still there, but for the first time, the path forward didn't look like a burden. It looked like an adventure. The Saturday evening air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of jasmine through the open window of the apartment. Inside, the atmosphere was a whirlwind of feminine energy. Macy stood in front of the full-length mirror, smoothing out the fabric of a simple, forest green wrap dress. It wasn't new, and it certainly hadn't cost a fortune, but the way it hugged her curves and deepened the color of her eyes made her look far more expensive than her $10 budget suggested. Sophie and Claire stood behind her, while Beatrice sat on the edge of the bed, all 3 of them watching Macy with a sense of pure awe. Why, Beatrice whispered, her voice thick with motherly pride. She stood up and walked over, pulling Macy into a gentle hug. My daughter looks like an absolute angel. There's a light in you tonight, Macy. A real glow. She's right, as Sophie added, leaning against the doorframe. You have that I'm about to be adored by a billionaire shimmer going on. It's very becoming. Macy turned back to the mirror, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted a simple gold necklace. I am so nervous, guys. My stomach feels like it's full of hyperactive hummingbirds. Claire stepped forward, adjusting Macy's collar. Don't worry, you'll be all right. Just be yourself. Actually, Claire paused, giving her a pointed look. It be yourself except for the pranking part, okay? No salt, no vinegar, and definitely no chemicals. Just romance. Macy nodded, letting out a shaky breath. I promise. No pantry raids tonight. Suddenly, Macy's phone chimed with a text. Her heart skipped a beat. He's here. Roman is waiting outside. She turned to her friends, her eyes wide. Are you both coming down with me? Just to the lobby? I need moral support. Sophie laughed, shaking her head. Absolutely not. We refuse to be the third and fourth wheels on your big night. You're a big girl, Macy. But I'm nervous. Macy protested. You're my best friends, you're supposed to walk me to the gallows of love. Claire gave her a playful shove toward the door. Thanks for remembering us, but maybe you should have consulted us before making that vinegar espresso. You've got this. Now, leave. Macy pouted with fake disappointment. Fine. I'm leaving. What are your plans while I'm out being a nervous wreck? We're taking your mom down to the lawn, as Sophie said, offering Beatrice her arm. She said she wants some fresh air and to see the sunset. Now stop wasting time and go meet your Prince Charming. Macy hugged them all one last time, a lingering squeeze for her mother, and headed down the elevator. When the lobby doors opened, Macy saw him. Roman was leaning against his car, looking devastatingly handsome in a casual button-down shirt and dark trousers. The CEO persona was gone, replaced by a charming, relaxed warmth that made Macy's knees feel like jelly. He straightened up as she approached, his eyes widening as they swept over her. He stepped forward, holding a bouquet of delicate white lilies. You look absolutely beautiful, Macy. They stood there for a long moment, simply staring at each other, the rest of the world fading into a blur. The silence was perfect until a loud pust came from behind a massive ornamental grass pot near the entrance. Oh, stop staring and leave, both of you, a familiar voice hissed. They both spun around to see Sophie and Claire peeking out from behind the greenery, having followed Macy down in secret. Roman let out an awkward, boyish laugh, waving at their spies as he opened the car door for Macy. I think we've been spotted, he whispered. They're impossible, Macy laughed, sliding into the leather seat. As they drove away from the apartment, a heavy silence settled in the car. It wasn't uncomfortable, but the weight of expectation was high. To break the ice, Roman asked, So, are you feeling comfortable with the new government project? It's a lot to take on right after your return. That was all the opening Macy's talkative nature needed. Oh, it's fascinating. Truly. The hardware-software link is such a challenge, and Owen is brilliant, though he is a bit of a perfectionist. Did you know he once spent 3 hours arguing about a single line of code? She kept going, her nerves fueling a stream of consciousness that moved from the project to office politics, and eventually to a story about a party Owen had arranged at a 5-star hotel. She was mid-sentence when she realized Roman hadn't said a word. Why are you so silent? She asked, suddenly self-conscious. Roman glanced at her, a beautiful, lopsided smile on his face. Well, that's because you didn't leave a gap for me to speak. I was enjoying the show. Macy flushed. Oh. I became a little talkative, didn't I? Just a little, Roman teased. Okay, I'm not opening my mouth for the rest of the drive, Macy declared, folding her arms. You speak. Roman didn't say anything. Instead, he slowed the car and pulled into a grand, circular driveway. I'd love to speak, but we've arrived. Macy looked out the window and her jaw dropped. The hotel was a masterpiece of modern architecture and glass, glowing like a jewel under the evening sky. Roman, this looks huge. We could have gone somewhere less expensive. Roman stepped out and opened her door, taking her hand in his. He leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry. This hotel is a Blackwood asset. It's practically our living room. Plus, I wanted us to have some real privacy." He led her inside, past the bustling lobby and into a magnificent private dining suite. The room was vast, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. A small team of waitstaff stood ready, but after the first course was served, Roman dismissed them with a polite nod. "You can be yourself here, Macy," Roman said, his voice softening as the doors closed, leaving them truly alone. "Nobody is going to disturb us tonight." The conversation flowed easily then. They bypassed work and dove into the past. They talked about their families, their college years, and eventually, the conversation drifted back to their high school days, specifically, the infamous Barbie baggie incident. "Do you have any idea how upset I was?" Macy laughed, swirling her wine. "That was a limited edition bag, Roman. And you poured a chemical solution right onto the glitter." Roman chuckled, the sound deep and warm. "Honestly, Macy, you were the odd one out. Who carries a Barbie bag to a high school science lab? You were obsessed." "I was," Macy admitted. "I collected everything Barbie until college. After my dad passed and the money vanished, I had to stop. My bedroom used to be entirely Barbie themed. It was my happy place." "Are you still obsessed?" Roman asked, his eyes twinkling. "Not really," Macy said, her voice turning a bit more reflective. "I grew out of it. I don't have any of those things left, except for that bag. I kept it because every time I looked at the chemical stain, I thought about you." Roman's gaze intensified, his eyes locked on hers with an expression of pure tenderness. "You thought of me?" "Always," she whispered. After dinner, Roman drove her up into the hills, to a secluded lookout point where the city lights looked like a carpet of fallen stars. They stepped out of the car and walked to the edge, their hands naturally finding each other. "Macy," Roman said, turning her to face him. The city wind tossed his hair, making him look younger, more vulnerable. "I can't pretend this is just about attention or official business anymore. I've admired you since we were kids. Even when you were annoying me with your pranks, I liked you because you were so unapologetically you. You were the only person who didn't care about my last name." Macy looked up at him, her heart thumping. "I felt so comfortable with you, Roman. I used to prank you just to see if you'd fight with me, just to get you to talk to me. I thought you hated me." "Never," Roman said. He took a deep breath. "Macy, I want a real relationship. No contracts, no $10 salaries, no secrets. Will you be my girlfriend?" Macy's eyes sparkled with unshed tears of joy. "Yes, Roman. I will." He leaned in, his hand cupping her cheek. "At least this time," he whispered against her lips, "there are no intercoms and no mothers to disturb us." The kiss was everything the first one should have been: soft, gentle, and full of a decade's worth of unspoken longing. When they finally pulled apart, they stayed in each other's arms for hours, talking and watching the stars, feeling a sense of peace that neither had known in a long time. When Roman finally dropped her off at her apartment, the moon was high. He kissed her again by the car, a slow, lingering goodbye. "See you in the office next week, sweetheart." Macy giggled at the endearment. Is it okay if we maintain a low profile at work? I don't want the gossip mill to distract from the defense project. Roman shrugged, his smile bright. I wouldn't mind announcing it over the PA system, but if that's what you want, we'll keep it our little secret for now. One final kiss, and Macy floated up to her apartment. As Roman drove home, he felt a lightness in his chest that he hadn't felt since he was a boy. For the first time in years, he wasn't just a Blackwood heir or a CEO. He was just a man in love. The morning sun spilled into the living room, casting a warm, hopeful glow over the apartment. The air was thick with the scent of fresh coffee and the kind of light-hearted laughter that only comes after a long storm has finally passed. Sophie and Claire were practically vibrating with excitement, their "I told you so" looks directed at Macy every 5 minutes. But it was Beatrice's reaction that touched Macy the most. Her mother had taken her hands earlier that morning, her eyes clear and filled with a peace Macy hadn't seen in years. I was one of the reasons you couldn't live your life properly, Macy, Beatrice had whispered, her voice steady. I felt the weight of my illness holding you back. Seeing you now. I'm so happy for you. It took time, but I truly believe you found the right person. You never held me back, Mom, Macy replied, kissing her forehead. You're the reason I worked so hard to get here. A few hours later, as the 4 women were engaged in a random, comfortable conversation about the upcoming project, the doorbell rang. Macy stood up, smoothing her jeans. I'll get it. When she swung the door open, her heart did a familiar somersault. Roman stood there, dressed in a sharp navy blazer, but he wasn't alone. Standing beside him, looking elegant in a cream-colored silk suit, was Josephine Blackwood. Surprise, Roman said, his eyes twinkling with a soft, private warmth as they met Macy S. Roman. You could have given me a heads up. Macy squeaked, quickly stepping aside to usher them in. Josephine didn't wait for a formal invitation. She stepped forward and pulled Macy into a fragrant, motherly hug. It was my idea, dear. I told him I simply couldn't wait any longer to meet you and your mother properly. She pulled back, her eyes shining. And I am so happy for you both. I knew you had feelings for each other. I could see it from the moment I saw you both together. Claire laughed, stepping forward to greet them. I think you must join our committee, Josephine. We've been telling Macy the same thing for a long time. Josephine was led into the living room, where she sat beside Beatrice. The connection was almost instant. How are you feeling, Beatrice? Josephine asked, her voice full of genuine concern. Roman told me about the transplant. It was a very brave thing to go through. I'm doing great, thank you, Beatrice said, glancing toward Roman with deep gratitude. And it's largely thanks to your son. He was more helpful than I can put into words. Macy felt a lump in her throat. I'll go make coffee for everyone, as she offered, wanting to hide her sudden emotion. No, as Sophie interjected, already heading for the kitchen. I'll take care of the refreshments. Claire, come help me. Macy, why don't you take Roman on a tour of the house? Leave the elders to talk. Macy looked at Roman, who shrugged with a playful smirk. She led him through the modest but cozy apartment, showing him the small kitchen and the balcony where she liked to sit, finally ending up in her bedroom. So, this is my room, she said, leaning against the doorframe. Roman walked inside, his presence suddenly making the space feel much smaller and more intimate. He looked at the neatly made bed, the scattered books on her nightstand, and the single-framed photo of her father. It looks so good, he murmured. Macy tilted her head. What looks good? The house or the room? Roman stepped toward her, his hands finding her waist. With a teasing smile, he pulled her closer. Everything. Including you. Macy felt the familiar heat rise to her cheeks. You're a terrible flatterer, Mr. Blackwood. I'm a very honest man, Ms. Rivers, he countered, before leaning down to capture her lips in a soft, lingering kiss that tasted of home. A few minutes later, Claire's voice drifted down the hall. Coffee's ready. Everyone to the living room. As they joined the group, Sophie handed a mug to Roman with a mischievous glint in her eye. Here you go, Roman. I personally guaranteed that this is salt and vinegar free. Beatrice looked up, confused. What's salt and vinegar? That's nothing, Mom. Macy said quickly, shooting Sophie a look that promised a very long conversation later. Just an office joke. The afternoon turned into a beautiful bonding session with a simple lunch. Josephine and Beatrice spoke for hours. Josephine, usually surrounded by the high society posturing of the country club, seemed to find a rare comfort in Beatrice's simple, honest nature. Our moms really bonded, a Macy whispered to Roman as they watched the two women exchange gardening tips. Yes, a Roman agreed. My mom is very simple at heart. She just needs a person she can pour her heart out to, someone who isn't looking for a business connection or scandal. She has finally found that here. When it was finally time for the Blackwoods to leave, Josephine hugged Claire and Sophie, then turned to Macy. You know, you are very lucky, Macy. You have wonderful people around you. Only truly good people can earn friends like these. Macy looked at Claire and Sophie, her heart swelling with pride. I know. I'm the luckiest person I know. Is it okay if I visit your mother often? Josephine asked Macy, looking at Beatrice. I like her very much. She is so easy to talk to. Yes, Beatrice nodded with smile. Anytime, Macy smiled. Our door is always open to you. Roman waved a final goodbye, his eyes lingering on Macy as they walked to the elevator. The following morning, the atmosphere at Blackwood Industries shifted from domestic bliss to high-stakes intensity. The executive conference room was packed. Along with the core team of Macy, Claire, and Sophie, the room now included Owen, Sebastian Thorne, and Julian Reed. Roman stood at the head of the table, his face a mask of professional focus. Team, listen up. We've received an updated order from the government regarding the defense project. He tapped a button, and a map of a remote coastal region appeared on the screen. Because of the sensitive nature of the hardware deployment, the government has requested and I have agreed that we move our operations to our overseas site near the deployment zone. A murmur of excitement rippled through the room. We need to be operational on site within the week, a Roman announced, his gaze meeting Macy's across the table. This is a massive undertaking, but it's the only way to ensure the security of the project. Pack your bags. We're moving to the coast. Macy felt a thrill of nerves and excitement. This wasn't just a job anymore, it was an adventure, and she wouldn't be doing it alone. The air in the conference room was electric, a far cry from the usual stiff corporate atmosphere. The prospect of an overseas assignment had everyone buzzing with a mix of professional excitement and personal curiosity. So, Roman, as Sophie piped up, leaning forward with her chin in her hands, when exactly are we taking to the skies? I've already started mentally packing my bikinis and my data sheets. Roman stood at the head of the table, looking every bit the relaxed but focused leader. As per security protocol for a government project of this scale, we cannot all travel on a single flight. We need to split the team into pairs to maintain a low profile. Owen, already checking his watch, stood up. I'm taking the red eye tonight to get the groundwork ready at the facility. Roman glanced at Macy, a mischievous glint in his eyes that only she could truly decipher. Macy and I will travel together on a separate flight, he said, giving her a subtle, fleeting wink that made her heart skip a beat. Macy cleared her throat, trying to keep her professional mask from slipping. Actually, Roman, maybe we can travel the day after tomorrow? I want to spend one more full day settling everything for my mother, making sure Grace has the new emergency contacts and the pharmacy schedule. Roman nodded immediately, his gaze softening. Of course. Family first. We'll leave Thursday morning. Sebastian Thorne, the representative from the government side, saw his opening and didn't he hesitate. He turned to Claire, a rare, boyish smile breaking across his usually stoic face. Claire, since we'll be coordinating on the security reports anyway, shall we pair up? I have a flight booked for tomorrow evening. Claire's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, but she didn't look away. Yes, that sounds efficient. I'd be happy to. Julian Reed, the RD lead, laughed and looked at Sophie. Well, Sophie, looks like you're stuck with me. I'm scheduled for tomorrow morning. Hope you don't mind talking shop for 6 hours in the air. Stuck with you? Sophie teased, her eyes sparkling. Julian, I've been looking for an excuse to pick your brain about those hardware estimations. I'm in. Roman clapped his hands together. It's settled then. Stick to your schedules. Remember, absolute discretion, no social media posts, no calls about the project from the hotel. The government has booked individual rooms for us at a 5-star resort just a mile from the new site. Transport will be waiting for each of you upon arrival. As the room cleared out, Macy lingered. She waited until the door clicked shut behind the last person, leaving only her and Roman. He was focused on his laptop, tapping away at an email, looking incredibly handsome in the afternoon light. Macy tiptoed over, leaning against the edge of his desk. So, Mr. Blackwood, as she whispered playfully, I thought we were going to share a room. Individual bookings? You really disappointed me. Where's that legendary CEO power when I need it? Roman stopped typing. He slowly looked up, a slow, teasing smile spreading across his face. He reached out, his hand snaking around her waist to pull her closer until she was standing between his knees. If that's what you're worried about, Ms. Rivers, I can certainly arrange a clerical error in the booking system. He began to tickle her sides, knowing exactly where she was most sensitive. Macy collapsed into a fit of giggles, squirming in his grip. No. Stop. I was joking. I was just joking. Oh, were you? Roman murmured, pulling her down for a quick, searing kiss that left her breathless. Because I wasn't he. The next morning was a whirlwind of activity at the apartment. Sophie was the first to leave, her suitcase overstuffed and her energy at a 10. She was pacing the living room while Macy and Claire finished their coffee. Okay, be honest, as Sophie said, looking at her friends. What's the deal with Julian? He as hot as he looks in those RD photos. Do you think he is single? Because if I'm trapped in a plane with a single, genius Julian, I might lose my professional composure. Claire laughed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Calm down, Sophie. I've worked with Julian before. He is a total gentleman and brilliant at what he does. As for his relationship status, I have no idea. He is very private. Macy nudged Sophie. He is our schoolmate, Sophie. Just use the remember when icebreaker. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. Sophie hugged them both fiercely, said a quick goodbye to Beatrice, and headed out the door with a "you wish me luck." By evening, it was Claire's turn. She looked uncharacteristically nervous as she checked her reflection one last time. "Macy," she said quietly, "about Sebastian. Do you think he actually likes me? Or was he just being practical about the travel pairing?" "Claire," Macy said, walking over and grabbing her hands. "Did you see how fast he jumped at the chance to travel with you? That man is a government specialist. He doesn't do anything by accident. He definitely likes you. By the time I reach the coast, I better see both of you holding hands." Claire smiled, a genuine, hopeful look. She bid Beatrice a warm goodbye and followed Sophie into the night. The next morning, the apartment felt strangely quiet. Grace, the retired nurse, arrived early with a cheerful smile and a bag of knitting. She and Beatrice hit it off immediately, discussing the best way to grow indoor herbs while Macy finished packing. When the doorbell rang, it was Roman. He didn't just wait in the car. He came inside, greeted Grace, and spent 10 minutes sitting with Beatrice, checking on her vitals and making sure she felt comfortable with the arrangements. "Take care of her, Roman," Beatrice said, patting his hand. "With my life, Beatrice," Roman promised solemnly. The flight was a dream, but the arrival was even better. By the time Macy and Roman reached the hotel, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the ocean in shades of gold and violet. The hotel was a massive, sprawling 5-star estate that looked more like a palace than a resort. "Roman," Macy whispered as they walked through the lobby, which featured a 3-story waterfall and marble floors. "Why this place? It's huge. I feel like I should be wearing a ball gown just to check in." "I didn't pick it, I swear," Roman laughed, guiding her toward the reception desk. "It was the government's recommendation. High security, private wings, and apparently, very comfortable beds. Not that we'll be spending much time in them with the project schedule." They received their key cards and headed toward the glass elevators. They passed a woman sitting in one of the plush lobby armchairs. She was deeply buried behind a wide newspaper, her face completely obscured. Roman was in a playful mood, bumping his shoulder against Macy and sneaking a quick hug as they waited for the lift. Macy giggled, leaning her head against his chest, feeling perfectly safe and incredibly happy. As they stepped into the elevator and the doors began to hiss shut, as soon as the elevator started its ascent, the newspaper was lowered. Christie's eyes were cold, fixed on the closed elevator doors. A slow, venomous smirk spread across her face as she gripped the paper until it wrinkled. "So, it's true," Christie hissed to herself, her voice a sharp contrast to the luxury around her. "You and the little assistant are actually playing house. I saw the way you looked at her, Roman. I saw the way you held her." She stood up, smoothing out her expensive travel suit, her eyes reflecting a dangerous, obsessive light. "I told you I would find you," she whispered into the empty lobby. "I'm going to break both of you. And by the time I'm done, Macy won't have anyone to cry into." With a flick of her hair, Christie turned and walked toward the concierge, her mind already spinning with her first move in this overseas game. Macy kicked off her heels and sighed with relief as she entered her hotel suite. The scent of fresh lilies and sea air drifted through the balcony doors. After a quick shower, she immediately dialed home. The video call connected to a beaming Beatrice and a very organized-looking Grace. "We're doing just fine, Macy," Beatrice reassured her, looking vibrant in a new knitted shawl. "Grace is a drill sergeant with my vitamins, and the fresh air from the lawn did me wonders. Now, tell me, how is the coast? And how is Roman?" Macy smiled, a soft glow settling on her face. The coast is beautiful, Mom. And Roman, he has been wonderful. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? Give Grace my best. The moment she hung up, a rhythmic, frantic knocking echoed at her door. Macy laughed to herself, already knowing who it was. She pulled the door open to find Sophie and Claire standing there, suitcases probably not even fully unpacked, looking like they were bursting with news. The three of them collapsed into a massive group hug before piling onto Macy's king-sized bed, sitting in a circle like they were back in their dorms. Okay, spill. Sophie demanded, poking Macy's shoulder. How was the CEO flight? Did he feed you grapes? Did you guys have a romantic cloud-watching session? Macy giggled, tucking her legs under her. It was actually very sweet. We talked for hours, real talk, not just office stuff. The time went by so fast I didn't even realize we were descending. But enough about me. Look at you two. Claire, you're glowing like a neon sign. What happened with Sebastian? Claire's face turned a deep, lovely shade of rose. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice barely a whisper. He opened up to me, Macy. During the drive from the airport, he actually stopped the car by the cliffs. He told me he's been a cold government machine for too long, and that I'm the only person who makes him feel like a human. He asked if we could officially start dating. OMG! Macy squealed, grabbing Claire's hands. I knew it. Mr. Stoic has a heart of gold. I told you he had feelings for you. Macy then turned her predatory, playful gaze towards Sophie. And what about the RD heartthrob? How was your 6-hour flight with Julian? Sophie didn't blush, she grinned with pure, unadulterated triumph. Well, Julian is currently an eligible bachelor with 0 baggage. We talked about everything quantum physics, favorite childhood snacks, the works. We have so much in common it's scary. She paused, her eyes dancing. So, I just asked him directly. Claire's jaw dropped. You did what? I asked him, Sophie repeated casually. I said, Julian, you're hot, I'm fun, we're both single. Shall we date? Macy stared at her in shock. Sophie, you didn't even have a first dinner yet. You just met him properly yesterday. Life is short, Macy. 6 hours on a plane is basically 3 months in the real world, as Sophie laughed. And guess what? He said yes. He actually laughed and said he was wondering how long it would take for one of us to break the ice. So that's why you were missing when we checked in. Claire realized. You both were probably exploring the grounds. Let us just say the hotel gardens are very well lit at night, Sophie winked. Macy shook her head, laughing. I can't believe it. It's been only 1 day and all 3 of us have had a relationship status update. I am so happy for you girls. We're finally all in this together. Just as the laughter peaked, 3 phones chimed in perfect unison. A chorus of pings echoed in the room. Dinner, the girls said at the same time. Their respective boyfriends were calling. The Recupid groupie grabbed their purses and headed for the lobby. As the gang, including Owen Brooks, piled into 2 cars for a celebratory dinner, they had no idea they were being watched. In the shadows of a large hibiscus bush near the hotel entrance, a pair of sharp eyes followed their departure. Christy stepped out, her designer sunglasses perched on her head, looking disheveled but determined. She pulled out her phone and hit a speed dial. Dad, she said, her voice dropping into a cold hiss. Christy? What's the status? Mr. Williams asked from the other end. Did you track them? I located the group. They're staying at the government-recommended resort. The whole team is here: Roman, the assistant, and those two annoying friends of hers. Did you find out the project details? Williams asked, his voice strained. That defense contract is the only thing that can save us, Christie. If Blackwood secures it, we're finished. Our debt's amounting. They landed today, Dad. Give me a break, Christie snapped, pacing the grass. They're being incredibly discreet. I haven't seen a single document yet. You already ruined the chance your mother gave you, Williams warned. Do not ruin this. If Roman succeeds, we say goodbye to our wealth. We need to ruin his name. Personal, professional, I don't care. If he becomes a liability to the government, they'll pull the contract and give it to us. My contact in the ministry says he's on a very short leash. I need backup, Dad, Christie said, her eyes narrowing as she watched the tail lights of Roman's car disappear. I can't do this alone if I'm going to sabotage a government-grade project. I'll send someone. Keep me updated. And Christie, don't let your temper get in the way this time. Christie hung up with an evil smirk. My temper is exactly what's going to win this, Dad. The next morning, the team arrived at the new overseas facility. It was a sleek, glass and steel building overlooking the ocean, fortified with high-tech security scanners. They didn't notice the nondescript rental car parked several hundred yards away, where Christie sat with a pair of high-powered binoculars, recording their entry. Inside, the lobby smelled of fresh paint and expensive electronics. Welcome to our new overseas hub, a Roman announced, his voice echoing in the vast, open space. For now, it's our fortress for the defense project. Once the prototype is delivered, we'll officially inaugurate it as our international headquarters. The team wandered through the space in awe. It was state-of-the-art, with holographic displays and ergonomic workstations. You can sit and work anywhere you want, a Roman told the group. But I have a specific tour from my lead assistant. Macy whispered to him, a playful glint in her eyes. So, Mr. Blackwood, where is our cabin? Somewhere with a view? Roman saw her with lingering, intense eyes. Follow me, Maram. They slipped away toward the executive wing. Meanwhile, the rest of the team started claiming their territory. Sophie, distracted by the ocean view through the floor-to-ceiling glass, didn't notice a stray Ethernet cable on the floor. She tripped, letting out a small whoa, but she didn't hit the ground. Julian caught her by the waist, pulling her flush against his chest. They stayed there for a long moment, the air thick with new relationship energy, Julian's glasses sliding slightly down his nose as he smiled at her. Claire, seeing them from across the hall, turned to Sebastian with a wide, excited grin. She was about to make a loud comment about the office romance, when Sebastian's hand suddenly covered her mouth. He pulled her into a nearby supply room, his back against the door. Don't ruin their moment, Claire, he whispered, his face inches from hers. At least they had a natural clumsy moment. We have to be more intentional. Claire's eyes twinkled. Well, we can create our own moments, Agent Thorne. She reached up and pulled his tie, bringing his lips down to hers. They were lost in a passionate kiss within seconds. Unaware of the full scale of the office romance, Owen turned his head and spotted Julian and Sophie sharing an intimate moment. Wishing to remain unnoticed, he silently slipped into an adjacent room. He walked past the supply room. He heard a suspicious thud and opened the door. Is the ventilation in here ups? Wrong room. He slammed the door shut, his face turning red. He moved down the hall to the main executive office to find Roman, but as he pushed the door open, he saw Macy and Roman locked in a kiss that looked like it belonged in a movie. Owen did a 180-degree turn, his eyes wide. Nope. Definitely not that room either. He finally found a small, windowless server room at the very back of the building. He walked in, sat in a swivel chair, and let out a long, weary sigh. Finally, Owen muttered to the blinking green lights of the servers. A room that is empty and has absolutely zero romance. He leaned back, pulling a small locket from under his shirt. I should have brought my husband with me. Oh, babe. I miss you so much. These people are going to be the death of me. The humid coastal night was thick with the scent of salt and blooming jasmine, but inside her darkened rental car, Christy Williams felt only the suffocating heat of her own failure. Her phone screen illuminated her face, which was twisted in a mask of pure annoyance as her father's voice crackled through the speaker. It's been 3 months, Christy. 3 months. Williams' voice was sharp with desperation. And you haven't found a single thing of value. What exactly are you doing out there? From where I'm sitting, it looks like you're enjoying a long-term vacation at a 5-star resort on my dime. I found the location, didn't I? Christy hissed, gripping the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white. I'm doing everything I can. But they are being incredibly discreet. I've planted bugs in their car, I followed them, but all they talk about is their boring project phases or their nauseating romantic drivel. It's all I love you, Roman, and you're so smart, Macy. It makes me want to vomit. I don't care about your stomach, Christy. I care about our survival, her father growled. Try to ruin his reputation. Create a scandal, a security breach, anything that will break his concentration. If he loses his focus, he loses the contract. If he loses the contract, we have a chance to swoop in. If we don't get this, our family is on the streets. It will be your fault. My fault? Christy's voice rose to a scream. It was your poor decision-making that landed us in debt. I only went after the McPhee heir because you told me to use him for business. I inherited this mess from you. If this project fails, the blood is on your hands, not mine. There was a long, heavy silence on the line. When Williams spoke again, his voice was defeated. I've tried the ministry. Even my contacts there don't know the specifics of the hardware. They're keeping it entirely internal. Christy. I'll send the backup you asked for. He'll be there by the end of the week. Don't fail me again. Christy disconnected the call and stared at the brightly lit hotel. I need to get to Roman, as she whispered. Romantically. But that little brat Macy and her committee are stuck to him like leeches. The next morning, the atmosphere in the facility's high-tech conference room was far from romantic. The holographic project board was glowing with red warnings. So, guys, Roman began, his face looking leaner and more tired than it had 3 months ago. Phase 2 is a success. The defense team is thrilled with the encryption speeds. But, he paused, his gaze lingering on Macy before sweeping across the room. The government has moved the goalposts. They want Phase 3 finished and the final launch completed in 1 month. A collective gasp filled the room. 1 month? Owen Brooks stood up, his face pale. Roman, we've only just cracked the shell of Phase 3. That's physically impossible with our current staff. I told them that, Roman said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. But there are geopolitical pressures. They want it ready. Now. Julian tapped his pen rhythmically against the table. Maybe we need to move to a 24-hour cycle. We take shifts. Half the team sleeps, the other half codes. I think Julian is right, Macy said, her voice steady and supportive. We can't do this on a 9-to-5 schedule anymore. Owen nodded slowly, the manager in him taking over. If we do shifts, I'll need Claire, Macy, and Sophie on double duty for the back-end records. I can't move forward if the logs aren't cleared immediately. Are you girls okay with that? Whatever it takes, Claire said, and Sophie nodded in agreement. Roman, Sebastian added, we need to start this immediately, but the team is at a breaking point. Can we have just one day of total rest? One final day to breathe before we disappear into the lab for the next 4 weeks? Roman looked at his weary team and gave a small, appreciative smile. Yes. Tomorrow is a total blackout. No phones, no files. Get some rest, because after that, I'm locking the doors. That evening, the tension of the office melted away as they returned to the hotel. Waiting in the lobby was a tall, handsome man with a kind face. Ezra! Owen shouted, abandoning his professional dignity and sprinting across the marble floor. He threw his arms around his husband, burying his face in Ezra's shoulder. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Owen, Ezra laughed, holding him tight. Sebastian cleared his throat, addressing the group. Since we have tomorrow off, I've arranged a private campfire on the beach for us tonight. Let us actually enjoy ourselves for once. Later, as the fire crackled against the backdrop of the crashing waves, Macy leaned against Roman's shoulder. Roman, as she whispered, since we have the whole day tomorrow, I'm planning to fly home tonight. Roman's face fell instantly. Tonight? But I thought we'd spend the day together. I know, Macy said softly, taking his hand. But it's been 3 months since I saw my mom in person. I need to check on her, see Beatrice with my own eyes before we go into this final lockdown. I'll be back by tomorrow night, ready to work. Roman sighed, the disappointment clear in his eyes, but he nodded. I understand. Give her my love. Macy kissed him deeply, a lingering goodbye that made his head spin. I'm going to go pack and catch the late flight. I'll see you soon. As Macy walked back toward the hotel, the rest of the group started making their own plans. Ezra has booked a private dinner at the West Beach Resort, Owen announced, beaming as he held his husband's hand. We're heading there now. We'll spend our day tomorrow and be back by tomorrow night. We haven't had a proper date in weeks, as Sophie said, looking at Julian. Claire and Sebastian found a riverside resort near the forest. We're going on a double date and staying there until tomorrow night. Julian turned to Roman, who was staring morosely at the fire. What about you, Roman? You're going to be the only one left in this wing. Roman picked up a bottle of expensive bourbon. I'm going to get comfortably wasted and sleep for 12 hours. Go. Enjoy yourselves. In the bushes nearby, Christie's eyes widened with predatory delight. Finally, she breathed. He-s alone. Her mind began to spin. If she could get into his room, get him into a compromising position while he was drunk, and take photos, she could destroy his reputation and Macy's heart in one stroke. She was so lost in her evil plotting that she didn't hear the dry leaves crunch behind her. Suddenly, a heavy, cold hand dropped onto her shoulder. Christie froze. Her blood turned to ice. She turned her head slowly, her breath hitching in her throat. The hallway of the five-star resort was silent, save for the rhythmic humming of the ice machine. Under the dim golden lights, Christy Williams stood fuming, her face a mask of annoyance as she felt a heavy hand drop onto her shoulder. She spun around, ready to unleash her temper, only to find a man in a crisp white serving jacket holding a silver tray. "You shouldn't be here, Maram," he said, his voice smooth but laced with a teasing edge. "This is a restricted area." Christy scoffed, trying to regain her dignity. I got lost." The man laughed, leaning against the wall. "You seriously seem like you were eavesdropping on that group over there," he said, gesturing toward the garden where Roman's team had been sitting. "No wonder your father doesn't trust you. How did he even give you this project if you can't even hide behind a bush properly?" Christy's eyes narrowed. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. "Excuse me? I asked for backup, and my father sent a waiter to watch me? Watch your mouth when you speak to me." "I'm Blake," he said, straightening his tie. "And I'm not just a waiter. I joined the catering contract for tonight's party just to meet you. I can only stay in this resort tonight, so let us make it count." "Fine," Christy hissed. "You're just in time. I have a plan. But since you're the backup, stay away from the front lines." "No problem," Blake smirked. "I have a past with Roman Blackwood. If he sees me, the game is over instantly. I'll stay in the back end." "Good." Roman just went to the bar. "Follow him and check what he's doing. I'm going to get a duplicate key for his room. Update me on the phone." By 10:30 p.m., the atmosphere in the hotel bar was sophisticated and low-key. Roman sat at a corner booth, nursing a single glass of scotch. He wasn't getting wasted as he told the others, he was merely reflecting on the month of madness ahead. His phone vibrated. It was Owen. "Roman? Sorry to bother you on our night off." Owen's voice sounded muffled. "The security at the site just called. The main server in the RD wing isn't shutting down correctly. It's a ghost in the machine." Roman sighed, rubbing his eyes. "No problem, Owen. I'll head over now and check the manual override. Tell the driver to drop me back at the hotel by 11:30 p.m. He can leave after that." Blake, standing nearby with a tray of empty glasses, caught every word. He quickly tapped out a message to Christy, target leaving for the office. "We'll be back at 11:30 p.m. Christy's reply was instant. "Perfect. I go in at 11 p.m. for the setup." At 10:40 p.m., the heavy mahogany door to Roman's suite creaked open. Two silhouettes slipped inside, carrying a small bag. "Switch on your phone light," a feminine whisper hissed. It was Claire. "I can't see the nightstand," Sebastian muttered back. He clicked on a small lamp, casting a dim, cozy glow over the room. Claire whispered, "Roman isn't going to fire us for breaking into his suite, right?" Sebastian looked around the luxury room nervously. "I certainly hope not," he replied, but his heart nearly stopped when the distinct click of the door handle echoed through the room. Suddenly, the sound of a keycard swiping made them both freeze. "Someone's coming." Sebastian grabbed Claire's arm and hauled her toward the massive walk-in wardrobe. They scrambled inside, pulling the door shut just as the lights flickered. From the tiny gap in the wardrobe door, they watched two more figures enter. It was Julian and Sophie. Sophie tossed her purse onto the bed. "Claire said she'd meet us here at 10:45 p.m. She's late." "Maybe she got cold feet about breaking into the boss's room," Julian joked. He leaned against the wardrobe door, the very door Claire and Sebastian were hiding behind. Inside the dark closet, Sebastian's heart was racing. His body was pressed firmly against Claire's in the cramped space. He looked down at her, the romantic tension suddenly overshadowing the fear of being caught. He leaned in and kissed her passionately. Squeak! Hiss! Did you hear that? Julian asked, spinning around. It sounds like our rats. In a 5-star resort? Sophie frowned. She marched over to the wardrobe and yanked it open. Claire and Sebastian tumbled out, looking flushed and guilty. Sophie shrieked in surprise, losing her balance and falling backward onto the king-sized bed. You guys! Sophie gasped as Julian helped her up. You should have given us a heads up instead of having a private wardrobe session. Claire straightened her dress, laughing breathlessly. We were here first. Swipe. Click. The door opened again. Hide. Julian hissed. The wardrobe is too small for 4. The dressing room. Sophie pointed to the sliding glass doors near the bathroom. All 4 of them scrambled behind the frosted glass, holding their breath. A moment later, Macy walked in. She looked around the empty room, confused. She pulled out her phone and dialed Claire. Ring. 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 The sound erupted from behind the dressing room door. Macy's head whipped around. Claire? Macy's eyes locked onto the dressing room door. From the shadows, Sophie hissed at Claire, I told you to silence that thing. Claire offered a sheepish sorry as the 4 of them shuffled out into the light. Macy just folded her arms, checking her watch. Glad you could join us. It's 11 p.m. so, what's the game plan? When do we actually start? We didn't think he'd be back until. Swipe. Click. Hide. Hide now. Sebastian whispered. Roman is not supposed to be here yet. All 5 of them, Macy, Claire, Sebastian, Julian, and Sophie dived back into the dressing room, cramming themselves into the corners. They peered through the frosted gap, expecting to see a tired Roman. Instead, they saw Christy. The group shared a collective look of horror. Christy was wearing a triumphant, predatory smile. She looked around the room like she'd already won a war. Finally, Christy whispered to herself. Roman is going to be mine. Once the pictures are taken, he won't be able to deny that he slept with me. To the absolute shock of the 5 hidden observers, Christy began to unzipper her designer dress. She let it fall to the floor and quickly wrapped herself in the heavy white duvet from Roman's bed, making it look like she'd been sleeping there. Macy's face turned a violent shade of red. She made a move to burst out and tackle her, but Sophie clamped a hand over Macy's mouth, shaking her head vigorously. Wait, Sophie gestured. Let us see what she does. Christy's eyes landed on something on the nightstand. Oh? What's this? She picked up a delicate gold chain. Looks like a girl's chain. He probably bought this for that pathetic PA. Well, it belongs to me now. Christy fastened the chain around her own neck. In the dressing room, Sophie's eyes went wide. She frantically touched her own neck. Her chain was missing. It must have fallen off during their wardrobe tumble. She turned to Julian and pointed at Christy, then at her neck, her face contorted in silent rage. Swipe. Click. The room went dark. Christy had reached out and killed the lights, diving onto the far side of the bed and burying herself under the covers. The door opened. Heavy footsteps entered. The person sounded exhausted. It was Roman. He didn't even turn on the main lights, just the dim entryway lamp. He kicked off his shoes, groaning. What a night, he muttered. He walked toward the bed, ready to collapse. But as he reached for the covers, he stopped. His CEO intuition, or perhaps just the smell of Christie's overbearing perfume, kicked in. What the? Roman murmured. He reached over and slammed the master light switch. The room flooded with brightness. Roman froze. He stared at the bed, where a duvet-clad Christie was smiling up at him with feigned shyness. Roman, darling, as she cooed. You took so long at the office. I thought you'd never come back to me. Roman's face went from exhausted to absolutely horrified in 0.5 seconds. Christie? What the hell are you doing in my bed? How did you get in here? Does it matter? She purred, sitting up slightly. The staff already saw me come in. They think we're together. Why fight it? Behind the dressing room door, Macy was vibrating with so much fury she was practically humming. Christie smirked, angling her phone with predatory precision. You know what, Roman? One selfie posted everywhere is all it takes. My devastated face next to your drunken one will win your mother's sympathy and finally kick that little PA out of your life for good. Roman stood paralyzed, his jaw tight. He couldn't physically force her out without causing a scene. Christie tapped the camera app, ready to strike. Behind the frosted glass, Macy exchanged a sharp look with the others. Sebastian gave a curt, professional nod. Now. Christie focused the lens, but as the screen flickered to life, she gasped. Framed perfectly behind Roman's head were 5 very familiar, very angry faces. Roman followed her terrified gaze, nearly jumping out of his skin to find his entire team watching the drama unfold like a front-row audience at a bad play. Roman stared at his entire executive team standing in his bedroom. Macy? Everyone? What is happening? Christie's face turned from triumph to a sickly shade of green. She clutched the duvet to her chest, her eyes darting between the 5 witnesses. First of all, Sophie marched right up to the bed and snatched the gold chain off Christie's neck. That's mine, you thief. Second of all, Sebastian stepped forward, his security agent voice booming. Ms. Williams, I suggest you put your dress back on. Because not only are we all witnesses to this attempted frame-up, but I've been recording this entire conversation on my phone since you entered the room. Christie's bravado vanished instantly. I only did it because I want to marry Roman. She stammered, her voice thin and desperate as she clutched the duvet tighter. I was just trying to make him see that we belong together. Macy turned to Roman, a mischievous, terrifying grin on her face. Roman, dear. Since Christie wants to be part of the Blackwood family so badly, I think we should give her exactly what she deserves. Roman blinked, looking between his furious girlfriend and the shivering Christie. And what has that? Macy picked up the bucket of ice from the champagne Claire had brought. A cold reality check. The silence following the ice treatment was broken only by the sound of dripping water and Christie's heavy, indignant breathing. Stunned into a rare silence, Christie stood shivering, the duvet damp and heavy around her shoulders. Macy's eyes were cold but steady. Go, Macy said, her voice a calm command that brooked no argument. Get dressed. Get out. And if you ever try a stunt like this again, I won't just use ice, I'll use every legal and professional bridge I have to burn your reputation to the ground. As Christie scrambled into the bathroom to retrieve her clothes, the clock on the bedside table ticked over to midnight. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed again. Sophie, still holding her reclaimed gold chain like a trophy, swung the door open. Owen and Ezra marched in, carrying a massive, triple-layered chocolate cake with sparkling candles. "Happy birthday, Roman," they shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the high-ceilinged room. The celebration came to a grinding halt as they spotted the disheveled Christie emerging from the bathroom, clutching her designer bag. Ezra blinked, his brow furrowed. "Who is this? Is she part of the guest list?" "She's the uninvited entertainment," Eclair said, crossing her arms. She looked at Christie with a look of pure dismissal. "Leave. Now." Christie didn't wait for a second invitation. She shot a final, venomous glare at Macy and bolted from the room, her heels clicking frantically down the hallway. Roman sat on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, though a small, relieved smile was beginning to form. "So, that's why you were all hiding in my room? I thought you were actually abandoning me on my birthday." "Abandon you? On the big 3-0? Sebastian laughed, pulling a bag of streamers and decorations from behind his back. "We were going to decorate the suite before you got back from the office, but we didn't exactly account for the resident stalker." "We should have reported her immediately," Julian added, looking toward the door. "We need to inform the hotel security." Owen shook his head, placing the cake on the desk. "I'll handle the hotel staff, Julian. Let the birthday boy actually enjoy a few minutes of peace. Sebastian and Julian, come with me, we need to make sure she actually left the premises." The group spent a brief, warm hour celebrating. Roman blew out his candles, the light reflecting in his dark eyes as he looked at the circle of people who had become more than just employees. They were his shield. They exchanged small, thoughtful gifts, a high-end watch from Sebastian and Julian, a rare coding manual from Owen before finally saying their goodnights. The door clicked shut, leaving the suite in a soft, golden silence. Roman turned to Macy. The adrenaline of the confrontation had faded, replaced by a thick, magnetic tension. "So," Roman murmured, his voice dropping an octave as he stepped into her space. Everyone gave their presents. "Where is yours, Ms. Rivers?" Macy looked up at him, her heart hammering against her ribs. The teasing light in her eyes was softened by something much deeper, a fierce, protective love. "I am your present, Roman." Roman's hands found her waist, pulling her flush against him. "Is that so? Then I think I should unwrap my gift and see what's inside." "Happy birthday, Roman," she whispered. He leaned down, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that was no longer just a playful tease. It was a seal of a promise. In the quiet of the room, far away from the prying eyes of Christie or the pressures of the government, they finally moved beyond the boundaries they had set for themselves. It was the first time their connection became physical, a deep, rhythmic dance of trust and passion. For Roman, it felt like finally coming home after a lifetime of traveling. For Macy, it was the realization that the boy she used to prank had become the man she couldn't live without. The next morning, the Roman team gathered for a late breakfast on the terrace. The ocean was a sparkling turquoise, but the mood at the table was serious. Owen joined them last after seeing Ezra off to the airport. "I don't trust Christie," Roman said, leaning back as he stared at his coffee. "I wonder if she's just obsessed with the past, or if she's actually targeting the project." "We were thinking the same thing," Eclair noted. "Blackmail photos don't just hurt you personally, Roman. They make you a liability to the government. If you look unstable, they pull the contract." Sebastian nodded. "She's been in this hotel for 3 months, just like us. That's not a coincidence. She's been tracking our movements since day one." "Where is she now?" Macy asked. Vacated, Julian replied. The front desk said she checked out at 2 a.m. in a massive hurry. Should we call the police? Sophie asked. An investigation might uncover who she's working with. We can't involve the police on our own, a Roman explained, his voice grave. This is a government-tier project. If this involves espionage, we have to go through official channels first. Sebastian, can you flag this with the defense team? On it, as Sebastian promised. I'll have them run a background check on her recent contacts to see if she is a legitimate security threat. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit restaurant several miles down the coast, the sound of harsh laughter echoed in a corner booth. Blake leaned back, watching Christy with a mocking grin. She looked a mess, her eyes puffy, her hands trembling as she clutched a glass of water. I thought you were a professional, Blake chuckled. But you're an absolute waste, Christy. You're going to spoil everything, including your father's entire empire, because you couldn't handle a simple setup. Watch your mouth. Christy snapped, her voice cracking. Your history with Roman and Macy isn't exactly a success story either. Don't act like you're the mastermind here. Blake's smile didn't fade, it just grew sharper, colder. Okay, cool. You had your turn, and you failed. Now, I'll plan it. We're going to go with my strategy. Christy leaned in, her desperation outweighing her pride. Tell me. What is it? Blake leaned over the table, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper as he began to outline a plan that had nothing to do with lingerie, and everything to do with total destruction. The fluorescent lights of the Overseas Command Center hummed with a clinical intensity that matched the mood of the room. It had been exactly 48 hours since their birthday ambush. Ian and the team was gathered around the mahogany conference table, coffee mugs in hand and eyes rimmed with the fatigue of a 3-month marathon. Sebastian stood at the head of the table, his tablet projected onto the wall. I've received the initial report from the Ministry's internal security sweep, he began, his voice dropping into his professional agent register. We flagged Christy Williams as a potential threat. They tapped her personal lines and monitored her digital footprint for the last 24 hours. The result? Nothing. Her data is scrubbed clean. No outgoing calls to known industrial spies, no encrypted files, nothing but a few bitter texts to her father about her failed vacation. Roman sat back, his fingers drumming a rhythmic, skeptical beat on the table. I'm not convinced, Sebastian. A woman like Christy doesn't just walk away after being humiliated in a hotel suite. She is reactive. If she is quiet, it's because someone is telling her to be. I agree, Julian chimed in, leaning forward. The timing is too perfect. But Roman, look at the clock. We are officially in the red zone for Phase 3. If we spend our mental energy chasing a ghost who hasn't left a digital trail, we risk missing our integration deadlines. I say we focus on the code and let the perimeter security do their jobs. Roman sighed, glancing at Macy, who gave him a supportive nod. Fine. We've done our due diligence by informing the officials. If Christy makes a move, we're on the record as having warned them. Let us get to work. While the Blackwood team dove back into the complexities of border defense algorithms, a very different kind of meeting was taking place in a dingy, dimly lit apartment on the outskirts of the coastal city. The air smelled of stale cigarettes and cheap takeout, a far cry from the 5-star luxury Christy was used to. It's going to work, Christy. Stop pacing, you're making me dizzy, Blake said, leaning over a spread of stolen architectural blueprints. I don't see how. Christy snapped, her voice high and brittle. They've doubled the guards. Sebastian Thorne is practically living at the facility. We couldn't even get a drone within a mile of that place. Blake let out a dry, humorless laugh. That's because you're thinking like a jilted socialite. You wanted to play dress-up and take selfies. I'm thinking like a man who wants to burn the whole building down. He tapped a specific point on the map. We have an internal source, someone deep in the ministry, who's tired of Roman Blackwood getting all the glory. He confirmed the timeline. They have exactly 1 month to finish, which means they are exhausted, overextended, and prone to mistakes. Christie stopped pacing, her eyes narrowing. So what's the plan? We steal the drive? No, Blake said, his eyes gleaming with malice. We let them finish. We let them put all their hard work, their sweat, and their brilliance into that final prototype. And then, right before the launch, we hit the one thing Roman loves more than his empire. Christie's expression shifted from anger to a slow, wicked realization. Macy. Exactly, Blake purred. We don't just want the project. We want the Blackwood name dragged through the mud. Things need to come out of Roman's own mouth, a confession, a surrender. That's how empires fall. When the king breaks. Christie gripped the edge of the table. I wanted to save Blackwood by marrying him, but after what they did to me, or after that, I want them both to suffer. Especially that little PA. I want her to lose everything. Blake grinned, a dark look crossing his face. I want her, too. She escaped me back in the city, but she won't be so lucky this time. I'll make sure she remembers my name. Focus, Blake, Christie warned, her voice cold. No personal projects with Macy until the defense contract is in our hands. After the project is ours and the Williams name is restored, you can do whatever you want with her. Until then, she is leverage. Nothing more. Blake shrugged, though his eyes remained dark. Fine. Leverage it is. For now. The next few weeks were a blur of high-intensity labor. The team moved into a lockdown mode, sleeping in 4-hour rotations in the facility's lounge area. The banter that usually filled their days was replaced by the frantic clicking of keyboards and the hushed tones of engineers debating signal frequencies. Macy, Claire, and Sophie became a well-oiled machine in the back end, clearing logs and verifying encryptions at a pace that left even Owen impressed. Finally, with only 7 days left until the official government launch, Roman called a final status meeting. The room felt heavy with the scent of stale coffee and triumph. I am so incredibly proud of this team, Owen said, standing with a rare, genuine smile. Phase 3 is 98% integrated. This project isn't just a contract, it's going to revolutionize border protection. We're building something that will actually save lives. When is the trial run? Claire asked, her pen hovering over her notebook. Wednesday, Roman replied, his voice raspy from lack of sleep. We do a full-scale simulation Wednesday. If that holds, Friday is the official launch with the Ministry of Defense. Can we actually relax for 5 minutes now? Sophie asked, slumped in her chair. Julian winked at her, reaching under the table to squeeze her hand. I certainly hope so. I think I've forgotten what the sun looks like. Sebastian, however, remained the anchor of caution. We can breathe, but we don't relax our guard. I've kept a private detective on Christie's tail. She never went back home. She's still in this city, hiding in the shadows. If she's planning something for the launch, we need to be ready. The team dispersed to their stations for the final polishing of the code. Soon, the conference room was empty, save for Roman and Macy. Macy walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Below, the evening sea was a deep, restless indigo, the waves crashing against the cliffs with a rhythmic power. She felt a hand on her waist and leaned back into Roman's warmth. Enjoying the view, he whispered into her hair. Macy turned around in his arms, her hands resting on his chest. I'm just glad we're almost there, Roman. One more week, and we can finally be just us. No secret projects, no midnight server crashes. I'm looking forward to that more than the contract, a Roman admitted, pulling her closer. And speaking of home, I forgot to tell you. Your mom is staying at the Blackwood mansion now. Macy pulled back, surprised. What? Why? Is she okay? She's perfect, Roman reassured her. Grace had to leave for a family emergency, and didn't he want to leave Beatrice alone? She couldn't reach you because of the signal jammers in the lab, so your mom called me. My mother insisted she move into the guest wing immediately. Apparently, they've become inseparable. Macy laughed, a bright, genuine sound. I can't believe it. How are you all so down to earth? You're the Blackwoods, and yet you're hosting my mom like she's family. Roman looked deep into her eyes, his expression turning intensely tender. Macy, you are family. To me, and to my mother. He leaned down, and the world outside the project, the threats, the ticking clock faded into nothingness. The kiss was slow and deep, a silent celebration of everything they had survived together. In that moment, surrounded by the high-tech fortress they had built, they felt invincible. But outside, in the tall grass beyond the perimeter fence, a pair of binoculars reflected the moon's light, watching the silhouette of their embrace against the glass. Wednesday evening in the command center felt like the aftermath of a glorious battle. The air was thick with the smell of expensive coffee and the sweet, electric scent of success. The final simulation had run perfectly, no glitches, no pings, a just 100% pure defensive efficiency. I'm glad our sleepless nights didn't go to waste, a Roman said, his voice husky but proud as he stood before the team. The testing was a total success. Let us all give a hand to our project leader, Owen Brooks. The room erupted in applause. Even Sebastian, usually as stiff as a board, was clapping with a genuine grin. I couldn't have done it without this team, Owen said, looking a little misty-eyed as he leaned against the server rack. This is the best group of geniuses and occasionally chaotic humans I've ever worked with. I'm going to miss this, Julian admitted, glancing at Sophie. After Friday's official launch, I have to head back to the RD Center. It's going to be way too quiet without you all. I have to return to the ministry, Sebastian added, but I've already decided, we are not losing touch. This isn't just a work group anymore, we're family. Exactly. Sophie piped up. Family who plans zero workload vacations with mandatory beach cocktails. No laptops allowed. Roman laughed, pulling Macy closer to his side. Agreed. But first, we have one final push. Most of you can relax tomorrow, but Sebastian, Julian, and I need to be at the office to finalize the security protocols for the government officials' visit on Friday. Later that night, the world felt peaceful in Roman's suite. Macy was curled up against Roman's chest, the steady beat of his heart acting as a lullaby. I've learned so much on this trip, Macy whispered, tracing the line of his jaw. You gave me a seat at the table, Roman. Not just as a PA, but as a partner. I'll never forget this. Roman kissed the top of her head. You earned that seat, Macy. Macy asked curiously, what about our city office? And don't worry about the city office, I've set things up so it runs smoothly even when we're away. Though, he teased, I did check the logs a few times. I can't help being a micromanager. Macy sat up, her eyes serious. Any update on Christy? Roman's expression dimmed slightly. Nothing. We've been so deep in the code we haven't had time to look, and Sebastian's contacts say she's gone dark. She's probably halfway to Europe by now, licking her wounds. I hope so, Macy murmured. Roman pulled her back down, his eyes darkening with a different kind of intensity. Forget about her. Tomorrow, you have a day off. What's the plan? Shopping. Macy laughed. That incentive bonus you gave me is burning a hole in my pocket. I'm going to buy out the mall. Roman grinned, hands found her waist, pulling her slightly higher so they were eye to eye, leaning in to silence her with a kiss. Enjoy it. You deserve every bit of it. While the lovers slept, a dark sedan sat idling in a deserted alleyway. Inside, Blake was checking the cylinder of a revolver while Christy stared at a photo of Macy on her phone. Friday is the launch, Christy hissed. What is the move, Blake? You said you'd handle it. They finished the testing today, Blake said, his voice cold. I've been waiting for them to leave that fortress. Tomorrow, they'll be relaxed. Off guard. And I'm going for the heart. I'm taking Macy. Christy let out a jagged, sharp laugh. Finally. Make her regret she ever met a Blackwood. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly as Macy stepped out of a taxi at the city's premier luxury mall. She felt light, free, and incredibly rich. Little did she know, a second taxi driven by a man named Todd was idling nearby, with Blake and Christy watching from a tinted vehicle a block away. There she is, Blake muttered into his headset. Todd, stay sharp. She'll come out with bags. You pick her up, and only her. Understand? Copy that, boss, Todd replied. 2 hours later, Macy emerged from the mall, laden with high-end shopping bags. She raised her hand for a cab, and Todd's taxi smoothly glided to the curb. But as Macy reached for the door, 2 voices screamed her name. Macy! Wait for us! Sophie and Claire came sprinting out of the mall entrance, clutching their own bags. They all were inside the whole time shopping together. Todd froze. Oh, boss? We have a problem. 2 more targets just joined the primary. What? Blake's voice crackled with rage. I said only Macy. I can't just tell them to get lost. They're already opening the door. Macy smiled at Todd. Hi. Can you take the 3 of us to the beachside resort? Todd shook his head frantically. Sorry, ladies. I can only take 1. Insurance reasons. Very strict. Insurance? Sophie snapped, already shoving her bags into the trunk. This car has 5 seats. We checked the manufacturing history of this model while we were waiting for the light it's built for capacity. Exactly, Claire added, sliding into the back seat. Why are you being so difficult? Do you not like money? We're all going to the same place. Todd adjusted his headset, sweating. Boss, they are arguing with me about the history of the automotive industry. They want to leave. Christy's voice screamed in the earbud. Just take them all. We'll deal with it. Fine. Todd yelled at the girls. Get in. Just get in. Well, finally, a Macy huffed, sitting in the middle. You're a very grumpy driver, sir. As they drove toward the outskirts of the city, Todd reached for a professional-grade gas mask and slipped it over his face. Why are you wearing that? Sophie asked, leaning forward from the front seat. Is there a smog alert we didn't hear about? Breathing problems, Todd mumbled. He hit a switch on the dashboard. Hiss. A faint, sweet-smelling vapor began to pour from the AC vents. Wait, owie, Claire whispered, her vision blurring. This doesn't smell like air freshener. Before Macy could even reach for her phone, the world tilted and went black. Macy's head throbbed as she blinked her eyes open. The first thing she felt was the rough bite of rope against her wrists. She was tied to a sturdy wooden chair in what looked like an abandoned boathouse. To her left, Sophie and Claire were in the same state, looking groggy and terrified. Rise and shine, ladies, ere a familiar, mocking voice rang out. Christy stepped into the light, flanked by Blake, who was holding a heavy silenced pistol. You are a Macy gasped, struggling against her bonds. You're insane, Christy. Roman will find us. Sebastian will hunt you down. Oh, I'm counting on it, Blake laughed. In fact, I want them to come. But they won't be coming for a rescue. They'll be coming to negotiate. Macy looked around the room and her heart nearly stopped. In a fourth chair, tucked away in the shadows, sat a man who was already conscious but looked tired. Owen? Macy whispered. Owen Brooks looked up with tired eyes. Blake stepped forward, grinning as he held up a phone. And I think it's time to give Roman his first birthday present of the day. The abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city smelled of dust, rusted metal, and the undeniable scent of villainous failure. Macy sat tied to a sturdy wooden chair, her mind racing as she looked at Owen. Owen, how did you even end up here? Macy whispered, trying to keep her voice low. I thought you were taking a well-deserved morning off. Owen looked up, a piece of tape still hanging from his chin. I don't even know, Macy. 1 minute I was enjoying a quiet breakfast at a small cafe, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up here with a headache and ropes that are definitely not professional grade. I think they spiked my coffee. Blake laughed, tossing a small vial of clear liquid into the air and catching it. This guy looked too tough to take down in a fair fight, so we went with the Coward S special. Easiest kidnapping of my career. Christy paced the concrete floor, clutching Macy's phone like a trophy. Blake, I'm going to message Roman now. Once he hands over the encryption key, you can do whatever you want with her. I just want my revenge. Macy, Sophie, and Claire shared a look of pure disgust. Christy took Macy's phone, her thumb hovering over the screen. Roman shouldn't have the slightest doubt, Blake warned. Make it sound like her. I know what I'm doing, Christy snapped. She gestured to 2 burly goons. You two, come with me to Tower 2. I want a bird's eye view of Roman's arrival. Once he's here, I'll bring him down to see his precious team in ruins. She shot a nasty look at Macy and marched out. Back at the facility, Roman's phone chimed. He pulled it out, expecting a look at this dress a photo from Macy. Instead, his heart dropped. Text from Macy. A Roman, I'm so embarrassed. I got lost leaving the mall. Can you come and pick me up? I'll share the location. Roman didn't hesitate. Sebastian, Macy's lost. She's sent a pin. I'm heading out to grab her. Julian looked up from his monitor, his brow furrowed. Wait, Sophie and Claire were with her. Why aren't they calling? And which mall did they go to? Roman checked the shared location and froze. This isn't near any shopping mall. It's an abandoned area on the outskirts. There's nothing out there but old industrial buildings. Sebastian snatched the phone. Give me that. This is a classic trap, Roman. No one gets lost and ends up in a decommissioned factory zone. It's 20 miles from the city center. He tried calling Mesa back, but the line was busy. He quickly dialed Claire and Sophie. Both phones are switched off. Julian, alert the tactical team. This isn't a shopping trip, it's an ambush. I'm going anyway, a Roman said, his voice cold as ice. Go, Sebastian commanded. But keep your phone line open. Julian and I will be right behind you. We'll watch from a distance. If they see a fleet of security cars, they might panic. You be the bait, we'll be the hook. In Tower 2, Christy watched the dusty road through binoculars. Her phone buzzed. Roman, I'm coming right now. Just stay where you are. She giggled, a manic sound that echoed in the empty tower. He's coming. He's actually coming. She called Blake. He'll be here in 30 minutes. Get ready. In the warehouse, Blake hung up and turned toward Macy with a predatory smile. 30 minutes is plenty of time for a little game, Macy. I've missed our chats since that abandoned alleyway back in the city. Don't you dare touch her, you creep. Sophie screamed, straining against her ropes. Blake swung around and delivered a sharp slap to Sophie's cheek. That's for not giving me Macy's number when I asked nicely months ago. He turned back to Macy. This area is completely abandoned, beautiful. Scream all you want. No one will hear you. Macy's eyes weren't on Blake's face, they were on the holster at his hip. You know, Blake continued, this is quite uncomfortable. Why don't we play the game from the alley? I untie you, you run, I chase. He started undoing the ropes on her wrists and ankles. Macy played the part of the victim perfectly, letting her body go limp, her breathing shallow. Blake, overconfident, hauled her to her feet. As he leaned in to kiss her, thinking he had won, Macy's eyes snapped open. Thwack! She delivered a brutal, precisely aimed knee to Blake's sensitive assets. Blake let out a sound like a dying bagpipe and collapsed, clutching himself. The two goons guarding the door roared and charged forward. Macy, look out! Claire yelled. In a blur of motion, Macy dove for the floor, grabbed Blake's fallen pistol, and fired at the massive industrial floodlight hanging above them. Crash! The light exploded, plunging the room into chaotic shadows. The goons froze, blinded. Macy didn't waste a second. She lunged for Claire, slicing through her ropes with the sharp edge of a tool she de-swiped. Untie everyone. Now! Macy hissed, keeping the gun trained on the groaning Blake. Claire moved with lightning speed, freeing Sophie and Owen in seconds. Finally, Owen grunted, rubbing his wrists. He stood up, and his entire demeanor changed. Did I mention I'm a karate black belt? Because I've been dying to practice my forms. One goon swung at Owen. Owen ducked, performed a perfect leg sweep, and followed up with a punch that sent the man flying into a stack of empty crates. Claire used her gymnastic skills to leap onto the other goon's back, distracting him while Sophie marched over to the doubled-over Blake and delivered a slap that echoed like a gunshot. That's for the taxi ride. Sophie yelled. Macy joined her, holding the gun steady. Do you think I'm still that scared girl from the alley, Blake? You're wrong. You idiot. Outside, Roman's car screeched to a halt. Sebastian and Julian were positioned a few hundred yards back, watching through binoculars. Christy emerged from the tower, her goons flanking her. Roman. You're just in time. Roman stepped out of the car. Where is she, Christy? Where is Macy? Oh, I have a little surprise for you, Christy cooed. I want to show you how your little PA looks when she's tied to a chair. And your dear teammates? They're all waiting. I want to give Macy a tight slap for pouring that ice water on me. The goons grabbed Roman's arms. He let them, playing the part to get inside. They marched him to the large metal shutter of the warehouse. Take the shutter up. Christy commanded. Surprise, Roman. The heavy metal door groaned as it rose. Christy took a deep breath, ready to gloat. See here, Roman surprise. The words died in her throat. Inside, the warehouse was a wreck. One goon was unconscious. Another was being held in a headlock by Claire. Sophie and Macy were literally sitting on a bruised and battered Blake, using him as a bench. Owen looked up, smoothing his hair. Hey Roman. You're late. Roman didn't wait. He threw off the two goons holding him, his fists flying as he dismantled them in seconds. Macy stood up, her eyes locking onto Christy's horrified face. She walked straight up to her and delivered a perfectly timed, well-deserved slap. That, Macy said, is for underestimating me and trying to frame Roman. At that moment, Sebastian and Julian burst through the entrance with a security force. Everyone stay exactly where you are. Sebastian yelled. He looked around the room, seeing his team standing over the defeated villains. He looked at Julian. I told you we didn't need to hurry. Julian laughed, going straight to Sophie. Are you okay? I'm great, Sophie beamed. But I think we need a vacation. Sophie and Julian collapsed into each other's arms, holding on tight as the adrenaline finally began to fade. Nearby, Sebastian and Claire shared a weary, gentle embrace, the weight of the morning visible in their tired eyes. Are you really okay? Sebastian whispered, pulled back just enough to check her face. Claire nodded with a faint, shaky smile. I am now. Turning to Owen, Julian and Sebastian offered a respectful nod. How are you holding up, Owen? Owen let out a long breath and grinned. Honestly? I'm doing great, guys. I think I finally got my cardio in for the month. Roman tackled Macy into a crushing hug. I thought I lost you. Macy buried her face in his neck. You're never going to lose me, Roman. The sun hit the abandoned warehouse with a harsh, unforgiving glare, mirroring the mood of the handcuffed prisoners being loaded into the back of the police cruisers. Christy Williams was not going quietly. Her designer outfit was rumpled and dusted with concrete, but her voice was as sharp as ever. I am not the bad person here, as she shrieked at the stone-faced officers. She gestured wildly with her bound hands toward Blake. This man kidnapped me. He is the monster. I'm a victim of his erratic emotions. Blake, sporting a rapidly darkening bruise on his jaw and a limp that suggested Macy's knee had left a lasting impression, let out a bark of incredulous laughter. I kidnapped you? You're the brain here, Christy. But that brain is rotten to the core. You planned the taxi, you planned the warehouse, you even picked out the rope. It was your fault. Christy screamed back, her face turning a vibrant shade of purple. Why did you untie Macy? Couldn't you control your disgusting feelings for 5 minutes? You spoiled everything. You're pathetic. Silence. Both of you, the lead officer shouted, slamming the cruiser door shut and cutting off the toxic bickering. Roman and his team stood in a semicircle, watching the spectacle with a mixture of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. Among the goons being lined up was a familiar face. Macy stepped forward, eyes narrowed as she recognized the man in the driver's cap. You, Macy said, her voice dripping with ice. Todd, the taxi driver, looked at his boots. I was just doing a job, lady. Slap. Macy's hand connected with his cheek. How dare you kidnap us? I had 3 bags of luxury skincare in that trunk. Sophie stepped up next, delivering her own sharp sting to his other cheek. And why did you tell us you'd only allow 1 person in the taxi? We're a package deal. Claire joined the line, delivering a final, resounding slap. Why are you all slapping me? Todd whined, looking genuinely confused. Because the air freshener in your taxi was terrible. It smelled like cheap pine and bad intentions. The 3 women turned and walked back to their partners, laughing despite the gravity of the situation. The police officer approached Sebastian, recognizing his government credentials. Agent Thorne, we'll need you at the station to file the formal complaint and process the evidence. Roman turned to Macy, his hand lingering on her shoulder. I'm going with Sebastian. We need to make sure the legal paperwork is airtight so they never see the light of day. Julian, can you take Owen and the girls back to the hotel? Get some rest. 5 hours later, the atmosphere had shifted from triumphant to terrifyingly tense. The team was no longer at the warehouse, they were gathered in the high-security conference room of their facility. Across from them sat Mr. Smith, the head of defense, his face a mask of bureaucratic fury. I did not expect this from Blackwood Industries, as Smith said, his voice low and dangerous. He slammed a folder onto the table. You have a black sheep in your company. You're telling me that a rival firm managed to kidnap half your executive team, and you have no idea how they got the details of this project? This is ridiculous. Mr. Smith Roman started, but Smith held up a hand. I gave you this contract because your work for the Department of Commerce was flawless, Smith continued. But defense is a different world. If we have this kind of integrity issue, I must stop tomorrow's launch. We have no way of knowing how much of our border security architecture has been leaked to the Williams family or their buyers. Roman stood up, his presence commanding the room. Mr. Smith, there is no traitor in this company. Only the 7 people in this room knew the specifics of Phase 3. We have lived in a blackout for months. Our technology is hack-proof. Your own team verified the final version. Furthermore, Sebastian raised a red flag regarding Christy Williams a month ago. We did our part. I know all of that, Roman, as Smith said firmly. But information doesn't just walk out the door. Until we find the leak, the launch is delayed indefinitely. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then, Owen Brooks cleared his throat. Everyone turned to the project manager, who looked unusually thoughtful. The information leakage didn't come from our end, Owen said quietly. Smith's eyes snapped to him. And how can you be so sure, Mr. Brooks? Because Christy told me, Owen replied. He adjusted his glasses, his memory of the warehouse sharpening. Christy and Blake thought I was unconscious after they drugged my food. They were talking freely. Blake asked if she was sure we had completed the project. Christy said, I'm damn sure. My dad got the information from the person working for defense. The room went deathly silent. Smith's face paled. She said the guy was a temporary worker in your department, Owen continued. He had limited access, but he tried to hack our servers and failed because our protection was too high. Blake asked how he even knew where to look, and Christie said it's because he was an ex-employee of Blackwood Industries. Roman's chair screeched as he leaned forward. Ex-employee? Owen, why didn't you say this at the warehouse? Honestly, Roman, I was a bit preoccupied with being tied to a chair, Owen said dryly. And I thought Christie was the mastermind. I assumed her source would be caught in the sweep. But seeing the blame being put on us now, I realize he's a bigger piece of the puzzle. I'm sorry I didn't mention it sooner. Did they give a name? Sebastian asked. No name, Owen sighed. Just that he was a temp in defense. Mr. Smith was now sweating, his bravado replaced by a look of sheer horror. He snatched up his phone and barked an order to his assistant. Send me the files of every temporary worker in the defense wing who has a prior employment history with Blackwood Industries. Now! 10 minutes later, a ping echoed in the quiet room. Smith opened his laptop, scrolled through a PDF, and turned the screen toward Roman. Do you know this man? Roman stared at the photo. His jaw tightened. Jacob. He was my junior assistant a year ago. I fired him personally because I caught him trying to sell confidential client lists to our competitors. Smith frowned, looking at the attached digital documents. Then why did you give him a glowing experience certificate? It says here he was an exemplary worker with high integrity. Our background check cleared him because you didn't file a police report. Roman's brow furrowed. I never signed that. Let me see, Eclair said, pulling the laptop closer. She zoomed in on the signature. Roman, look. He used the digital signature from his original offer letter, the one we used 3 years ago. But look at the bottom corner. My signature is missing, and the company seal is a fake. Mr. Smith, your department didn't even send us a verification request for this hire. If you had called us, we would have told you he was blacklisted. Mr. Smith sat back, the weight of the error sinking in. The traitor it wasn't a Blackwood employee, it was a ghost from their past who had slipped through the government's own loose vetting process. Smith cleared his throat, looking truly humbled. I see. The lapse was indeed on our end. Jacob will be in custody before the sun goes up. He stood up and offered his hand to Roman. I apologize for questioning your integrity. We proceed with the launch tomorrow as planned. Please, get some rest. You've earned it. As Smith and his entourage hurried out to begin their internal purge, the team finally let out a collective breath. Roman turned to Macy, pulling her into a quiet corner of the room while the others began to pack up. It's over, he whispered, his hands resting on her waist. Really over. Macy leaned her forehead against his. Tomorrow we launch. And then? Roman smiled, that rare, playful look returning to his eyes. And then, I'm taking my little PA on a vacation where the only thing we have to encrypt is the sunscreen. Macy laughed, pulling him into a kiss that tasted like victory. I think I can handle that. The air in the capital city was electric. If the previous months had been a silent war, Friday was a loud, glittering victory parade. The official launch of the border defense system had gone off without a single line of code flickering. In the grand auditorium, the massive holographic display showed the system's seamless integration across the country's grid, turning a once vulnerable map into a fortress of glowing blue lines. Mr. Smith stood on the stage, beaming like a proud father as he shook Roman's hand for the cameras. "This is a historic day for our national security," as Smith told the press, before leaning in to whisper to Roman, "The outcome is beyond our expectations. I've already discussed it with the ministry. We want a permanent tie with Blackwood Industries. In fact, we want to dedicate this entire coastal facility as a collaborative hub for future defense projects." Roman's face lit up. It wasn't just about the money, it was about the legacy. "We would be honored, Mr. Smith." The rest of the day was a whirlwind of flashes, high-stakes interviews, and news anchors praising the 7 geniuses of Blackwood. By the time the night gala arrived, the team was exhausted but riding a high that no amount of caffeine could replicate. The following morning, the breakfast table at the resort was unusually quiet, though the tension was entirely gone. Ezra had joined them, leaning back as he watched the group he'd heard so much about. "I can't believe we're vacating tomorrow," a Roman said, stirring his coffee. "I'm actually going to miss this place. And all of you being under one roof." Julian snorted, reaching for a croissant. "Don't get too sentimental, boss. With this new collaboration, we're going to have so many meetings and joint workshops that you'll probably be sick of my face by Tuesday." "True," Claire added, "but we're expanding the team now. It won't be just the 7 of us in a bunker anymore." Sophie leaned over and bumped Claire's shoulder. "That's fine. We're more than co-workers now, we're a family. I'm officially instigating a no-work Wednesday dinner every week. If you don't show up, I'm sending Sebastian to arrest you." Macy laughed, her eyes bright as she glanced at her phone. "Speaking of the team, have you checked the markets? The Blackwood stock price didn't just go up, it practically achieved orbit. I hope our CEO is feeling particularly generous with the bonuses this year." She shot Roman a teasing, eyebrow-raising look. Roman smirked. "I think the Cupid Group might find their bank accounts looking very healthy on Monday morning." The conversation turned serious as Sebastian cleared his throat. "I have the final report on the arrests," he said. "Jacob is in deep. It turns out he wasn't just a disgruntled ex-employee, he was part of an unethical shadow organization trying to destabilize the city's infrastructure. Blake was a rogue for hire." Roman's expression darkened. "And the Williams family?" "Mr. Williams was a bit of a useful idiot," Sebastian explained. "He thought he was just playing a game of aggressive business competition to save his empire. He didn't realize he was being used as a front for something much more dangerous. But he'll still face significant jail time for conspiracy. As for Christie, well, let us just say her designer wardrobe will be replaced by a very unflattering orange jumpsuit for a long, long time." Sophie shook her head. What kind of amateurs trust a plan involving Christie Williams? They wanted a face that made it look like a standard corporate rivalry, Sebastian said. If Owen hadn't overheard them talking about the defense source, Jacob would have vanished back into the system, and it would have looked like an internal leak from us. The city's protection would have been at stake. Ezra reached out and squeezed Owen's hand. Thank God you all got out in time. You didn't just save a company, you saved the city. As the evening sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Roman led Macy down to the private stretch of beach behind the resort. The salt spray was cool, and for the first time in months, there was no hum of servers or ring of a phone. After all this time, Amasa said, kicking off her sandals to feel the sand between her toes, this is the first time we've just been here. Without a crisis. It's been a long road, Macy, a Roman murmured, standing beside her. He looked out at the vastness of the ocean. Macy looked out at the waves, her voice barely a whisper. We leave tomorrow, Roman. I'm already starting to miss this just being by your side every second. Roman stepped closer, catching her gaze. Macy, your mother is already settled at the mansion. Why not come home with me? Stay there, where you belong. Macy gave him a small, bittersweet smile. I'd love nothing more, but as what, Roman? I'm your girlfriend, but I have my dignity. I can't just move into your family estate without a real reason. I'll visit you, I promise. And besides, my mom isn't a permanent resident there. As soon as we're back in the city, I'm moving her back to the apartment with me. Roman stopped walking. Macy stopped too, a question mark practically hovering over her head. Suddenly, the powerful, unshakable CEO of Blackwood Industries looked nervous. He took a deep breath and sank onto one knee in the sand. Macy gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Roman pulled a small velvet case from his pocket and snapped it open. A diamond, clear and brilliant as the ocean they protected, caught the final rays of the sun. Then don't come as my girlfriend, a Roman said, his voice thick with emotion. Come as my wife. Macy, these last few months showed me that I don't just want you by my side in the office, I want you by my side for every sunrise. You're the logic to my chaos, the light in my dark rooms, and the only person I want to wake up to for the rest of my life. You're my partner in everything. He smiled, his eyes shimmering. I've spent my life building walls and defenses, but you're the only one who ever made me want to take them down. Will you marry me? Macy's eyes flooded with tears, a mix of shock and pure, unadulterated joy. She was laughing and crying at the same time. Of course I will, Roman. Yes. 1,000 times yes. She held out her hand, and he slipped the ring onto her finger before standing up and swinging her into a dizzying embrace. They kissed a long, deep kiss that tasted like the end of one chapter and the beautiful, terrifying, exciting beginning of another. All the exhaustion of the project, the fear of the kidnapping, and the stress of the secret mission melted away into the sand. Finally, Macy pulled back just an inch, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just so we're clear, Mr. Blackwood. I am still paying off the loan for my mother's surgery. I'm a woman of my word. Roman laughed, resting his forehead against hers. And just so we are clear, I have no plans to change my PA. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to my first cup of vinegar coffee as a married man. Macy raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Oh, really? You're talking to a pro, mister. I might even upgrade you to saltwater tea if you're not careful. As they walked back up the beach, hand in hand, their laughter was lost to the wind. They were no longer just the CEO and his assistant, they were a team, a family, and a powerful couple ready to take on whatever the world or the Williams family could throw at them next. The Blackwood Empire was safe, but Roman knew his greatest treasure wasn't the company. It was the woman walking beside him in the sand.